the golden age of WWE. Larger than life, of fantasy, snap in the ring, feel history. Welcome to the golden WWE.
Talking about the Royal Rumble 1989, the first technically Royal Rumble as a pay-per-view, and it begins this big four as years go on. People always talk about Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. This is the birth of the big four. And for you, while you were working in the WWF, was it difficult for some people to wrap their heads around having multiple pay-per-views in a year? Because WrestleMania was a success, but then slowly more keep coming in. And are they all home runs? And that's why they're like, let's keep doing this.
Yeah, well, you have to think that this was, pay-per-views in their infancy. I mean, let's remember it wasn't too many years before that we'd seen, closed circuit television.
Right.
And the WWE was in the forefront of this. I mean, they really were among the first sports entertainment companies to do this kind of thing and grow with it, because, they used to have, when they had the closed circuit, you'd have to go to a theater to go and watch it and pay for it. So, we were used to doing these, but as they kept seeing and finding more and more success with it, I think we had a feeling that, there was more coming. But I was pretty comfortable once we got to the point where we had four. It was kind of the season, that you would go through and you would build these as we went along. You still had a lot of time to build some great storylines. And it's amazing me to think now back, we just thought like, oh, that was so much. And I remember doing the events and just thinking, oh my God, now we got to start doing this one. And now, today, it's like weekly almost. So we had it pretty easy when it comes to doing these events and getting the time to actually promote them. Now it's a whole different world, but you're exactly right when you say when it was everybody just, overwhelmed and how much more can we do?
Yeah.
It was just the beginning. And the WWE led the way when it came to these kind of events. And as you said, this kind of completed the four horsemen of pay-per-view events, so to speak, because, and it seemed right. It seemed like it was that, oh, okay, that's good. But it was another event. We'll talk about how this first one didn't do tremendously well, but it was just the way things evolved. People the prior year had pretty much gotten it for, you had cable, you could have watched it. So maybe there was something a little bit to do with that, to say, well, now I got to pay for it this time out. But right. Things would change as we would go through the years ahead.
That's funny you say that, because for so long, before you could just go on YouTube and type in or Google and type in something to search for, a lot of people did not know the 1988 Royal Rumble even existed, because it wasn't acknowledged when they would come out with Royal Rumble anthology DVDs or VHS tapes. 88 was not part of that. So if you only watched that show then, that I think only a group of fans from that era would know about it. And then years later, you're like, wait a minute, there was a test run. This was just a test. And then we had another one at a house show. Like, to me, it's interesting to think that we all think this is the first Royal Rumble, but it's the first one on pay-per-view. And I got to say, when you think of Royal Rumble matches, you have 30 men. That's exciting to me. But when you also think of a Royal Rumble, you have undercards. And I'll tell you what, the combo of undercard on this show is like, did you pick them out of a hat? And nothing wrong with them, because when I watched them, I was like, okay, the crowd's into it. Great. You have a 2 out of 3 falls match. You have a women's championship, a pose down after that, and then a king of the WWF crown match. Those were the matches that led you into the Royal Rumble. Like, what are your thoughts on undercards on a Royal Rumble?
Well, this one especially kind of reminded me about the way they would do boxing events, where you'd have an undercard.
Yes.
And a lot of them were not great boxers that would be in that ring. Most of them you'd never heard of, or if it was somebody you'd heard of, he was fighting a potato in there, and it was and this kind of reminded me of that. It's not like the philosophy of, say, the UFC today, and of course the WWE, where there really was a philosophy of when the pay-per-view started, you had to have a tremendous match. I thought about, WrestleMania 9 when Basil DeVito, who was one of the promotion guy, and he had when they started WrestleMania, when they went on the air with pay-per-view, and of course they had to hold all these seats right in the front row for the big muckety mucks, the Vegas muckety
The high rollers.
Yeah, and he said when they went on the air, they weren't there because they were used to how these events went. That the stuff before is just letting everybody get there and have their little social time with each other, not really have to pay a whole lot of attention. But the philosophy at that point was like, boom, man, when we hit, when Howard would count them in and, we're on the air and then, count it down and like the big crowd would pop. And then you've got to have a tremendous match to start it so that people would know, okay, man, this is going to be a great night. This reminded me more of the kind of the boxing match, the philosophy that they had in Vegas because, Rockin' Robin, God love her, and the whole thing. But these lineups, like you said, it was just kind of like, did they draw these out of a hat? The names for those, and literally did it because we know for the Royal Rumble, you drew numbers, but it wasn't random. Okay.
Wait a minute. Excuse me. Are you trying to tell me that these numbers are predetermined in a storyline somewhere that someone wrote down?
Well, if you recall, there was some shenanigans by the $1 Million Man as we start talking more about. Okay, but we'll get into. But when we get into the meat of how that match actually went down, and as you and I talked before we started this episode, jump cut.
Yeah, jump cut. Technical difficulties, folks. But yeah, you were saying off air before we even started, you were starting to share with me your feelings about the Royal Rumble. Can you elaborate and tell the people how you love the Royal Rumble or loathe the Royal Rumble?
The concept of it, the original concept, as they call it, a battle royal, where you would put, say, 30 guys in the ring to start, and it was an elimination match, which was a total cluster F for those. I mean, imagine that. You got 30 guys in the ring, and you're trying to move around and try and do some business, and it was very difficult, and the guys really hated that. That was, just very difficult to do. And all you really had to remember is, when do I go out? But the concept of it, and I believe that Pat Patterson had a lot to do with this, of the idea of, having the countdown, and then, you'd have everybody would draw a number, and nobody would know what that number is. And then every 2 minutes or whatever the countdown was, then that person, the 10, 9, 8, and then you'd see who's it going to be. And it was, as far as that concept went, that was awesome because everybody's kind of looking like, you could just see as you watched, everybody looks to that entrance when the countdown and who's coming through that curtain next. But as far as these matches went, and this is, I always just didn't, it was always a cluster. Now, even though, sometimes you'd have 8 guys in there or 2, but, it was a lot of improv in there, let's just say. And you got to see a lot of yapping, and you had to make sure that you've got, you would try and get into a corner so you guys could work some stuff, but it was mostly them, just going along. It's like a dance move. And these guys, when you're have done this long enough, your wrist, you've got a few options there. Hit you from behind, the double axe handle, you're immediate. If somebody's hit, you're going to react. But to me, it was just too much improv going on in there. And then you have to, guys that would just have to seem like they're fatigued and they'd be in the corner and you have to stay clear and know when you got to go out. And I know I'm hearing, Greg Valentine talking about, one time he's in there and he's supposed to be in there for 30 minutes. That was, where and they're some guys are coming over and they're like throwing him out. And he's like telling them, guys, no, I can't, I'm not supposed to go out yet. So, that's kind of the way that these things kind of drove me crazy. One thing, what I did like about it was an opportunity to showcase everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw all these guys that would come in, outlaw Ron Bass. I mean, he had
a chance.
Ronnie Garvin, the Bushwhackers separately. And so you get to see these guys, and they a lot of times they did get to stay in for 8 to 10 minutes, which was kind of cool, that because they wouldn't necessarily get the stage to go Santana, and we go on and on. And so for that reason, I did like it, because it gave all the guys the opportunity to go out there, and there were people, of course, in the crowd. Everybody had their favorites, and so they got the opportunity to do it. So, but overall, not a huge fan of these. I just never was. Because I just felt that it was just too loose, too much, going, and the guys trying to work and, trying to make it all somehow fit together. And it was just very difficult to do.
You're
shocked.
I'm shocked. I'm honestly shocked, but I'm also on board. I'm also on board a little bit with the idea, the concept of the countdown. And everyone's so excited. Yeah. Who's coming out next? And then years later, the music would play. So you'd hear your favorite music hit. And you're like, oh, shit, it's the Road Dogg, or, someone like that. Right. But yet in this one, I like the idea of a Royal Rumble. Mm-hmm. But when you're right, when you get into the ring, you can't really do moves. You can't really, I'm going to suplex you, because if you suplex me, you might hit four other people on the other side.
A lot of double punches, axe handles.
A lot of, I got you in the corner.
A lot of choking, a lot of chops.
A lot of, got one leg up.
A lot of that.
Get one leg up, and I'm trying to push you out with one leg.
Yeah.
But the idea, at least in the concept, is every man for himself. So in this particular Royal Rumble, you see bad guys with good guys trying to eliminate another good guy. And as a fan, I'm thinking, holy shit, like this is interesting as a fan, because you're like, well, why is the Macho Man and Bad News Brown friends? They hate each other. Why are they helping to check out Greg Valentine? Like, you're just sitting there. To me, that concept is amazing. But even before we get to that, the drawing of the numbers. This is one of those things that I have loved forever, and they got rid of it and they brought it back. The drawing of the numbers.
Yeah.
This one in particular makes me laugh, because years later, it's just like they do the number and they walk away. This one on the pay-per-view, when they draw numbers, they like cut a promo about their number. They're always cutting a quick promo about their numbers. But you and the $1 Million Man and Slick, for me personally, made me hysterically laugh while watching the drawings, because $1 Million Man, he pulls out his number and he's thinking, I'm rich, I'm going to be great. Yeah. He looks at it, he's disappointed. Off camera, he's like, Slick, and he finds Slick, and he brings over Slick on camera, of course, to totally just get the moment there. Yeah. And he's asking what his numbers.
What's that number going to cost you?
Akeem and Big Boss Man, and he's going to sell his numbers. That's great. Okay. So then we get to backstage interviews, and there you are with Slick and Akeem and Boss Man. And Boss Man, dude, he is into it. He is in there. Akeem is dancing, and you call out Slick on air about how he and the $1 Million Man made a deal. And you're like, what are you talking about, man? And let me just show you some footage, though. Let me show you some footage. And it's the footage we just watched earlier. Slick looks at you. He's like, oh, you meant that?
$1 million.
Oh, and then he gets mad at you. To me, I hysterically laughed while watching this at midnight.
And I tell you, dude, when I think back of that and seeing that, I don't know how I didn't break. I didn't, because his timing of that delivering that. I mean, oh, you mean that? And only he could pull that off. Because I have to keep track of those things. I am the journalist of the bunch, and I must call them out when I see it. And them trying to pull off those shenanigans, because the $1 Million Man always pulling crap like that. I had to do it, but not that it made any difference.
It's true.
It didn't. We didn't have Jack Tunney step in. Nothing.
Jack Tunney only wants to show up when there's a big payday, a big check for him, probably. Ted DiBiase is number 30 in this, which to me, it really shows you, his storyline and how he's buying numbers for the Royal Rumble. What's even better about this, though, is a year later in the 1990 Royal Rumble, he's number 1 because of being caught cheating in the 1989 Royal Rumble. So they carried it over. So I like that part about it.
Yeah, kind of like the draft. He's penalized the final year. We're going to save that one. And
Jack Tunney was like, I'm
your
going to
pick is going to be wait. Yeah, that's very funny.
It was a good carryover. But
yeah,
this Royal Rumble, though, Big John Studd wins this Royal Rumble. Big John Studd.
Yeah.
And
it was actually entertaining up to that point until you got about the last 10 minutes, and then you're
Thank
like,
you.
Wah, wah,
Thank you.
wah.
Dude, once the Mega Powers in that situation was over, that Royal Rumble it crashed hard for me. I was like, what is this? This is terrible. It was terrible. The last 10 minutes is bad. I'll be honest.
I mean, the Hulkster was great in that one. He came in fired up. He's throwing guys out. Randy, comes right in and just immediately mauls Bad News Brown and just, you're right. And then it peaked. I mean, if you were looking at a graph there, like that, and then it just went, and that's not the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to just keep going up there. And and rewatching it again, it was tough for me to finish it because I knew it was coming, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I remember how lame this was. So
because the moments in this Rumble are fun, but Big John Studd,
definitely moments. Yeah,
and you're like, what? Even if he was, this is the way to bring him back because again, this is the birth of the Royal Rumble as a pay-per-view. We don't get into 1993 until the winner actually gets something. You get a championship match at WrestleMania as the main event.
With something at stake, yeah.
Right, 89 to 92, there's really no concept except for 92, the world title's on the line because it's vacated. But so this is just another match with 30 guys in it. And does it even matter, I guess, who wins here? Because Big John Studd doesn't get anything from this. He ends up being a special guest referee for Andre and Jake the Snake Roberts' match at WrestleMania. And then he doesn't even make it to SummerSlam. He quits. So is this all worth it to have this guy come in to kind of like reintroduce you to the audience? He's already tall. Does he need this?
Well, it's not necessarily, he does need it. Yeah, absolutely. He's to try and create some buzz or some momentum behind him, and I'm sure there was some agreement with Vince that he's like, you got to do something for me. But he couldn't do a whole lot in there, and I have to also, I'll give you got to give credit to Andre in this Rumble here because he did some serious work early on there, and I always. The way I always love these when if Andre was going to be in a situation where there were going to be multiple opponents, 3 men couldn't beat him, 4 men couldn't beat him, 8 men couldn't beat him. You know what I'm saying? That one-on-one, because we would see him in those kinds of situations, maybe even a tag thing. But when you're in, you don't defeat a giant like that. It's like Princess Bride. Remember the whole thing is that he was I'm used to fighting all, 10 men, and that's kind of the way I looked at it. So for them to team up on 2 or 3 of them and then toss Andre out, that would have really pissed me off because he's a giant. He's used to taking on and tossing these mere mortals away from him. And so the idea with the snake, now that, okay, I bought that. Yeah, we knew he was deathly afraid of snakes. And if and Jake coming back in there and hurling hurling Damien into the center of the ring, I totally bought that. Andre probably would say this, and I'm out.
Yeah.
And this was 89, think about it. Andre wasn't physically in the greatest condition. I'm not going to say shape. I'm just saying condition because his body was starting to fail. And he went in there and I was very entertained by it. I thought he did a great job and at mixing it up in there. And so the way they eliminated him, I thought that was awesome. That worked for me.
So you weren't impressed by somebody like Studd, though?
Studd, who's basically he's a younger guy. He's giant size, whatever, but he didn't move very well. And so it was just like, oh boy, can we get this over with? By the time he got in there, lots of big hammers, lots of big chops, picking people up, but not a lot of moves and stuff happening there. And so my point of it is he was never, in my eyes, ever going to find much great success in the WWE. It just wasn't going to happen because he was just a giant. He was just a giant, and couldn't do a whole lot. Andre could. Andre always did, and his reputation preceded him. But even as long as he could get in that ring, Andre was willing to, take a bump, and he took some serious bumps there, along the way, even at that point when he couldn't move very well. And I always just thought I had such great respect for him, because I think he felt that if I'm going to go in there, he knew he was going to pay the price afterwards. But it didn't matter. If he was going to go in there, he was going to give everything he had, and he did that day.
It's you make a good point. You make a good point, because Big John said once he gets in and all that happens, the whole Rumble just falls apart and it's boring. Yeah. Even you have Ted DiBiase in there, even all these other superstars are still in there, but nothing really compares to
what do you do with them?
Well, the start of this Rumble, though, to me is one of the best, because when I suggested to you, I was like, let's do the 1989 Royal Rumble. I was like, I haven't done a Rumble yet with Mooney. It'd be fun to do it. Let's do the first one. It's a pay-per-view. Okay. So I started watching.
I know he loves these.
I knew it. All those shoot interviews he did. I watched them all. He said he hated them. That's exactly what I got you. That's the title of this. Untold Stories of Mooney hating Royal Rumbles. The first two people, though, in this, Axe is number one. Smash is number two. And when this shit happens and you hear the music in the audience and they actually fight each other, dude, you're talking about like Royal Rumble moments. This is it. The first pay-per-view has the two tag teams and being like, well, it is every man for himself. And then Andre the Giant is number 3. Like, starting off hot.
It all worked. I mean, that beginning of it, they had me. I had even remembering back then, because nobody really ever got to see Barry Darsow work as a single. I mean, he had
the microphone shut off.
You can't hear me?
No.
No?
Oh, there you go. Now I got you. We got you. We're good.
You got me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think that, people had never really gotten a chance to Barry Darsow work as a single. As solo, and he had for much of his career until the opportunity to become a part of Demolition happened. And we saw them work as a tag team, but to see him in action like that against his tag team partner, and they worked well together. I mean, I could see that would be a great match to watch. Mm-hmm. And they went at it, right away. It wasn't this hesitation of going, well, we're tag team partners. How do we do it? It was just like, let's go, and you could see right there, they obviously could work, but it was really fun to see the two of them wrestling together. And like I said, it was kind of an opportunity. You're seeing that Barry being able to work and doing some great work there against Bill. And so it was fun. And then when Andre went in, and I thought that was, fun to watch, of them trying to work on Andre. And then, it's counting down. And if they got to get rid of him when Andre comes in, okay, then they become like a tag team.
You're right.
Start saying, okay, all bets are off. But when it was one-on-one, okay, mano a mano, we got to go. And maybe you're going.
I loved it.
Yeah, I did. It was a great start. That's good. Yeah. A good point to that. Yeah.
And then the other big moment you mentioned earlier is Andre the Giant. He has a rivalry with Jake the Snake Roberts. Well, Jake's been eliminated. Jake comes down, throws the snake. Andre jumps. Now there's like, he didn't stand over one leg at a time. This dude leaps out with his arm out and then flips over. And this starts one of those rules, because the Royal Rumble changes rules as time goes on about eliminations. Yeah. Sometimes you can't eliminate yourself. Sometimes you can eliminate yourself. Sometimes if someone's already been tossed out and comes out and tosses you out, that counts. And sometimes it doesn't. So it depends on what year you watch. But this year, it's if you jump over the top rope, you are out. Because Gorilla Monsoon even brings this shit up in the Royal Rumble 92. And he's like, well, Macho Man jumps over the top rope. He's like, oh, he's not eliminated. And no, it's not. It's different now. It's completely different. So I like that moment. But the biggest moment, the biggest
Well,
moment.
the rules, and the rules, like you said, kind of go out the window. And it was funny because, I love and I'll tell you, I really enjoyed the commentary between and Gorilla. And we've talked about this before, and I never never really wanted to say, that I didn't like Gorilla and Jesse together. I just said that, Gorilla and Bobby were a better team as far as the way they meshed and were going. Always had great respect for Jesse as a commentator, but I thought that he worked better with Vince. But I really thought it worked well at this event because Gorilla is kind of, the baby in this sense, a baby face in this, and like when Hulk pulls the boss man out of the ring, and Jesse's going, wait, man, he's cheating there, and Gorilla's like, well, so what? And just like, what? And it was, he was a cheater. And then he did it again. And then you think, well, Boss Man was never really eliminated. He pulled him out twice, and then Boss Man's just had enough, and he kind of goes back, and they fight all the way back to the curtain. But yeah, the rules were fast and loose in this, and constantly changing. So yeah, and you could go over the rope, and if your foot didn't touch the floor, then you could come back in, or couldn't go out underneath the rope. I mean, there was just all kinds of stuff that was going on.
See, my rule would be if I get tossed out and I land on my back, but my feet don't touch, am I eliminated?
Yeah, any body part.
Any body part, though.
Yes.
So
come
it's
on.
two feet must
Yeah.
touch the floor. That's the rule. 2 feet.
See,
all right.
See? There you go. And it's as Gorilla would say, so what?
Oh, all right. Okay. No
knew that's what it was. It was a spectacle. To see, it was a chance to get all of these guys out there, create some drama, have this, this countdown that would have this anticipation to see who's going to come out there next. But it was actually, when it all came down to it, as you said, it was pointless. There was no real reward. It was just to be, I'm king of the hill at the end of it.
Right. It's not there was a trophy, like, the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. At least you get a trophy for like a week. Yeah. This was,
but you have to give like I said, you have to give Pat Patterson credit that concept though was pretty brilliant.
I love
because the people had gotten used to the battle royal where, like I said, everybody would be in there and they would just eliminate one guy at a time. And it was just for the first, at least until you got 15 out of there and you could do anything. It was nothing. It was just guys, chopping and trying to lift each other up and choking because you had to do anything else in there.
That's true too. Battle royals, I think,
are pit. It was a big giant mosh pit.
I don't like battle royals. I don't like battle royals. This though is one of those. The intro to this Royal Rumble though has Vince McMahon reading everyone's names off, and that would become a tradition for a lot of these Royal Rumbles for at least the beginning. Yeah. But when you watch this and hear the way he's recording, you can clearly tell he's been recording on different days, different names. Because one is like Bad News Brown, Axe, Ronnie Garvin. But see, like some of them are like that. Huh? Some of them have that, and then other times you can clearly tell they're like, Vince, we have to record 10 of these right now. And he's like, all right, Marty Jannetty, and then the other one is like, smash. So bizarre, like they're not edited right at all. But I do appreciate Vince's voice being the beginning of this all. But the biggest thing that I think to happen in this Rumble is the Mega Powers and their explosion happening in front of our eyes even further. We did a whole podcast about this, but this to me is where you realize Royal Rumbles are not about 30 men. It's about creating moments inside of this 30-man match. We have a new opponent every 2 minutes. So we got to figure out how to entertain people every 2 minutes. The Mega Powers, as Hogan accidentally tosses out Macho Man for the Royal Rumble.
Really?
Macho comes in, high faces him, and it all falls apart. So you're on the side of Macho Man here. You believe Hogan dumped him out?
Yes, I think that it was I think it was just diabolical that you're really going taking him out and you don't know that Randy's intertwined with them as they both go out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I tell you, I mean, there's the argument, of course, right? He never touched Randy. He never didn't grab a body part, So when they went over, Randy got caught in the mess, the wake of that, and went out too. But when he went in there and pushed him from behind, I was like, yeah, what the hell was that, Hulk? Huh? And then of course Elizabeth comes in without the heels. By the way, didn't want to. It would have been much tougher for her to move around. I know other people noticed that, and gets in between the two, and he cools it all down. And then Randy's kind of supposedly seeing, maybe. I didn't buy that either, dude.
Oh,
I didn't buy that either. I think it was just simmering. He was like, all right, here, okay, yeah, let's do the handshake, but I'm watching you, dude. I know what you're up to. Yeah.
Wow, the Hulkster. He does cheat in this match later on too, so he is kind of have a pathway of being a cheater in these Royal Rumble matches. Actually,
he wasn't following all the demandments that day. Let's just say.
Shit.
Okay,
he took his said his prayers,
training. Yeah,
he didn't train that day.
Believing in yourself. Okay,
believe in
definitely
yourself.
was doing that. He was
He
following that one.
The foreshadowing, though, is hilarious because when Macho Man's number gets called and he runs down, he actually runs and saves Hulk Hogan from being dumped out. He runs over and he hits someone and saves Hogan.
Yeah.
And then you flash forward 10 minutes later, boom, the opposite happens, but Hogan knocks out Savage, and then Savage, what the hell, man?
Dude. Oh, that's some friend you are. Yeah.
And then a few weeks later, we do actually have the giant moment where Elizabeth gets crushed by Macho Man's rear end on Saturday Night's Main Event, and the backstage, the backstage, the anger in the medical facility back there, people were upset. That was good stuff. This is the beginning, really.
Right. But you see the simmering of it. That's what I said. As Randy's offers the handshake, okay, dude, okay, we're good, but I didn't buy it. I'm thinking, he doesn't trust this guy. And there's some cracks. There's some cracks here, as we would soon see.
It's even crazier because I've been watching some Saturday Night's Main Events in between this time because I like to watch shows that happen around this time. One of them, it's Hogan versus King Haku. And Hogan's like, yeah, I have Miss Elizabeth with me. The Macho Man lent her to me for the night. And then they lock hands, Hogan and Elizabeth. They walk off. He's like, my lady, and they walk off. And Mean Gene's on the mic, and he looks over at the cameraman and says, I haven't seen a prettier couple since the King and Queen of England. I'm thinking to myself, I don't remember ever watching this, but you, Mooney, and Mean Gene, you're all part of the problem. You were inciting this.
Oh, I just was observing what I was seeing. I wasn't trying to start anything. So, and it was an they're innocent comments. We're just, seeing what's there. Not maybe thinking there might be somebody who might take offense to that or think like, what are you trying to stir up here? As we would see. And another great point here too. You mentioned Saturday Night's Main Event. And this is another thing because we talked about Raw too, but where, prior to shows, you didn't really see stuff like that revealed where we would, really advance a storyline and being able to do that on Saturday Night's Main Event, because remember how big that was. That, with them, the big match and then Elizabeth getting clobbered and Hulk taking her in the back. And that was a major move in storyline there. And so, that changed, as we were able to have these big platforms to do it. And we've mentioned the size of the audience, and then also bringing in new people to watch the product was huge. And it was helping to evolve how the WWE would work and how we would advance storylines and use those as an opportunity to, as a promotional tool, but also grab more people, and it worked. It was kind.
Well,
it was the
this event does that too, I think, with this Macho Man Hogan thing, because now you're like, wait, what happened? I need to see this, or
Mhm.
you want to buy the replay or see it somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, it was all of this was evolving then, and it's '89 we're talking about, but that's when we started to see, to me, some of the greatest storylines ever in
Oh yeah,
WWE history, because and the how it evolved of how they would set these stories up and then do the payoffs as well, and lead into the big four, the pay-per-views that we would be able to do, and then either pay it off or set up something and set something else to go from there. I mean, it was a brilliant concept to me, and I think that back then it was just enough time when you had this quarterly major event taking place to do it. I think, today, because it's just so much, that I think that's part of the reason we don't see a lot of these deep stories, that are able to really develop because it moves along so quickly. And maybe it's just the sign of the times of, with our phones and all this information's out there all the time. Back then, you could keep that under wraps and just do a slow build, and then bam, payoff,
that's so true.
I miss that.
Because I can only imagine if this event was happening today, I would have already known online at like 10 a.m. that Macho Man was going to eventually turn on Hogan. And tonight they were going to do this big moment that would set it all up. So now you're watching tonight's main event and you're seeing the aftermath of what happened at Royal Rumble, which then leads to WrestleMania 5. So in reality, like we talked about this Tuesday in Texas being just a Survivor Series 1991 connected at the hip as a commercial. Royal Rumble and these events are really setting you up for WrestleMania this time around. It has never been like that. We didn't really have Royal Rumble to do that. They tried it with a year before with Hogan and Andre having a contract signing, which led to WrestleMania 4. But like this one, you have so much more to go here. NBC, Royal Rumble, WrestleMania. It's very interesting to see how this is a promotional tool, and they always are. But I do want to read off the Royal Rumble participants, and I want you to tell me who you thought actually had a chance of winning. If you thought,
and are you going to do it in Vince's voice, or are you just going to?
Oh, if you want me,
because you won't be able to talk to me afterwards.
One half of Demolition, Axe. One half of Demolition, Smash. Yeah, I would be out cold quick. Yeah. Andre the Giant, Mr. Perfect, not wearing his signature gear. He's just wearing blue trunks, and to me, he looks naked. Ronnie Garvin, Greg the Hammer Valentine, Jake the Snake Roberts, Outlaw Ron Bass, Shawn Michaels, Bushwhacker Butch, the Honky Tonk Man, Tito Santana, Bad News Brown is number 13, Marty Jannetty, Randy Savage, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, Hulk Hogan, Bushwhacker Luke, Coco Beware, the Warlord, Big Boss Man, and Akeem. Yeah. And so I want to point that out to you right now. 22 and 23 are Big Boss Man and Akeem. $1 Million Man made a sweet ass deal with Slick. Like Slick is not if he got paid off, but he also had both his men back to back. To me, deal of a lifetime. Though number 24 is when it all falls off. It's Brutus Beefcake, the Red Rooster, the Barbarian.
That's right.
Big
I mean, that's
Stud,
exactly right. Remember
Hercules,
we talked about when it started
Rick Martel,
to go?
$1 Million Man.
Oh, and there's that segment there where when they have Brutus in there, and then the Rooster comes in, and then that goes on for like 10 minutes. It felt like, and I would do that thing where you can hit and go a few seconds ahead,
frames, yeah,
and it'd be like they're still in the corner. He's still up on the top rope, laying across, and they're doing the chop across the chest, and like, oh please, yeah. The order of that now. That lineup that you talk about, it's not bad. I mean, all those guys, but as far as the order of where you're going to put them in, you want to build to this big finish there and keep, Akeem was that whole boss man, Akeem, that all going on was pretty awesome. And I would have kept them in there until the end. Imagine if you're going
Hogan's a cheater. That's why Mooney.
Yeah,
Hogan's a cheater, and that's why we didn't have that amazing moment.
exactly. But if you're going to keep John Studd in there, then how about those three going at it? Not the way it ended up. Of course, DiBiase is going to work his magic there that he does. And I love the stuff when he's going against Studd and he's directing Akeem on what to do. And they're like, give him the chop, But I would have keep the momentum going there. It really was. It was just, I don't know what happened. I would love
Hulk
to have
Hogan
that
left the
conversation
area.
with Bruce and yeah. Well, but and maybe kept that part with Hulk Hogan to later on in near the finish there to build to it. He's going to go out, but maybe later on than they did because there was not a whole lot left after that.
No, there wasn't a lot really before this, but when I think of wrestling is when I get excited when they do pose downs. And Ultimate Warrior and Rick Rude have a pose down, and this is biased. I just want to say that right now. There's shenanigans happening here because the audience has to be the ones who say, "Oh, Warrior was more. I liked his pose better. No, I liked Rick Rude's better."
Right?
Are you telling me it's fair? The fan favorite Ultimate Warrior gets to come out, and the audience gets to say, "I like him more than Rick Rude," even if Rick Rude has a better pose.
Well, come on. When it came down to it, all the Warrior really had to do is just go out there and stand there. I mean, I'm not to say that Rick Rude didn't have a phenomenal physique, but not really. Warrior was definitely more of that bodybuilder physique there, and everyone hated Rick Rude. So,
Unfair.
what do you think is going to happen? Unfair. Okay, you can say that all you want. And and he used to get kind of grief from the boys too, is that his lower half wasn't exactly matched the upper half as far as size and
Rick Rude?
what I mean? Rick, yes.
Oh, okay.
You'd see that sometimes these guys, they worked really hard on that upper body, but they hated legs. And he didn't. I mean, not that they were chicken legs here, but compared to the rest of them, there was a difference. And Warrior was just massive, top and bottom. He had those massive quads and the big, these giant legs. And Rick had a different build. It was more sleek, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, also when you probably don't win the contest is when you insult the audience beforehand. But I do like Jesse on commentary. Jesse says that Rick Rude has won the Jesse the Body. He won the Jesse the Body Ventura Award a little before this, so he wanted to cheer on a ward member of his club. So I liked it. I did like the pose down, but honestly, the combo, what you put this after a women's match, and I'm not disparaging anyone who's a woman wrestler, but at this point in time, the audience is not going to the arenas to be like, I can't wait to watch Judy Martin versus Rockin' Robin. Nothing against them, but no one's buying a ticket to see that in 1989.
Yeah, this is not the diva era by any stretch. Not that Rockin' Robin wasn't the looker, but when you talk about some of the divas that would follow, not much of a comparison. And that would be early on with those the women that were part of that world were not. They were more brute than beauty. Moolah and the list goes on and on. And that is exactly right to the way they followed. And we talked about the lineup going into this. It wasn't a whole lot to keep people in their seats. And the pose down, of course, was just a gimmick that they put together. And how'd you think it was going to go? No matter what, even let's say that they did have matching physiques or what. Rick Rude was he was the bad guy. He was a heel. And as you said, it was loaded. That whole thing was kind of loaded. And so we knew how that was going to turn out.
I know. But as a fan who's of course a fan of bodybuilding, as you can tell, I am an ICO pro. I take my ICO pro every day. You have to. It's a supplement. Come on, for your body.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And we know how well that went
No, I have a
that's
whole
that's a whole other
garage
show.
full.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be selling this stuff. But this is the end of the women's division in the WWF until 1998. This is the end. This is the kaput. And Sherry is on commentary too during this, and she's like, "I can't wait to have a championship match after this." She was the most entertaining part about this match. Nothing against Judy Martin or Rockin' Robin, but nobody was interested in seeing this at the time. And so far, because before Cyndi Lauper, and you had all that momentum with her involved with the women's division. And then now here we are where it's the end. Like, what happened?
Well, this is what's really amazing about what we've seen, what women's wrestling has become as it was back then. You're talking in, 89. And prior to that, it was kind of along the same lines. And I hate to say it, but it was, when we would get the midgets, as politically incorrect, I guess that is to say, but most people are comfortable with that with professional wrestling, is it was midget wrestling. And it was one of those things that when business was kind of going down, or they needed something to, have some kind of gimmick, that's when they'd bring those guys in. And then you'd have some women's matches. And it's amazing. It was on the same level in a sense, as far as what people would, as far as the spectacle of it went. Mm-hmm. It was just something different and something to see, as opposed to what you see, where it went. And as I've said before, Sensational Sherry, I believe, had a lot to do with that taking it to a completely different level. And you needed to have somebody who could step in there and keep up with the men, and that's exactly what she did. And then, of course, we saw people like Chyna and then it became the Diva era, and they never looked back.
Of course.
But then it was still just, it was just part of the spectacle. Let's bring them in. Let's, give them a match, see what kind of reaction. But I remember the crowd really was never really into it. It was just something fun to see. And the same thing when they brought the little people in, and that's what it was. So it really is amazing to think, you look at that, and, Rockin' Robin and the people that were wrestling in those days, they could work. It's just that nobody cared, and they would get work in the independent circuit, and then show up every once in a while to do these kinds of matches. It really is. It's a credit to them of that they believed and were so passionate about it, and they helped pave that road. I say that the top one to me, though, is Sherry, that really took it to the next level, and then we saw what we've since then. But then it was just part of the spectacle of an event, and bring them in, and there we'll put them on the card.
I need to correct myself before, because I know someone was listening to me talk about the years, and someone's going to say wrong. It was 1993 is when women's wrestling came back into the WWF with Alundra Blaze and Bull Nakano and Bertha Faye. So I knew someone immediately when I said that out loud was like, "Ha!
Yeah,
lies." So I just
but that is something, it is. It's amazing that was the last match with the women's for a big period of time there, and it's not like they had much of a division prior to that either.
No.
So so like 93, and then that's when it started to change. But I think the fact that Sherry going in there and going toe to toe helped bring that back, and then they never looked back when they started getting some real, great talent in there, and they were great to look at, and that helped out tremendously too.
Because in 93, it comes back, it goes away again in 95, then it comes back in 98 just because they have Sable, and they're like, well, we got to get something to Sable. And then you get the ball rolling with we have,
because like you said, how many were there, right? You could name them on your hand. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you had, wow. And I remember seeing that. Yeah. I remember when you started seeing the divas, and you go, these beautiful women with these incredible bodies, and look what they're doing in the ring. They can work, they can go. And that's where they started really getting people's attention. you see people like, China and the body she had. My God, she had a better physique than a lot of men.
She would have won the pose down with Warrior.
Yeah, that got,
Just
got a lot of attention. But when you had these real, basically were models, they were, as
They were.
the divas were models who were very attractive and had great bodies. And then on top of it, they could work. And that's when it really started to take off.
That's true. And, again, and what's interesting too is Rockin' Robin comes down to Sam Houston's music. Sam Houston is her half brother, who's half brothers with Jake the Snake Roberts.
Yeah, all
so
family.
You have a whole family all working together, but they never acknowledge that they're brothers or sisters, except this one time I'm watching Royal Rumble 89, and out of nowhere, Jesse brings up, like, oh, coming down to Sam Houston's music. Oh.
Little connection there. Yeah.
That's the first time I noticed a connection once and for all. But before we move on, though, to the next match, I have a question about Kings. And the King question is, how do you feel about the King gimmick in professional wrestling? Like, what are you the king of? Like Memphis? Okay, that makes sense to me. The rest is, who are you? What are the king of? What do you get?
It's kind of that, king of the ring, royalty, used to put a crown on somebody's head and give him a scepter. Yeah, it was just another gimmick that had been
what
around
are you the
for
king?
a long. Well, yeah, okay. There's an argument there. You're king of what? Your lands and but there's a lot of that in wrestling. As look at how many different titles there still are. So what is the Intercontinental Champion of what? What are you Intercontinental Champion of? It's
the continents, of course.
Well, okay, so yeah, it's just a gimmick.
Yeah,
but and one that has stood the test of time, or at least it did then. Yeah.
King Haku versus King Harley Race. King versus King. Bobby Heenan is the manager of both men, and Jesse points out the only who cares who wins. Bobby always wins in this one, and this is Harley Race's last match in the WWF. He's gone, but they also don't put this match on the Coliseum video release. So if you didn't watch this live, you had no idea this match even existed until years later. Why do you think this was removed from the original release? Like, because of Harley Race leaving the company, or we just didn't have enough time on our VHS tapes?
Well, let's just say, at least in my opinion, it was, and I'll say it nicely, it wasn't a great match. It was, I think that had a lot to do, which, because Harley was a tremendous worker. I mean, anybody that knows about his career, but this was on the other side of, where he'd been working a long time. I don't know how old he was at that point, but it just wasn't a great match. I don't think, come on, we could put 6 hours of tape basically on those Coliseum home videos.
You gotta put them on EP.
Everything. Yes. You could do 2 tapes, which we did. So saying that we didn't have enough room to put it on, I just don't think that it was a great match. I think maybe some of it was they didn't want to put that out there because it didn't make Harley look great either. Haku was a great worker, and it just it just wasn't a very, very good match. And I think in some ways maybe it was a little bit of protection for Harley. It's just like we don't want that to be one of the last times we see him in the ring with the WWE. So I think that had something to do with it. But it was and I'm sure you watched it too. It just wasn't my God, terrible, whatever. But it just was not very good.
Well, you had a 3-on-3, 2 out of 3 falls match, which probably ate a lot of time on your VHS tape and using the wrong.
We had the tape. We had the tape.
SP.
We had enough tape. We could have gone back and gotten another roll and put it on there and made sure it all fit.
That's so funny you say that.
That's your blockbuster.
So here's the question for you then about Coliseum video releases. So we've talked before where you've been a deal where how many tapes are sold, you get more money, correct?
Yeah.
So
Me personally, or the
wrestlers in general too, and you,
yeah.
right?
I
You're
had
getting
a
a percent.
one. I didn't get a percentage. Are you kidding? I'd love to have gotten a percentage. No.
Well, you said you got an extra $1,000. I think was the
Yeah,
conversation we
I
had.
got
Yeah,
a
yeah, for each.
hosting fee. Yeah, I got a
Okay.
little extra for doing that. Yes.
So when these tapes released,
Yeah.
are the boys getting a percentage of the tapes because they're on them at the time?
Well, I don't think so at the time. No, I don't think that
No.
had been I don't think that they had broken that down yet. Maybe there was something they got just for appearing on it. But as far as you know, them getting these extra deals, I think it was those matches were, basically we own the rights to it or whatever. We get to do whatever we want, and that's part of your contract. Now,
Okay.
later on, we know that would all change, but at that point in time, no, I don't think so. I may be wrong on that, but I don't think so. I believe that as far as the merchandising and all that was going on, that was, I think that was just something that they had, that they signed off on, and they could put whatever they wanted. I'm sure that
Somewhat
Hogan match
Hogan
wasn't one because Harley wanted too much money to put it on that tape. I don't think
No, my thought
so.
was Vince is petty as hell, and he would be like, "All right, you're done here. Oh, you're leaving. Oh, you're retiring. Okay, well, guess what?
Yeah.
We're not putting your match on this tape, so guess what? You don't get Coliseum video money. See ya."
Yeah, and
That's
to
how
tell you
I
the
looked
truth,
at it.
I never heard of people getting percentages of that until Jesse went to war with them over it.
Right.
And
Years later, too.
right. So all of that before was just, and a lot of the guys weren't getting, merchandise money. If they were, it wasn't much until that all started to take place. And I've said before, Jesse's very responsible for that, but indirectly so was Hulk Hogan, because Hulk knew that most of that merchandise being sold had his name on it or was affiliated with him somehow. And he was like, well, pay me. If I ain't here, that ain't going off the shelves. That's not being shipped from our warehouses. So, not that he ever went to bat and said, I want this for all the boys, but indirectly, because if he got it, then it was just, okay, well, then everybody should get a piece of the pie. But at that point, absolutely not. And I said, I thought I was such a tremendous negotiator sitting there across the desk from, like I said, I think it was an extra $1,000 for each time I hosted the tape. I'm thinking, you idiot. I mean, what if I would have just said, give me 1 point? I think it would have been thousands of dollars along the way. Maybe I'd still be getting those 8-cent checks. But I thought, Mooney, that's great. Get the money now. You don't know what's going to happen with these, right? And Linda's sitting across the table like, boy, what a schmuck. Sure, Sean. Yeah, we'll give you $1,000.
Yeah, well, that sounds
boy,
great.
I can't believe you're doing this to us.
Put away that big check we were going to give him. Put away the big check. We have a smaller check now for him. He's satisfied with that. That's hilarious to think that.
But who knew?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
And the whole thing. Yeah.
This has such a low buy rate. 165,000 people purchased this event. Now I'm wondering, because if they don't understand what it is, because Survivor Series on those, like, they would explain 1,000 times what Survivor Series is, like multiple teams thrive to survive for a Rumble. I think it's a hard concept to understand until you actually see it a bunch of times.
Yeah, and as I said before, that they'd been able to see it on cable the year before, so maybe they're kind of thinking, well, why do I got to pay for this one? That may have hurt it some. And it was also to the point where, even people thought maybe they thought at that point, like, oh God, they're going to make me pay for another event. I'm already doing for the 3, and I got to get mom and dad to get me this one, or, who knows? But that would certainly change. But that was kind of surprising. It was, because the other ones were doing much bigger buy rates, and you would have thought, okay, it's another pay-per-view event. Yeah, you should pay whatever it was at the time. I know it was $20 or whatever the buy rate, what it would cost you to buy it at that time. I think it was like $27 then, which probably
Maybe
seemed like
some
a
weird
lot of
number.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, $27.95 or
I was
something.
just gonna say they had to tack on the 95 to make
Yeah,
sure
it always was like that. Yeah.
squeeze out that money.
But it was at a time where you weren't used to paying for things like that, like we are today. Everybody's got apps, and it's this much money here, or you want to watch a UFC event, it's nothing, to watch that, to do that. And I believe that we're going to be paying for everything soon enough. I mean, we won't get NFL games for free, even the big games. And I mean, now you can get your your NFL package or whatever, but you can still see NFL football every week on regular television. At some point, that's going to be changed. We're seeing that's happening. But back then, think about that you weren't used to having to pay to watch something. So they may ask you to do another one like 4 times a year. It was a kind of a tough ask initially, and it was a lot of money to people back then to do that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you had Survivor Series in November, and so now you're asking me to be interested in something new I've never heard of. What is this? Oh, I saw this last year. You said, oh, it's free. Now it's not free. Little Jimmy, little Sarah, Christmas just happened, and, Santa brought you a lot of toys, and I don't think we can buy something because January 15th is when this event happened. So in reality, like, you're not that far away from Christmas. So it's a very hard sell, I think, but obviously numbers go up. WrestleMania 5 has extreme numbers. So this doesn't really show you like, oh, well, we had one bad event, so they're all going to be bad. Like, no, one bad buy rate, which creates the excitement for WrestleMania 5, which then skyrockets to another Hulk Hogan run in the WWF. So reality, that's what this event is to get the championship back on Hogan, but turning savage at the same time. But the fact that Big John Studd is the winner, when you do wrestling like trivia and you have to go like, who was the first? People are like, Hogan. Like, oh, sorry, wrong. Was it who is it? And someone's like, Big John Studd. The reactions are always
well, and it's all summed up at the very end of it when he's won it after Virgil gets tossed or whatever. He's just kind of standing there. It's kind of like, yay. I mean, you can just feel like with the crowd, Studd just doesn't know what to do. He's not a guy that's going to be doing this. He's not going to be he's not going to get the crowd go. He's just kind of standing there. There's not even like something you get. Maybe the big trophy will, something but he just stands there, and then it's okay. Thanks, folks. See you next time. So that's kind of the way that whole event was for me watching again. It was just, one
Didn't
of those.
Feel it?
Nope. But they got better. They did get better.
Yes.
And this was, like you said, became part of the Big Four, and and was that way for a long time. And it was, it was like seasons. It was just divided. The whole year was divided in 4 parts. And once WrestleMania hit, and then you started the new season. It was the way it worked, but it's much different than today.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas everything is just, just keeps that machine just keeps churning. It just,
keep going. The 1989 Royal Rumble is one of those tapes I had that I never watched because I thought it was so terrible after watching it because it felt so boring. It felt dated. It didn't feel like the WWF that I fell in love with. And then for some strange reason, after this event, like it just the feeling of all the yellow and the red and Hogan's back and all these good things are happening again. Like that's when this, I think, another hot run begins. And but this, I avoided it for years. So rewatching it, I enjoyed rewatching it, but I will probably not watch this for another 25, 30 years from 25. Now. I don't need, so don't need to watch it again. It's interesting show. If you want,
I told you I couldn't even just sit and watch. I had to keep just kind of going,
forwarding it.
Hitting where it'd go 15, 20 seconds because it would be the same stuff going on. And that's, like I said, that's why I always had a problem with these. Is it was all, that guy's trying to work, and it just, you don't have a whole lot of room, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and things are getting missed, and where the guy, I always love the part where the guy breaks from somebody and then he kind of turns around and there's like nobody around him. And he's like, okay, I gotta go find somebody. Okay, I'll go do the double axe handle,
Yes.
The big bad news Brown or whatever, and it's just like, oh man. Yeah.
I love that you said that, because I think there's a point where someone starts in one corner and runs at someone like this, and then someone cuts him off, and then he's like, "What are you doing? I'm trying to
work
there,
here,
and you're trying to stop me, asshole." Yeah, this is not a top 5 Royal Rumble. This is not a top 10
and the whole
Royal
thing
Rumble.
is you're looking is just you make sure you hit your spot. Like when you go out after this, it was basically just remember, you go out when you see him go, you're next.
Right. That's about it here. That's about it.
And you two are going out. You two are going out together. So make sure
I wouldn't watch this from the beginning, but I would certainly watch from Axe and Smash until Hogan's gone, and then after that, just shut it off.
That's fair.
Just go hang out with your family and friends. Go out, have a nice meal. Do something nice, but don't watch beyond that. But in reality. Thank you again, Mr. Mooney, talking about Royal Rumble 1989. Woo, Big John Studd. Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
We did it. Can you cheer for me? No? All right, well.
Slow clap.
No, it's come on, little Billy. We have to beat the traffic. All right. Well, either way, I'm Steve Fall. He's Sean Mooney. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
It's the golden age of WWE. Larger than life of fantasy. Step in the ring, feel history. Welcome to the golden WWE. It's the golden age of WWE. Larger than life of fantasy. Step in the ring, feel history. Welcome to the golden WWE.
Oh my God, he's rocking out, folks.
I got caught again. I keep telling myself I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to let that music get to me. And then I'm hearing it, and then I'm like, oh man, it's coming. And I'm like, channel.
Oh yeah, he's loving it. But today it's Royal Rumble 1990, from Tony Schiavone to Hulk Hogan winning the Rumble. We have so many topics here on the Royal Rumble 1990, but I know you said in the past, sometimes Royal Rumbles are fun to watch, sometimes they're not fun to watch. How do you feel about the 1990 Royal Rumble? Where does it land in your heart?
Boy. Yeah. Come on, Steve. If you're familiar with what happened at this Royal Rumble, when there was really, what was at stake? What was there? What was supposed to happen? It kind of, you think that the whole thing, that entire event was created just to see two individuals in the ring and see, okay, what are they going to do when they see them face to face?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm trying to figure out what the motivation was. Was there a lot going on? Was it something, all right, let's just get this one done. We got to start planning WrestleMania. I don't know. But no, it wasn't. It was the third Royal Rumble. The format was set. Basically, we knew what to expect in a sense of getting these 30 superstars in the ring eventually. But man, as far as the creative goes, and think about, this was 1990. Things were still humming along pretty good. And look at all the superstars that were involved in this event. And yet it just was, were they sitting around in a room and go, okay, what you got? I don't know. What if we, man, that won't work. Well, we got some great names that we can put in there. And what's going on with Valentine and Garvin? Oh yeah, we haven't finished that one yet. I mean, it was just lacking creatively, I think, is the best way to describe it. Wow. There were moments, no question about it, but we'd expect that would have really been let down if there weren't. But overall, as you lay out an event like this, it's a head scratcher.
Wow.
Tell me how you really feel about the 1990 Royal Rumble.
Even Vince wanted to take the day off.
That's
he did.
Very
but, hey, Tony, got your tux? I mean,
yeah. There's a lot about this Royal Rumble where you brought up that Hogan and Warrior is the highlight. Yeah. Will they? Won't they? They get in the ring, and it's kind of a repeat, though. Remember when Macho Man was dumped over the top rope by accident from Hulk Hogan a year ago? So they did the same bit this time, but it was Warrior, and Warrior ain't having it. You know, Savage was upset too, but Warrior wasn't having it either. And you know, is this really just to test the waters to see will the audience cheer Warrior over Hogan?
Well, it seems like it because they did create that moment to happen, and specifically, everybody's eyes were glued to those monitors back there when it happened, and we're all, okay, that's kind of the test to see what that crowd does. But it wasn't. It was a dramatic moment, but it wasn't the pinnacle. If that's the way you're going to do it, then wouldn't you have ended it with the two of them in the ring and then had some kind of weird finish there where they don't settle the score? But it does seem that way that they found out what they wanted to, and they went forward with it when they saw those two and the reaction, the pop, as they say, from the crowd. But man, that's a long way to go to find that out. But I think that's a huge part of it. That was the moment, at least for what they wanted to come away with, is that how will this set up WrestleMania? How can we get the mileage and get the revenue out of these two guys? It was in a sense a test for Warrior, and we saw what happened from there.
That's an interesting topic, too, is do you think pay-per-views were created because WrestleMania was such a success that Vince saw money? But obviously Rumble, SummerSlam, Survivor Series never makes the same amount of money as WrestleMania. Are these events like Rumble, SummerSlam, Survivor Series really just created for a little bit of revenue, but to really promote WrestleMania?
Well, that was certainly a part of it, but also they realized that they didn't have to wait a year for that gigantic event, and in the meantime you could have these other I looked at it as kind of seasonal, with our big four when it eventually became at the time. And so as we know, back then you were able to build these storylines. Now we have it's every week, but back then you were able to do it with just WrestleMania. You could work an entire year for these storylines, and they didn't really need to. They could do it in a quarterly fashion, to do it that way, and be able to whatever it was, number of months, 3 months to build things, and then have them happen, and then be able to see either you settled it and it was done, or you built it up to continue on for another quarter. So and it was a moneymaker. We've discussed many times that the WWE was the trailblazer for pay-per-view events. And prior to that, of course, it was closed circuit. But Vince saw early on that was the future of sports entertainment, way ahead of his time on that. But the bottom line was it was making them money then. And it was a tremendous promotional tool to set these up as we went along. So it was a combination of things. Of course, it would the pinnacle of that year would be WrestleMania, basically, and everything would culminate there. But in the meantime, you have another tool here to promote your product, make money, and also set up your future. That they were each time they were creating these events and learning as they went along the way. So that as we saw, as it evolved over the years, they took things along the way that they would have done at one event, said, yeah, that worked really well, carry it over. Other stuff, oh man, that was terrible. Boom, that's gone. But it was this tremendous promotional tool that set the stage for many years to come. So Vince saw it as all of that. WrestleMania setting it all up, but also you can do these big events and you're not taking anything away from the next one.
Of course. And this Rumble moment with Warrior and Hogan going face to face, this is something you've never seen before in professional wrestling, in the WWF television, that is, where a good guy and a good guy are now face to face, and they're not just, hey, you're a good guy and I'm a good guy, we should help each other. These two are like in each other's faces, challenging each other for the alpha male role here in the ring in the WWF. Even Bruce Pritchard said, we wanted to know, will they cheer Hogan? Will they cheer Warrior? How will they react? And clearly, a lot of people, and still to this day, when they bring out top 10 Royal Rumble moments, this is one of them, having your two baby faces face to face, and the crowd is going bananas, as Gorilla Monsoon would say. It is nuts to see the reaction of fans cheering and booing both men. And Jesse Ventura, he's going wild too. But Tony Schiavone on commentary, I love hearing his voice because he adds a whole different element to this. Because even after Warrior's dumped out by Hogan by accident, Tony Schiavone's the one challenging. Like, I think Hogan dumped him out on purpose. And usually it's Jesse who would do something like that. So was it ever hard for wrestling fans to accept that Hogan was doing bad things, but we were just like, well, who cares? We love him.
Well, and I hope you can follow me on this, but I looked at it in a sense that it was kind of like Greek mythology in a sense. Yeah, I'm getting deep here. But where you have this, as you mentioned, in the case here, is simply saying baby faces going, head to head here, where they're both supposed to be good individuals, but as we know through mythology of these gods, that there wasn't always room for both of them. And so you had these two, titans that people, and that very well that you were either a Warrior guy or a Hulkster. And so in a sense that it was inevitable that there was going to be some kind of friction, despite how they conducted themselves in the arena of competition, and how they were around their mere mortals around them. And so I think that's kind of the way they looked at it. And, and Vince, in many ways, where they would talk about these characters on that level, I think that in some ways he looked at it like that it wasn't as simple as you can't have two baby faces not liking each other. Well, why not? It's through history that you have that. So I kind of looked at it that way. I just thought that, they're on the mountain and both of them can't stand on top of it. And you had to have some kind of, maybe the pack, in the sense you got the big bull that he's the one that's running the troop. And at some point, the young buck's going to challenge him.
Oh yeah.
It was all of that. And I know I'm going deep here, but I think when you're talking about developing characters and storylines like that, it was, I think that it at least reminded me of that back then. And I used to kind of think about when they came up with these storylines, how deep they were going, where's this all coming from? And I think that you could, from whatever you were on that level, you bought in. And that's why I think it worked between the Hulkster and Warrior. And I love the fact that you did have two very distinct groups of people, whether they were 8 years old or they were 50. You could ask them, who's your guy? They didn't say both. Do you ever hear anybody say both? Maybe there's a few.
And if you did, you're a liar.
Either in the Warriors camp or you love the Hulkster. And that's pretty much the way it was. And it was great for business.
True. Again, this leads all to WrestleMania 6, and then we have the double main event with both men having different matches at SummerSlam 1990. You go in Survivor Series, we actually team up with the grand finale. So there's a lot of Warrior Hogan interaction in 1990, and it's perfect for so many wrestling fans. And I know a lot of people either love Warrior or hate Warrior, but this moment at Royal Rumble 1990, you can't deny that people were going crazy, and it was building into WrestleMania. But I did mention Tony Schiavone.
Yeah.
Tony Schiavone
on commentary. When I think of the WWF golden era, you got Mooney, you got Monsoon, you got Heenan, Lord Alfred Hayes, Mean Gene, Bobby. How was Tony Schiavone welcomed into the ranks that you were involved with? Because to me, he doesn't fit. It's like a square and a circle.
Well, I honestly did not look at it that way at all, and I don't think anybody did. I don't remember anybody saying, why they're bringing that guy in.
Of course. He was professional.
Tony was a very established announcer. Vince loved picking people up and bringing them in. And, it's hard for people because it was a short-lived stint, unfortunately. But, Tony was very talented. He was great at what he did, but a lot of people don't know what Tony was capable behind the scenes. Tony was a full-blown producer. He did he did a lot of stuff backstage when he wasn't announcing. Too, right? Yeah, he did a lot of. I worked with him on a lot of the Coliseum home videos that he went during the time he was there that he helped out in. But he was also, helping the guys with interviews and doing all that. And I know that he's carried that over with AEW. That he's very involved behind the scenes as well. So I'm glad we're talking about this today because Tony is one of my favorite people. He's a great guy, and back then coming in, a lot of people don't really know what went on. Why did after I don't know if it was barely a year that he was gone, and there was a number of circumstances. Talking specifically about this event because we're that's kind of our starting point. That Tony comes to the arena. And there's kind of a rule. It's everything else. It's like in wrestling, bringing your boots. If you're an announcer, you always have your tuxedo. You always have. You never know what's going to happen. You could be maybe you're not doing anything, but you've got that tux in case they need you. And Tony is at the event, and basically, as the story goes, the lore of it, you got your tux. Now, if that went down. Fine, but I could just tell you that I know he was ready, no matter what the circumstances of it were. But still, to go in there and to be said, okay, you're doing the event, that's like whoa. But I'm sure he's like, yeah, let's go. And as you mentioned, his commentary, he slid right in. He was very up on all the product. He knew about all the superstars. He would say bold statements throughout. And then you got to work with Jesse, which could not be easy coming in and not having a chance to really have worked with a guy. And this is where you're doing it at pay-per-view. So great credit to him for just even sliding in there. And Vince, whatever reason, maybe he thought about it the whole way and said, I want to see how he handles this, because that wouldn't have been too crazy for Vince to do. But however the circumstances happen, and he maybe Vince blew out his pipes that day doing the intro. Survivor time!
Where's that Robert? Rocker? Shabagles!
Where's Schiavone?
I need him. God damn it, I need him.
But to step in there, I can tell you, was not an easy thing to do. Overall, I know Tony knew that this was this gigantic opportunity to come and work for the WWE, the WWF at the time, and he came up to Connecticut, and all his kids were young, and I think he has 5 children, and they were all young kids at the time. So you're moving your whole family up from down south, and you come into a world like Connecticut that just had to be like moving to another country, I'm sure, to him and the family, and to try and get set up and then do everything else by going into your job. But you hear how that Vince was just never really into having him there. I don't think that was true. And then I think Bruce, though, said that that he didn't like his twang. He didn't think it fit into the WWF. Okay, then how do you explain Jim Ross?
Who had
would
the
then
most
come in
southern accent ever.
Yeah, I mean, my God, could it be any thicker? Maybe that was just something he used. But the point I wanted to make about that is that, and we saw this through the decades, how Vince would sour on people for whatever reason. How many times has Michael Cole been on the outs where you hear on all these dirt sheets that Vince has had enough of Michael Cole? Well, they sent him to another show or something, and then he's back. And I think that for Tony, it was a combination of things. First of all, I think it was just tough being in it. And I've talked to him before about it, where you go to this place and you're uprooted. You don't have any real support up there or anything, and you're trying to fit into this new world, and they put a lot on you then. And then trying to find your place. And I think that really what it comes down to is that if he just would have given it more time and just let it ride, whether or not Vince was not sure about him announcing at the time. And, I heard rumors that he wanted him to take voice lessons. Come on. Your entire career, that's your voice, and he's going to try and change it? Yeah. I don't think so. But my point of it is that if it would have, sure, whatever. Vince didn't put him on pay-per-views or he wasn't announcing, but Tony still would have been doing his thing. He still would have had opportunities to get behind the mic and do matches. And then at some point, Vince would have, for whatever reason, said, that was a great event, or that, I like that. And then suddenly you're good. As I've mentioned before, and I kind of use this analogy of flying too close to the sun. Mm-hmm. And when you're in a situation where you're around Vince a lot, you stand a chance of, for whatever reason, falling out of favor. I was really fortunate because I was at the studio and I did my thing, and I wasn't doing play-by-play where he was listening to everything I did. Mm. So I was good. But when you're in a situation like Tony was in, where you've got Gorilla, you've got Jesse, you got to work with Bobby, it's that there's a lot of pressure there. And Tony's mentioned it many times how he wished he would have stayed. You've heard me say the same thing, but I was there for 5 years. He was there for a year. And I really think that if he would have just ridden it out, things would have settled down with the family. They would have gotten into, a place and a community and had neighbors. And of course, I've told you how welcoming, we were a family then, and nobody had a problem with Tony that I ever saw. And I got along with him great. I know that everybody else did too. He was just a good guy who was trying to make it. And so that wasn't the problem. It wasn't that he felt, oh my God, they don't want me here. That wasn't true at all. I mean, he fit right in. So I think that if, like I said, if he would have just, settled in, gotten into the community, he would have gotten into the mix. Vince would have, the twang accent would have been something that went away, and just, oh yeah, this is what he does, and he's doing a great job. But he got other opportunities. People got in his ear down south. Hey, come back down here. We'll take good care of you. And he leaped. And he's mentioned before in the conversations I've had with him and other people too, that he had a conversation with Vince and told him, I think we're going to go down, we're going to leave. And I don't think he felt that Vince gave him kind of that feedback of, no, I want you to stay. But that wasn't what Vince did. It wasn't going to make it seem like I'm going to beg you to stay here. So there's probably a little bit of that too. But who knows what Tony could have done there. He could have been the Michael Cole who outlasted them all. And I don't know, but it's too bad that it was really a short-lived stint because we see now he's still doing it, and
Yeah, I know.
It's
Isn't
remained
that
very popular. Yeah,
yes?
he's busier than ever, and he's up where I am age-wise. So
He looks great too. So you and him have found the fountain of youth somehow.
Well, maybe it's the announcer. Become a wrestling announcer, and you're gonna. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think that one day we're just gonna, face falls, hair falls out.
That's the day this show just goes audio.
Yeah,
no,
but Tony, really, I can't say enough about him. I have become friendly with him again. Don't talk to him very often. But he just a great guy from every aspect interaction I ever had with him, and it's great to see that that he had kind of this next career with that he's still involved with because he was out of it for a very long time, and he was just. I remember when I interviewed him that he had for a hoot had become a barista at a Starbucks, and he would do college football games where some of them I know he did some announcing, but he was like the board op guy doing these games. Yeah, I mean he just was completely out of it as far as doing any kind of wrestling or anything. So they pulled him back in.
Yep.
And, his career, it's as big, I think, as it ever was. So good for Tony.
It's just one of those interesting things where it's like the voice of the Monday Night Wars. It's Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone, with Jerry Lawler and other people by them sides on Nitro and on Raw. And then, but yet here's Tony Schiavone in the WWF during the golden era. But I don't think a lot of people knew that when we got to, say, 8 years from now in 1998. It's just crazy, that story of Vince McMahon showing up to the arena and be like, hey, did you bring your tux?
Yeah.
All right, you're announcing with Jesse. Ha ha. He just walks away. And this isn't his first pay-per-view, though. It is his last. Yeah. He did announce during SummerSlam 1989, so Vince did have a indication of what he could pull off here. But it's one of those like weird scenarios of like Dusty Rhodes, Ric Flair, Legion of Doom, Texas Tornado, Tony Schiavone, the Brain Busters, Arn and Tully. It's like these names are there, but they're not there for very long. Is it because of just they feel more comfortable somewhere else? I know Connecticut, you live there. Very pricey. And Tony said that's one of the reasons he decided to leave as well. So is it just more of a comfort thing to leave and go somewhere where everyone knows your name versus somewhere you're trying to get your footing?
Yeah, but you're going to be working with the WWF, the WWE. So I think that in a lot of those cases that it just didn't work for whatever reason. You have a long list of these guys, and of course, not taking away from what they did. They were true blue, recognized, did great things in the WWE back then, but they weren't over. And it was surprising to me that it didn't happen that way. I think that the crowds were just different. The audience that they were used to performing down south were very different from the crowds you would see at WWF events.
Of course.
So and Junkyard Dog, Arn and Tully and all of these guys. The list kind of goes on and on. Garvin was big. That he did okay, but really, right? I mean,
he wasn't a star.
More of a mid card there, yeah. So, and these guys were gigantic down south. Hacksaw talks all the time about just how big, and we've had those discussions before. So I think if it's working, nobody's going anywhere, Steve. If you're making money and especially with the superstars, they could have their families, they could live anywhere. There were just people like me who were doing stuff every single day that I needed to be in Connecticut. I couldn't live somewhere else. I was in the studio 5 days a week, and then maybe at a TV taping or whatever. So I had to be there. So did, Alfred, and Gorilla would come up. Bobby would fly in, and so would Gene, but they had to be there on a regular basis. But and I don't know the circumstances, maybe because they did know that Tony had the ability to be a producer as well, that they brought him on basically as a full-time staff guy, because I don't know, maybe he could have worked a deal and he could have done the same kind of thing that Gene did, where Gene never lived in Connecticut, he lived in Florida. So, but for whatever deal they worked out, Tony brought, it was the whole family, whole family, as they say, and up there. And yes, it was pricey, but when things work, I think that it was mostly just not being comfortable. And I'm not to say that, Tony's family was so unhappy or whatever. It was just, it was just probably a difficult period trying to fit in when you're from somewhere else. But, thing of it is though, like when things are working, you find a way to make it work. So it wasn't that wasn't the reason really overall that people just say, forget it, I'm not going to stick around. So I think there was a number of factors.
Okay. Because it's just, for instance, for your example, when you came into the WWF, you didn't have, you're wrestling, you didn't come from another territory, you came from something else. So Tony coming in, I'm guessing, since you were there, they weren't speaking Carney around him for a year. No. They weren't kind of outsiding him because he already established his legs in the company, well, in wrestling in general, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And, some guys that he'd worked with were already there. So you kind of get that pass in. Yeah, but he was a very established wrestling announcer and somebody who was, part of the brotherhood there. So I don't think that was ever an issue of the boys not welcoming him or making him feel comfortable. I think it was more towards just fitting in with the company. And I also think, and you mentioned, this came to my mind when you mentioned all these guys, and a lot of Southern attachment, or even the way they spoke, or whatever. And I think that, some of it was that Vince hated Ted Turner so much. And what was Ted Turner? Wrestling, right. And that kind of, that, and that could have been part of it, that, I just hate that whole, drawl, and that probably could have been whatever he felt against Tony for a period of time. Maybe it was too close to that Turner kind of syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Oh God!
maybe he had Turner derangement syndrome.
No.
I think you could call it. Yeah, that form of TDS.
That's true.
Because it was, and he hated the way, to him it was, to Turner it was just business. He could have cared less about the business, and Vince was passionate about professional wrestling. And here you got this guy just, hey, we're in the wrestling business. I'm in the wrestling business now, and so that could have been another factor there. But as far as coming to Connecticut, sure is expensive, but it wasn't insane. I mean, even I could afford when I first went up there, and I wasn't making a lot of money, but I had a condominium right on the lake. After living in a box in New York City for 6 years, I was living large. And I had a car.
Yeah.
I had a car for the first time since college, and my old VW Dasher I had. I had a Burr. So that wasn't a factor, I don't think. I just think overall it was, uprooting your family, you're away from your relatives, and it is a strange world. It is. And it was, as much as we had that community, but it was a little odd, fitting into it. But it took a while, and he would have certainly become part of it, as far as I believe. So I just think it was a tough time, and if it would have given more time to it, he would have settled in and probably would have been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Again, it's so weird. His voice is part of the Nitro, the whole war against the WWF. But here he was as a producer for Coliseum Video and doing commentary. Jesse, let's get into some matches though, because this is the end of the Rougeau brothers in the WWF. They're taking on the Bushwhackers, and they have wrestled. Listen to this: WrestleMania 5. They were on opposite teams at Survivor Series 89, and now they're fighting at the Royal Rumble. It's 3 matches in about a year, which is to me too many matches. But this is the end of the Rougeaus. Raymond retires at the age of 34, which again is shocking. But 34 then was like, you're a grandpa. In today's world, not so much. But in today's world, it's like you're 45 and you're like, God damn, he's in his prime. Were you shocked to see the Fabulous Rougeaus were done here? And then Raymond decides to step back and then eventually do commentary and do interviews. And then a year from now, we have the Mountie gimmick. So let's talk about a lot of this. Like, why do you feel like the Rougeaus ended here?
Well, if you know anything about Raymond Rougeau, he's very different than Jacques. By leaps and bounds. Raymond was the really grounded guy. He was the manager of their team, and Raymond was really a sharp guy. Tough as freaking nails. He's one of the toughest superstars there were. He was feared by a lot of people. He was a martial artist and really a tough guy. Nobody messed with him. But he was also a shrewd businessman. He saved his money and invested it wisely. And I'm not saying he was set it for life at 34, but I think he was well on his way. And I think the road life got to him. He just got sick of being on the road all the time. And God knows I love Jacques, but I can imagine that must have been trying with Jacques, the way he looked at life. Jacques talks about it. Raymond was always telling him, save your money, do this. And Jacques was like, it keeps coming. We're going to be fine. Forever. And he just blew it on whatever. And Raymond was, looked at what expenses on the road and this for that. And this much goes into the bank account and this one gets invested. And so he pretty much at that point had enough and at least wanted to step away for a while. Well, problem with that is that they'd become a pretty established tag team, and we know how popular they were back then, and overall tag team competition was. And here's Jacques stepping away from it all, saying, I'm just done. I don't want to do this anymore. And okay, now what is Jacques going to do? He didn't put the money away. This is the only life he knows. He's really good at it. And okay, now what happens? So as far as the team goes, that was all driven by Ray, and he had the ability to do it. Now it was great that he wanted to still stay connected, and he came back and he did a lot of announcing, and also had a lot to do with some, the Canadian shows. But as far as the day to day and being on the road, he didn't want to do that anymore. And I know he stepped into the ring occasionally then, but never went back to that, where you had that grind. And he had the ability to do it because he was smart about what he did with his money. And to this day, man, he is a really successful businessman. And I'm looking forward.
Right?
I'm going to be at their show they're having in May. They've invited me up, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Ray again.
It's amazing. Hopefully you don't get the shock stick though from the mountain.
I might. He's always got it with him. Yeah.
he
and I love it. And Jacques, we've talked about Jacques before. Jacques is also one of my favorite people. I mean, a true friend that I've remained friends with over the years, and he stayed in touch. And so they're too great. I always really had a great time with them. And I really liked Ray too. He was always very professional, funny, and just a great guy, both of them.
Yeah, 100%. I got to interview both of them. And Raymond, I interviewed him when I had a deep, deep case of COVID, not realizing it at the time. So every time I asked him, I was like, so you did this with Jacques? You know, and then he explains, and then I would hit mute, and I'd be off camera. Just,
Yeah, I'm surprised you got him because I know Ray hasn't done a whole bunch. So that's cool that you got the chance to interview him because
he came back though for a second time though, Mooney, because I apologized. I texted him. I was like, I am so sorry that I coughed for an hour during an interview. Can we do it again too? And he's like, yeah, of course. I was like, oh. And so, yeah, the both guys, amazing individuals to me personally. Both have done multiple interviews with me, so I have nothing bad to say. They were all American boys in my eyes, but this was the end of.
Let's get them. I'm going to get them back. We're going to get them back on. Yeah, we're going to get them back on. We're doing a lot of these. I don't know what do we call it? The Getting Back in Touch tour, where I'm interviewing.
Now that is what we're talking about. The Getting Back in Touch tour.
Back in Touch tour. Damn. Yeah. So let's get them both. We're going to get them both back on. We'll do them individually, but we're going to get them. So,
yes, 100%.
I'd love. I haven't talked to Ray in a long time.
Oh, really? Oh, well, you're going to see him in May, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to get him on before.
Oh,
mark my words.
You're going to promote the event.
I hope. Huh?
You're going to promote the event.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's how you get people on, folks. Little side story. Bruce Beefcake, though, took on the Genius. This is the Genius's first and last ever pay-per-view match. He does own technically a win over Hulk Hogan on an episode of Saturday Night's Main Event. It's not a pinfall win, though. Why do you think that the Genius wasn't used more in the ring? Because I liked him as a character. I thought he did very well for himself, but this match is really to set up the Brutus Beefcake Mr. Perfect match coming up at WrestleMania 6. But why do you think the Genius never was in action as often as he probably should have? Because he was over.
Well, you can say that. You can say that. But I don't think he was that over as far as they were concerned. Does that make sense? That
yes.
He was over, but I think he was kind of a side attraction in a sense with the poems and the diplomas and that whole look with the pomp and circumstance. I guess well, then he did get the doctor's honor kind of gowns that he would wear. So he did step up that. But yeah, he was over, but to a point of putting him higher. I think he only had one pay-per-view match. I think that was it. So so he was over, but not enough in Vince's eyes to where they were going to really. And I think they did push him, but I think a lot of that had to do with Randy. Let's be honest here, and the thing about it though is that Lanny was pretty good in the ring. I mean, he did a lot of things. He was very flexible and could do all these flips and stuff like that. But as far as reaching a level where he was going to be, pushed to a point to where he was going to be doing matches on a regular basis like that, never really happened. I think Lanny kind of realized that he understood what the marquee of his brother did for his career, but he was happy with it and took every opportunity that he got, and certainly very well remembered was by many fans. They loved that whole shtick, and you could put him with anybody too. But as far as getting that big card push, just never happened.
Yeah, this Royal Rumble, the undercard is quite underwhelming because up next, though, you have Greg the Hammer Valentine versus Rugged Ronnie Garvin. And the retirement stipulation for this always makes me laugh. Like, it really shows me Jack Tunney as if he's like a character and he's thinking these things through, he's a bumbling fool because Garvin loses a retirement match. So he can no longer wrestle to Greg Valentine. And so Jack Tunney, in the kindness of his heart, hires back Rugged Ronnie Garvin, but now he's going to do ring announcing and timekeeper and guest commentary, but only during Greg the Hammer Valentine matches. Yeah. Eventually, the Hammer begs Tunney to bring back Garvin, and that's why we have this match here at the Royal Rumble. If Jack Tunney is a real person, what is he mentally thinking? Because why would he put the guy that got retired by the other wrestler, but only work during his hours?
Well, it was a way to try and keep a rivalry going, but it was pretty lame. I mean, to think about. I think he did. Didn't he ref? He was a referee.
He was
too.
a ref, a timekeeper. Yeah, he did all the things, but only during Greg the Hammer Valentine matches. And if Jack Tunney's
it was just that he just wouldn't go away. The whole premise of it, that I'm always going to be. I'm haunting you. I'm going to be where when you think I'm gone, I'm going to be there. You're going to turn around and there I am. And at some point, you're not going to be able to stand it. You're going to beg to get me in the ring so you can settle the score. But yeah, that was another thing. I mean, they tried with Ronnie, and the whole towel thing and the brush cut, and it just didn't go. And he was, in these other territories, man, he was really popular, right? He was
world champion.
Yeah, I mean, so that he's another one that you shake your head. I maybe it was at the time, we had such strong gimmicks going that you had to have one that really caught on for people to root for you. You couldn't just be, rugged Ronnie Garvin and expect to really get over. You needed an Undertaker type gimmick or something that was that people could really just latch onto. But there was, as we said earlier, that there's a long list of these guys that were tremendously successful in other territories and other, but whether it was the type of audience that the WWF had, or the gimmick that they had, or those territories you didn't need them. It was more based on tough guy, the kind of what like Hacksaw talks about. Hacksaw was swinging the hams. That was just his thing. But look at all the gimmicks that he had, and that's what got him over. The 2x4, the flag, everything else. So I think a lot of these guys that didn't end up really getting over, it's just because they never really established a gimmick that made them memorable to that audience.
I agree with you. Honestly, when I think of Greg Valentine, this is me personally, maybe you love Greg Valentine, I consider him boring up until he joined with Honky as
dyed his hair,
the rhythm and blues. Suddenly he had a gimmick. Suddenly I was like, oh, he's funny, he's silly, he can't sing. Yeah. Rugged Ronnie Garvin never did that for me. It was like, you have the Warlord, and you got Demolition, you got Texas Tornado, and then you got like my dad's best friend. Like that's what I looked at as Ronnie Garvin. You're like, right. Hey, and what's jumping out about you?
You, as much as anybody, can attest to what it was that made you like these certain superstars.
Yes.
And when you break it all down, every one of them had this strong character about them. It wasn't just that I'm just this tough guy in the ring and let's go. Like, oh, okay, but what else do you do?
Exactly.
Right?
Yes, 100% agree. I'm sorry. This was like watching people say, oh, it's such a great match. It was like watching paint dry for me, because these two, to me, don't entertain me. And again, both men, former tag team champions, former Greg Valentine, Intercontinental champion, Ronnie Garvin, world champion somewhere else. But here and now, you were boring me, and someone probably loves this match, and you can love it.
Well, and people talk about it that there was, it was pretty stiff. These guys loved, the whole chest slapping and all that, which used to drive me crazy. But
you don't like You don't like chest slaps?
Yeah. When excessive. I mean, I always love, Bret Hart talking about Ric Flair saying, I'm going to do the chest slap, and Bret hated it, and he said, yeah, okay, go ahead, but then I'm going to punch you right in the mouth, because I mean, it didn't make any sense, except really, really hurting, and you'd have these welts on your chest. But as far as how's that going to take your opponent out? I mean, you're just going to break them down from the slapping, But that's a whole other discussion.
I love that discussion.
But that as a kind of, if you're a purist and you like those kind of, you probably really did enjoy that match.
Yeah.
I
personally did not, but someone I bet did. And
there were a lot of people that did, and that loved to see that back and forth, and it was old school, it really was.
Yeah, Yeah, some people, again, I think that's why, honestly, if you were watching NWA or WCW around this time, that was what you were watching. You liked that style. The WWF was not that style. You know, sports entertainment versus wrestling, they're not the same thing. They might be like how a movie, you have a comedy and a horror and a rom-com. They might be the same category, but they're not the same thing. And I think that's what people get confused about with like WWE versus other companies. But the Big Boss Man also took on your former co-host Hacksaw Jim Duggan here. A month later, Big Boss Man will turn babyface, helping out Drake the Snake Roberts in the $1 Million Man storyline. But man, when you think of Golden Era, when you think of, you know, who was on your bed sheets, Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Big Boss Man are there. Like, how important do you think they are to like the lore of this Golden Era?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, you've got two great examples right there. Ability wise, though, you know, and I have my own personal preferences. I think Boss Man was a tremendous ring performer, and the things he could do being as large a man as he was. And Hacksaw, you know, could go at it too. But, you know, if you're talking ability in the ring, you know, Valentine Garvin, Boss Man Hacksaw. Well, what match do you want to see more? Well, I know you don't even have to think about it. Hacksaw. Boss Man, Hacksaw. Yeah. Well, because, you know, good match, but heads and tails, no, above. But you love those characters, and you love what they did in the ring, and you loved how they react, and you love that Boss Man with the nightstick, and, oh, man, all that. So
2x4. That
right there, that's a great example of, okay, why this one and not that one? Easy. Yeah.
It's
strong characters.
It's so good. Like, again, this match isn't that great at all, but if you're just looking for, you see your favorites fight each other, this is what this is all about.
Have, you know, facial expressions, the way, you know, over the top on some of that stuff. I mean, I would laugh out loud some of his reactions. And then the fierceness of Bubba, you know, of Boss Man, and you know, I was always amazed how he wielded that nightstick and what he would do. But I mean, eighth of an inch from someone's head, and you know, and you know, when he's pounding that in there, you swear to God, he's like putting that thing through the guy's rib cage. So. Yeah, as far as that all went, ate it up. Everybody ate it up. They loved it. That
was great. Delicious. Yeah. This is the age too of having like foam, like not figurines, but like, all right, Hacksaw has a 2x4, so kids are going to buy a foam 2x4.
The foam finger,
a foam finger. Then you had a foam nightstick later on, like, and you had Bret Hart. You know, it was just so funny because you don't see that being made anymore as merchandise, where fans want to go to the arena and buy these foam items. Like, they had scissors, they had Rob Van Dam thumbs. Like, they've had so many things. Like, why do you? That's a weird question, but why do you think that suddenly a piece of merchandise that clearly people would buy no longer exists in this market?
Well, back then it was new. You know, it wasn't the first sports merchandise that was out there, but the WWF. I mean, God, I remember remember the catalogs, the hats, the foam fingers, everything, the cups, mugs. It was incredible, and I think that people hadn't really seen that, and had the opportunity to purchase so many different items.
Okay,
I don't know what the merchandising deals that they had with some of these companies. They must have gotten the stuff dirt cheap, but you know, the warehouse was just humming. I mean, that was a gigantic business, and you know, and people wanted all of it. Remember the commercials, the WWF rings, the action figures. It was just so much of it, and everybody had to have it. The wrestling buddies, you know, that was just part of the era. You know, now it's, what do you do with it? You know,
hang it behind you.
Video games,
you know,
they want to be able to do it with the video games and that kind of thing, and maybe a T-shirt. But it wasn't like that. Everybody had that. You go in the arena and they loved it, because that was also promoting not just the product, but the product. You know, that it was, people would see that on TV and they're like, I want one of those. Well, we've got a catalog and you can order that and it'll be here next week.
Yep.
So,
You send a letter to Hulk Hogan. He's sick at home, and we'll make sure you get a catalog after that. That's perfect.
Brilliant marketing. Yeah.
As it is. But let's break down the Royal Rumble participants and one of the weirdest things that happens in this Royal Rumble. So you have the first guy is $1 Million Man. The reasoning is because last year he actually purchased his number 30 ticket from Slick and Akeem and the Big Boss Man. Mm-hmm. So they carried that storyline into the Rumble, forcing him to be number one because he cheated last year. Again, Jack Tunney doing his job sometimes, and sometimes he's just terrible. Yeah. Oh, man. Coco Beware's number 2.
Ruler.
Hey, don't disparage our president like that. All right? We love Jack Tunney here. Tunney for 2028. That's right. Wait, he's dead? So $1 Million Man, Coco Beware, Marty Jannetty, and Jake the Snake. Now that's the first 4. They all have music. Usually 1 and 2 only get music. Marty Jannetty and Jake also get music. But once we hit number 5, the music just stops. It doesn't continue. And I have no idea why. Not until the 1996 Royal Rumble does it become a consistent thing where every wrestler gets the music for every entrance to hear that pop. It's just so bizarre, and I don't know why, and maybe you do. Why in the hell would 4 people get music and the rest don't?
That is a great question. Maybe the tape player broke. I don't know, but I do remember, Coco coming out with Frankie. Even had the mascots with him, really? I mean, he's supposed to run out there and go in the ring, and he's coming out with his music and Frankie.
He has a manager license.
Yeah,
he can be at ringside.
And somebody had to take Frankie backstage. They couldn't keep him at ringside. So.
He was cheering on Coco. Yeah. I think it was Jake the Snake was number 4. So Coco and Marty get eliminated very quickly. So $1 Million Man is in the ring by himself, and Jake and the $1 Million Man have a storyline. I think the whole point is hit Jake's music, hear that pop. $1 Million Man knows he's screwed, and then after that, we'll just not play any more music because let's just get this Jake pop in. It was very bizarre. Number 5, though.
But I kind of, and I like the idea that they were playing the music because then it would give people the idea, because everybody knew their music, and say, oh, it's him, instead of when you're in this big arena and then if you're in there, you kind of got, of course, the announcer is going to say, oh man, it's Jake the Snake Roberts, or but I don't know why they didn't keep it going, because it was a great way to keep the audience popping. Because then it's just the you still have the clock, and then the big and they'd come in
double box.
But I don't know why the decision was made not to play that music, because I liked it. I loved the idea that it would play, and then people would go, oh, it's that guy, coming in.
Agreed.
So and then why the first 4 and then not? Did not make sense.
It's Vince was, he was hurt that day. And so number 5 is the Macho Man, 6, Roddy Piper, Warlord, Bret Hart, Bad News Brown, Dusty Rhodes, Andre the Giant, the Red Rooster, Axe, Haku, Smash, Akeem, Snuka, Dino Bravo, the Canadian Earthquake, Jim Neidhart, Ultimate Warrior. That's right. Yeah. He's not just Earthquake yet. He's only Earthquake in Canada. Jim Neidhart's 20, 21, Warrior, Rick Martel, Tito Santana, Honky Tonk Man, 25, who ends up being the winner, Hulk Hogan, Shawn Michaels, the Barbarian, Rick Rude, Hercules, and Mr. Perfect. Those are your participants, but the biggest rumor still surrounding this event is the idea that Mr. Perfect was originally going to win this Royal Rumble, but Hulk Hogan ends up saying, well, I got to pose, brother, and Hogan wins. Now, honestly, that rumor could make sense, but at the same time, how many times have you heard someone say, hey, you might win this match, and then you don't? Like, why would Perfect win, but not Hogan if we're setting up Hogan versus Warrior?
Well, as you mentioned, that did Hulk get in their ears and say, I think you're gonna need me, and then I also think that there was some doubt that and not taking a lot away from Kurt here, but thinking, I don't know if he's going to be able to carry it. And so I think that's kind of what it all came down to. That as Hulk had all these other aspirations, all these other things that he had going on, and wanted to take those to their limits, but at the same time did not want to lose his place with the WWE. So I think that he played that game, and he played it very effectively, as to, and be careful what you do here, because you're going to need me. Probably you're going to need me, and I need to keep my foot here and so I think that was part of it. But I also think that when it came down to it, it probably sounded initially good. And I think that also the Warrior had something to do with that too. That, could he help establish that if it was going to be perfect at Warrior, could he bring it to that level? And so I think it was a combination. And in the end, they were able to, probably the way the Hulkster made it seem is that, okay, if you really need me, or if you need to, but I think that it was also part of it with him is that, I think I can have both worlds. And he did, because then he could disappear for great stretches to go do stuff, but still be able to have that connection that anytime, and they needed him, and they did, could come back and basically, save the company.
Yeah, he's very good at doing that. A lot of wrestlers are.
Yeah.
Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin. Yeah. They've all done it where they're like, how do I stay on top? If I leave and business goes down, they'll think it's because of me leaving. So then they'll call me back and say, you got to fix this problem. You got to fix the leaks in the boat. You're like, all right, I'll show up, brother. Okay. Yeah. It just for years.
And I think that, Terry over the years received a lot of criticism, and how, him putting, Hulkster must pose and Hogan must pose and all this. But he never forgot that it was an independent business. You are an independent contractor. And if you don't sell yourself, nobody is going to. And he turned out to be a master at it.
Yeah.
And keeping himself relevant for a very long time. And even when it ended with the WWE, made it happen again. And people never thought there's no way that he could go down and he could ever be a heel. How could Hulk Hogan ever be a heel? Well, look what he did when he went down south. So a lot of ways, I don't know if he gets enough credit for understanding the business and how to keep yourself relevant and at the top, which he did wherever he went. So proved it time and time again, and was, in a sense, the franchise for the WWE for a very, very long time.
Of course. He's, again, still the most notorious professional wrestler of all time. Maybe in the next 10 years that will disappear, and then it'll be replaced by, say, Rock, John Cena, something like that. But Hulk Hogan is still that, hey, what do you think of wrestling? When you think of wrestling, you think of
that can never change, Steve, though. That could never change. You mean, Rock will certainly, his influence, what Steve Austin did, but no one could ever match what Terry Bollea did for professional wrestling. It's just unmatched, and never, and just because the way the business has become and where it came from, there's nobody else that could even compare.
True.
Warrior, certainly not.
No. I really wanted, it would have been nice to see Mr. Perfect win here, but I understand that the 1990 Royal Rumble offers nothing. It's not like you win and get a world title match at WrestleMania. Not until 93 do they actually add that stipulation. This is just a big old match with all your favorite wrestlers interacting, and you might see them fight when you never see them fight on television. And we got Warrior and Hogan rubbing noses and fighting each other in this moment, but it would have been nice to see Mr. Perfect win. But as you brought up, if Hogan is the master of taking, his opportunities when he can get them and when he wants them, if you see Mr. Perfect, who's undefeated, he loses the Royal Rumble, and then he loses to at WrestleMania to Brutus Beefcake, who is Hogan's friend. Hogan leaves. Now there's no fresh opponents for Warrior,
who's now champion. So there's a lot of like, I think Hogan's much smarter than people give him credit for holding certain people down so him and his friends can stay on top.
Yeah. No, he was a master at that. And even this situation too. And why wouldn't they let Perfect win that? They proved what they wanted to do, that we put, Warrior and Hogan is going to work. And then let Kurt win it. Like you said, nothing was at stake. He wasn't taking a strap. Give it to him. And there's kind of that thing of supposedly that with, the Hulk was at some point going to step away. But he just couldn't take the loss.
Right.
It just, come on. And, you hear people talk about The Undertaker and, his understanding of the business, that, of course, let me look at his streak. But Mark also had a way of still being able to put these guys over in the ring, too. Not to say that the rub and the Hulkster didn't give that rub to a lot of guys and help them, but when it always came down to like bottom line, he always had to be on top. You know what I mean? He always had to finish with that. It's me, and that's kind of the difference. That the other guys, someone like Mark, finishes on top, but at the same time, he's comes out like humble with it, that this giving to the other guy too. I hope that makes sense, but it was always with the Hulkster, no matter what happened, even if the other guy won, as we saw, like Ric Flair, who ended up, who's the last guy in the ring? I guess that's the best way to put it. Who's the last guy in the ring?
Hogan.
Yeah.
Got to pose, man.
Like you said, he did whatever he had to do and took care of his friends along the way. He did do that, no question about it.
Well, again, I think we're all thinking too, like, how my favorite's Mr. Perfect. He's being held out by Hogan. So I hate Hogan. Well, guess what? Hogan's got a wife. He's got young kids. He's got friends. He's got family. And guess what? He wants to keep the life he has. Well, the only way he's probably thinking I'm going to keep this is if I have to put my foot down on people. And wrestling is not a team sport. WWE is not a team sport. There might be lots of people on the roster, but it is not a team sport. And so Hogan, smart man, but he ruined a lot of people's momentum, and that's up to us to discuss here on the Golden Era. There was one more segment here. The Brother Love show ended up on a pay-per-view. I'm sorry. I am sorry. This should never be on a pay-per-view when you're giving this for free on Superstars and Wrestling Challenges and Saturday Night's Main Event. You're paying to watch the Royal Rumble, not paying to watch a talk segment on the pay-per-view. So, yes, it set up more Dusty Rhodes and Sweet Sapphire and all that. But how do you feel about that? You're asking your audience to pay money to see this. And it's not just Superstar versus Superstar. It's a talk show segment with Brother Love. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Well, I know, but at the same time too, there's not some time constraint here. People will stay on that for as long as you keep it going.
You bought it.
And but as far as the segment goes, okay. And I've always said that Bruce Pritchard is one of the most talented people I've ever known. The and his wit and I think probably the weakest character of his whole repertoire was Brother Love, but that was his ticket to the stage. So I was never a huge fan of the whole Brother Love thing. I don't know. I know it was an opportunity. It was a great character, but the red face, all of that. I just thought, Bruce was so much more talented. And I remember him doing stuff back then. And I'm just like, why don't they take more advantage of all this other stuff that he does, But like I said, it was his ticket to the stage, and he wrote it. And he's still remembered to this day for it. There's action figures and all of it. There was merch. But in that sense, I just was never a big fan of that whole segment. But this was just another part of the show, and it chance to put one of the talent over in another storyline. It didn't bother me that much for what it was, and especially it's a pay-per-view, but it's just another added segment, another bonus maybe to some people.
Yeah. Well, it was built into WrestleMania 6 with the mixed tag match between Sapphire and Dusty Rhodes versus the Macho King and Sherry. So it set up that scenario there. But yeah, this Royal Rumble, I bet a lot of people, this is their favorite Royal Rumble. So a lot of people, this is probably the worst Royal Rumble. But it's really up to you and how you feel about this event. It's interesting. It just, Tony Schiavone leaves after the show. Jacques done. It's just Warrior and Hogan. Like, there's so many things after this. But as we talked about at the top of the show, what'd you think of all the kind of the backstage drama heading into this Royal Rumble? Because there seems to be a lot happening with so many different wrestlers. But when you have to put it down, what do you think of this Royal Rumble?
What, I have to rate it, let's say 1 to 10?
Yeah.
Probably a 6. Is that being kind? Yeah. It was maybe some moment. Yeah. I don't know if I can go any higher than that one.
That's fine. But I think just
to it. And like I said, the thing I just remember the most about it was the moment of Hulk Warrior. And we got something here. And I was disappointed that they didn't, to be honest, that, why give it to Kurt? Let him win it. I mean, and it was just kind of predictable at the end there. Okay, Hulk wins. Okay, great. Whatever.
He must pose, I guess. That's the terminology
right. I just felt like, come on, can we just one? And especially because it was kind of a nothing overall. It was nothing at stake. That we didn't have anything big moments, and people, Perfect was over. So it was good. As you can see, my dogs are very happy about me talking about.
They're not upset. They're upset about Mr. Perfect not winning. Perfect could have won, and then Hogan could have just come right back in the ring and threw out Mr. Perfect. So Perfect won the match, but Hogan could have sent everybody home happy by showing off his pythons. But in reality, can we
pause for 1 second, Steve?
Sure.
My son is just like, I told him to wait, but I'm going to have to do a jump cut.
That's fine. I can do a jump cut. We're going to wrap up in here anyways. That's all right. We'll wrap up right now anyways. All right. And 3, 2, 1. And there you guys have it. The 1990 Royal Rumble right here on the Golden Era podcast. Either someone loved this event, either you hate this event, but we gave you the historic facts around it. Again, I'm Steve Fall. He's Sean Mooney. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time.
It's the golden age of WWE. Larger than life of fantasy. Step in the ring, feel history. Welcome to the golden WWE.
From Sergeant Slaughter getting boots from Saddam Hussein to Hulk Hogan winning the Royal Rumble. Welcome to the Golden Era podcast, talking about the Royal Rumble 1991. Sean Mooney, how you doing today? And what kind of boots are you wearing?
I don't have the curly toes on them, if you're asking. But because it was a horrendous, outrageous event that took place that day. And some think that the way it went down maybe never should have happened. Because a lot of questions needed to be answered that day.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because on YouTube you can find a lot of things. And one of them was the Royal Rumble 91 pre-show. And we're hosting the countdown, getting everyone excited. Call your local cable providers now to order the pay-per-view. But in the middle of it, out of nowhere, there's a special bulletin, and now you're no longer in a tux. You're in a suit, and you're talking about how the WWF does not condone what Sergeant Slaughter is saying on television weekly on Superstars and Wrestling Challenge. Tell me how important this is to clarify that you might have a character on your programming, but the programming doesn't actually agree with what the character is saying.
Yeah. Well, first of all, as you mentioned, I did host the pre-cable countdown show, and it happened to be at the time one of the highest buy rates ever. And I know that it was pretty much because of me.
The countdown.
Doing the events around the cell that I had, and people were like, "Oh, Mooney's telling me to dial up. Let's go." No, But yeah, that was a pretty good countdown show though, because all the elements, and there was a lot of thought put into that. And we had this special report bulletin with me in the event center, and then kind of that look back. But man, I'm telling you, Steve, looking at it, now, and it just brought back so many memories of what we were all thinking at the time. If people will go back in history here and this talk about reality, checking in with what we were doing. Really, there was never another event, and I don't think since, really, where everybody's kind of looking at each other like, what are we doing? Are we really going to do this? The background of it, of course, was the invasion of Kuwait. And this was all happening real time within a couple of days, prior. We are, after the invasion, and President Bush had given the ultimatum to Saddam Hussein to, get out, and they didn't. And I mean, so everybody's thinking, well, God, this is a little too much. They're going to alter it as far as Sergeant Slaughter and the line that he was with, and winning the championship. Man, it was, they thought that, we're going to call an audible, as a lot of people, talk about, like they've always got a plan B. If this goes on, we can do this. If somebody drops out, we can do this. And they're thinking they're going to that one because it wasn't blurring the line, Steve. There was a big, thick black line there, and we just jumped over it. There wasn't the process, and this was really the one time where I was just really questioning what they were doing as far as, there's heat. Of course, that's why you do it, and you love it. Oh, my God. You saw how much heat Sergeant Slaughter, got prior to that, and it was awesome because that's how it works. This has been through wrestling history. That you pick something that's going on and then you play off of it, and you didn't have the political correctness that you have now, where you could get away with stuff like this and people ate it up. This was where it was impacting the world, not just the United States, the entire world, and we're capitalizing on it. It was just, to a lot of people, it was gross. It was just like, what in the world? And it certainly generated heat, but in many ways, it wasn't just into that make-believe world of here we're going to go with this, like going to a movie. I'm along for the ride. This was people actually stepping aside and going, what is this company doing? How do you capitalize on it? How do you be Vince McMahon? And, are you that greedy and that, tone deaf to what's happening in the world right now that you're going to keep going with this? So there was heat. Yeah. But there was also this reality heat of people recognizing what professional wrestling was and being really angry about it for us taking advantage of it. And so it was one of the times, and I was certainly on that side, and there were a lot of people within the WWF then that were going, what are we doing? It really was. It was, and we went right through that brick wall.
Like, let me drop some context for everyone too. So you obviously have pre-recorded your countdown show. You obviously, it's not the day of, you obviously did this a few days before probably, because listen to these dates. The UN's deadline for Iraq to leave Kuwait expired January 15th. Operation Desert Storm began January 17th. The Royal Rumble is January 19th. In a span of 4 days actually, all this shit happens, and the WWF's like, I can only imagine Vince McMahon like, oh, can you believe it? People are going to buy this. They're going to love it. But that's a lot of heavy things that you're doing. Like you have to update your own countdown show to clarify that the WWF does not condone what Sergeant Slaughter is saying, because just on Superstars, he said he got boots from Saddam Hussein. Like, talk about heavy stuff, man, and updating live as you're going through. tell me, do you remember that day? Like the idea of, oh, Mooney, you got to go back in the studio and record this because there's some heavy things happening.
That was very adept on your part for figuring that out because, yes, of course, we do those shows in advance. I know we did that one days in advance before all the stuff hit the fan. And yeah, I had to put the tuxedo back on and go in and we reshot some stuff to include in that with that special bulletin and to make sure everybody was clear that we were distancing ourselves and that I think it was also a message in a way to say, look, folks, we are aware of what's happening. Mm-hmm. And to, kind of double down more that not necessarily saying, okay, we're going to do it despite you anyway, but we're sensitive to it and we're going to go forward with it, which we did. I don't think there was any other way. You couldn't have smoothed that out any better, but it was, I remember when that was all coming over and I thought for sure what we're going to do is we're changing this all up. And the one who's going to ultimately go down is going to be Sergeant Slaughter. He's not going to walk away with the belt. Come on, really? And I remember looking at that stuff going, okay, we're still doing this. We're just going to say, hey, we are totally against everything he's doing. Well, got to do that, but we're trying to hammer it home a little more. And also at the same time, I knew that the wheels were turning with these people that are going, man, this is really going to dial things up. Mm-hmm. And Steve, for better or worse, and all of it that, came with it, it literally paid off. As I mentioned, it was one of the highest buy rates. I think it beat WrestleMania.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yep. Yes, it did.
So, it's none of the heat is bad heat, I guess, if you really look at it. But from a human standpoint and what was happening and the patriotism that kind of fired up through that, it was ballsy, I think is the best way to put it, that we just doubled down. And Sergeant Slaughter, you talk about real life heat. I think he spent half the night in that arena before he could get out of there. They were that afraid, and there were serious threats. And even then, people were aware there were nutcases out there that would take it to the limit, literally. And so they took that all very seriously. And of course, as we saw with what happened at the LA Coliseum, they say it was for security reasons. I do think that there was a legitimate, threat to that they believed that things could really go south. And all you need is one incident like that, and beyond the normal heat and people that would take things to those that point. But nobody really thought that, nobody's going to kill a wrestler. Well, at that point in time, you said, yeah, somebody could do that. Somebody would do it. And there was certainly the heat behind it. So what an event overall, though.
Yeah, you bring up a lot of good points, too, about how, there's always going to be a company or a show. Because how often did after 9/11 do you see terrorists as the bad guys in movies or television shows, or Daffy Duck or Donald Duck beating up Hitler in cartoon movies? Like, this is not the first time that someone has done this, but wrestling always has this weird feeling of people are saying, oh, that stuff, oh, that's fake. And then when something like this happens, they're like, that's too real. Like, how crazy is wrestling where it lives in both worlds?
Well, it absolutely does. And yeah, really, there is an element of fandom that buys it all. But it is a small percentage. So let's be real here, that the vast majority of professional wrestling fans have known what it's all about forever. It's like when suddenly the WWE was sports entertainment, there weren't people going, what? Oh my God. So yeah, it's always, and that's what's really fun about it too. As I said, it's the same when you go see a movie or whatever entertainment, you go along for the ride. You're in, and as long as you make it plausible that, well, could happen, you'll go along, and that's kind of that's exactly the way professional wrestling is. But at the same time, you can take it too far, and there have been instances along the way, but I think this is at the top of the list because it was just so fresh. I mean, you could always, way back in the day, that look how long they got away with the German angle, or
like Nikolai
right?
Volkov is Russian. Like there's all these little things.
Yeah. But these were years gone by in history. We're talking days, right? But when it all came down to, I mean, we're in the middle of it. I think, during the pay-per-view, there was another announcement. I know, like Bruce Pritchard talking about, I wish could the president have waited at least until the pay-per-view was over. I think he went on television. So it was just so real. It was happening as we spoke. It wasn't something that had, been done in history. And so it was just real time in a sense. And here we are capitalizing on it. It was, for many, it was too real.
Yes,
but
like wrestling is the only thing that can update live through. Like, watching a play, you're watching a movie. Those things don't really change as you're watching them because they've already happened and they're planned out. Wrestling, sometimes the first match could end up being the last match, and they have chances to update things. It's just crazy, the dates, like 15th, 17th, 19th. All these things are happening in the real world, and then they're connecting to the WWF in a storyline because, so we're talking about Sergeant Slaughter, who's been out of the company for a while. He came back recently. Now he has his character. He must have been a pig in shit enjoying this because this was the greatest heel storyline of all time. You're not going to beat this. And he is owning it forever. Like, to me, good for him. Like, I know you talked to him. How did he feel about it?
No, absolutely. And I think that for himself, he enjoyed every minute of it. Bring it. But I know that there was a factor that he feared for his family, right? That they had security at his house in Connecticut. He mentioned that conversation. I think we put it up before.
Yeah, we did.
Where, Vince was really concerned. They'd gotten some very serious threats, and they took them seriously and had security go to his house, surround his house, and were there, 24/7. And so I think that if there was a concern for him, it was because he feared for their safety. But for himself, if you're a wrestler and, he spent a great deal of his career as a babyface, but also, was a great heel when he got that opportunity. And you talk to professional wrestlers, they ask them, what do they enjoy more? They love being a heel. And to be able to reach that level of napalm heat where my God, there's no separation between reality and what happens basically on stage. That is the ultimate. But at the same time, people were, as I said, legitimately upset about what we were doing. But when you look at it, though, you couldn't turn away. That's why the buy rate was so high, because there wasn't really, I think, a fear of people going, I'm not watching. I'm just not going to watch it. They knew that people wouldn't be able to help themselves. I'm going to watch it just to see how awful they are and the nerve and how dare they. And then you had the other people that, wanted to see what happened. I wanted to see the storyline play out. How are they going to do this? So you had it all. And bottom line, it just was ching-ching. It was a tremendous success. And overall, I think for a lot of people, this remains one of their favorite Royal Rumbles for everything. It got a lot of great reviews. Some of the matches in there were good, as I'm sure we'll talk about. The Royal Rumble, I think, was kind of the on the lower end of it. It was supposed to be the big marquee, but when you got Hulk Hogan promising to win it for the troops, and then what? He's going to lose.
During, it just happened,
right? Wasn't that kind of a foregone conclusion? I'm thinking people looking back like now and like, yeah, I know. I remember knowing like, he gets beat.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen. So one way or the other, at least if they stretch it out and there's a DQ or whatever. But he's the last guy in the ring. He's to the ring. So it took. You said, well, let's just hope it's entertaining until we get there. But the rest of it, there was a lot. That tag team match, the Rockers and the Orient Express, was still, people talk about that as one of the greatest tag team matches, at the time. So overall, as an event in a Royal Rumble and everything that was happening with it, even though, as I said, I disagreed with what their decision was to go forward with what was happening in the world. But overall, as an event, man, tremendous. I mean, It's everything. Vince, oh yeah, it was everything. Yeah. Oh, it was all there.
Well, especially you bring up like you have a war going on now. Your pay-per-view is attached to the war. Yeah. It's like everything is connected at the hip. Like, oh God, I'm getting wartime anger, and they're gonna buy it because they're angry at me or they're proud of me. Either way, I have their money, so good for him. But you bring it up,
and overall too. Also keep in mind, Steve, that it was talked about outside of the professional wrestling world as well. I mean, all kinds of media outlets were reporting that they were doing this in Sergeant Slaughter, and so from that viewpoint, and it was all free. They didn't have to pay for that one. I mean, overall, it was a big boom for the WWF. It was tremendous.
True. Now, celebrities usually are involved with wrestling, but Bob Costas is one of the names who was originally going to be part of WrestleMania 7 as one of the celebrities, but he is not too fond of this Sergeant Slaughter storyline being used on television. Also, Bret Hart in his book says too cartoonish, but yet I call fault on that because Bret Hart was part of an anti-American storyline when he was in Hart Foundation with the Canada with Owen and Bulldog and all them in 97. So I don't agree with that. But with Bob Costas,
WWF too cartoonish.
Yeah.
Who were you working for, Brett?
There's a guy named Barbarian dressed like a barbarian. There's a man who dresses as the warlord who looks like the Phantom of the Opera on steroids. Like
Saba Simba. Remember
Saba Simba, which we will definitely discuss here. But like, where do you think where suddenly Bob Costas is like, I can't be involved with this. Like, this is too much. Like, this is too much. There's been lots of things that have been too much. This is just in the real media versus the wrestling world.
Yeah. Oh, Yeah, Bob Costas being holier than thou. Give me a break. He was one of the biggest marks out there. He used to come to Madison Square Garden and fanboy in the back, all the time, and was a huge wrestling fan. And suddenly, I think it was more image-wise for him that he felt he had to take a stand because there was a lot of people out there in the media world, and people knew that he was attached to professional wrestling, whether he admitted it or not, but people knew that he was a big fan. Mm-hmm. And so I think it was just him telling people, I do have my limits, and
this is your limit.
This is too much. Probably, deep down, he probably loved it, but he had to do what he had to do. He had his own gimmick as the legit sports announcer out there, and so he said, I can't do this. So I think it was more of an image thing for him than a moral stand.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds about right. The other media members bully him out of wrestling. Like, you can't do that. Like, you're right. I can't do that.
Yeah,
dude,
I can't.
Put your foot down. But let's talk about the Royal Rumble for a minute because let's go through the wrestlers, and I definitely want to stop at a few, and one is 100% Saba Simba. Number 1, Bret Hart. Number 2, Dino Bravo. 3, Greg Valentine. Paul Roma. Texas Tornado. Rick Martel, who ends up holding a record in this Rumble for going 52 minutes in 17 seconds. This is the 11th longest Rumble entrant of all time because as years go on, obviously, we've had other Rumbles where they've been longer than this one. But talk about Rick Martel for a minute because he
is going to be on fire. In 1990, him and Jake the Snake had one of the best storylines, going blind, and he's heading into WrestleMania, his first big one-on-one match with Jake, blindfold match. Like, take me through where Mick Martell is at this point for you, because to a lot of fans, like the arrogance, he was hitting all the marks.
Yeah, and it's another example of a superstar that they knew he had it to an extent, what they could take him to, and just not really finding the for him, and the model working. That whole gimmick with the spray bottle, which was actually was
bug spray,
like a pesticide spray bottle, but it did work, and he was great in the ring. He was a great performer, and just had a really good look, and got better and better at promos. So it was all working for him, and I love the opportunity that they gave him, that he was able to stay in the ring that long, because that stuff people talk about and remember, and it is a pat on the back to that whoever that superstar is, that they have you it's not getting a belt or anything like that, but it is a badge of honor that you last that long against your peers in there, and it was all working for him, and I couldn't have been happier. Rick was deserved it and paid his dues at that point, and it was really great to see at that time. It didn't last a long time, but it was a heck of a ride.
Oh yeah,
it really was
amazing ride. Number 7 though is Saba Simba, who is also Tony Atlas. Now, what are your thoughts on Saba Simba? Because if you watch the Tony Atlas Dark Side of the Ring, he has thoughts on this, but what were your thoughts seeing Tony Atlas as Saba Simba here at the 91 Rumble?
Well, I know people like to bring up, they said that they thought it was very racist, and was Tatanka? Would you consider that that gimmick was racist, or was it empowering his ethnicity? I know that Tatanka was proud about that, liked the fact that he was able to talk about his heritage and bring out a lot of things and awareness to people about Native Americans. What Saba Simba was over the top, and but it was also an opportunity. Tony Atlas was down on his luck then, and the story goes, they tell the story. He said, I was living on a park bench, and Vince McMahon called me. What is he, near a payphone? I don't know. And so I don't know if he contacted Vince, is the point I'm making. But, Tony Atlas had worked prior to that, had with earlier on in the days of the WWF and other territories, and fell off and was really down. And it was a chance. Vince is like, okay, let's help him out a little here. But Tony was Tony, and for whatever reason, it was, first of all, the gimmick was horrendous. I mean, really, when it comes down to it. But I think it was the Vince genuinely wanted to try and help him out, and I don't know who came up with the gimmick. It was just it was over the top, but not that far off from other things they'd done. It wasn't purposely done to upset people or be racist, or that wasn't the purpose behind it. There's other things you could talk about, as with Virgil now, and the way that right. Character was handled, that I would have, if people wanted to really have a problem, okay, you could probably go there. But that one was just, it was, as Brett would say, it was cartoonish. It was
too cartoonish
over there. Yeah, with the big mask and everything like that. Like, what the heck? And Tony Atlas. That's another podcast.
Yeah, as I said, it's a whole other podcast. But if you go online and watch the Saba Simba debut, it's Vince and Roddy Piper on commentary, and it's one of the funniest things, because Saba Simba comes down and Vince is like, "Oh yeah, there's Saba Simba," and Roddy Piper's like, "Who are you talking about? That Tony Atlas." And
I could just imagine what Vince's look that he gave to him, like,
Yeah, the first debut, he's out there. He's been out there for like 10 seconds, and Roddy Piper's like, "No, that's not
You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Tony Atlas." Like, no, like, can you shut up for a second?
No, it's an African tribesman.
Yeah, we're trying to get him over. See, he's got no shoes on. He's barefoot. Like, hello. It's funny because the years and years would go by.
Well, and then come on, what about Kamala? I mean, come on. I know people want to make hay on it, but come on. I mean, how is that different? And that was, come on. I mean, making him seem like he was basically an idiot who couldn't speak and have a thought process. So, as I've seen worse. Okay.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Well, you could go through racist tones over the years of Samoans and black wrestlers who their heads were so thick. So when you gave them like a headbutt, it didn't hurt them. It hurt you.
Yeah. And I know people talk about, but you have to realize what it was like at the time. And I know it's not an excuse in any way. I'm just saying that at the time it was as appalling as some people may think, but it was acceptable. It was, you look back now and you look at him and you shudder going, my God, wasn't anybody in the room who said maybe this isn't a good idea to do this or whatever? But no, that wasn't the way it was then. So different world.
Yeah. All right. Number 8's Bushwhacker Butch, Jake Roberts, Hercules, Tito Santana.
I don't buy that one. Bushwhacker.
Yeah,
that was one of the funniest. Huh? Yeah.
I was like, Bushwhacker Butch is Jake and Hercules and Tito. Like, there's some people when you see the list of names, you're like, I don't think you're gonna win the Royal Rumble. Yeah, here he comes.
There they go. Okay.
He did last 10 minutes though. Unlike 1990 where he just goes in and goes out.
Right.
Number 12 is Undertaker, Snuka, British Bulldog, Smash, Hawk, Shane Douglas. Now, we'll probably never do a whole podcast about Shane Douglas, but he is relatively new here. What were your thoughts on him? Because it seems like people either love him or hate him. I was always a big fan of Shane Douglas, but I was a fan of Dean Douglas when he was a teacher and when he was an ECW as a world champion. Like, what are your thoughts on him here? Because it's felt like they always brought in people like this or a Sam Houston just to be a young buck. Here he is. It never worked out for him.
No, and I think that if people tell you the story, the history of Shane Douglas, and as you mentioned, Dean Douglas, an ECW, you wouldn't think that how could they possibly be the same person?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, if you knew ECW and how that whole organization operated, badass. I mean, my God. And he was tops. He was one of the, drove that whole, storylines and ran the place in many ways. And then he comes to the WWF and it just never clicks. And there's an argument that they didn't know what to do with him, but I always felt like capitalize on who he is, what he does, what he captured it with ECW, and they would try later. That's another episode. I hope we do one on that. They tried to imitate it in some ways, but it was so absurd the way they did it, and then didn't do it. That was kind of an organic thing with what they could accomplish. It was real. What I'm saying? Like when they go out there, a lot of times they didn't really know what they were going to do, but and then that relationship they had with the audience, and this was a different world. This was, it was Oz in a way. It was just not. I don't want to use the word, it was staged or as more, but in many ways it had to be, and that's what worked, and that was our audience and how it worked. And so someone like Shane, it's like telling somebody who didn't have to memorize lines, just go out there and do your thing. And suddenly they say, now you got to remember this and you got to do this and you got to make sure you hit that spot and make sure you go over there. And and when you're doing that, you're not real anymore. You're not that person that what you become in that ring. And I think that was kind of all the way it was for him. And maybe given more time or someone really understanding what made him the best that he could be would have changed it. And he would have reached great heights with the WWF, but never really got that chance. It was always kind of trying to fit him into that peg, whatever it was. And it just wasn't how he worked. And I'm telling you, I've learned a lot more about his career since. I didn't know it then. I knew about his back, ECW and the stuff he done. But now, I've read books because I'm fascinated by it. And I remember reading some of this stuff and going like, that was the same guy? Yeah. That was Shane Douglas? It was like two completely different people. And I just think that it didn't. And I think that was the case for many guys that would come in, and people all I'm like, why didn't it happen for them? Because they just couldn't adjust to that what we had become at that point. And so he was an example of that. But I still, I think back then and then learning about who he was and what he was to ECW and those audiences there, and then this is the same guy that showed up at the WWF
as a teacher.
It never really, it didn't compute to me. It seemed like this nice, great guy. And I saw him when I went to For the Love of Wrestling in Manchester, and had great, spent some time with him and had great conversations with him. And I kind of kicked myself afterwards because I'd love to do it in an interview situation. I'd love to talk to him and kind of deep dive into that. I'm not going to do it when we're sitting there watching, the guys up on stage and we're just hanging, But I really was just wanting to say, what was that transition like you were doing with ECW? And then you go to this big the major leagues where they've got telling you exactly what you got to do this and do that, and we want you to be this, and instead of just feeling it. And so maybe someday I'd love to get him on and have a conversation and really dive into that, because I think it would explain a lot for what other guys went through who had were so successful prior to getting there, and then getting to that stage, and then it just not reaching that pinnacle in their minds. And I wonder, did the realization of that haunt you, or did you say, no, I realized that when I was doing these other things, that was the best? That would somebody like Junkyard Dog or something like that. Mid-South, he was king. The Hacksaw talks about all the time how he blew the roof off of the arenas there, and then comes to the WWF, and he gets to a certain level, but nobody, if you tried to explain to the people that watched him, this is what he does, this is what he would do down in Mid-South, and they'd be like, JYD, the guy with the dog, like, oh, okay. You had to see it. You had to see it to believe it. You had to feel it. Hacksaw talking about how they would fight their way to the ring and fight their way back, and that was a different world, a different audience.
Yeah, I'm glad when you watch the 91 Rumble, I don't see, that situation happening. Obviously, Sergeant Slaughter having to live inside the arena until 3 a.m. is a different story. But Shane Douglas here, though, man, so super young, not doing much with his career. He's just there kind of an enhancement. But next up, though, is number 18 was the Macho King. He never actually enters the match because earlier in the night, he smashed the Warrior in the face with his scepter, which allowed Ultimate Warrior to lose the championship. Sergeant Slaughter picks it up. Now, we have talked about this before on our Sergeant Slaughter podcast, where Slaughter admits that Warrior injured Savage on a house show. So this was a receipt. This scepter shot, when you watch it, you hear a woman scream in the background too. This is not a simple wrestling boop. This is, I'm going to break this on your face.
On your head.
Dude, tell me, I understand receipts, but this is, I don't know, is this beyond a receipt, getting smashed in the face with a metal scepter?
Well, and I don't think it was, one hurt. One, I think it was a buildup when you're working with them and Warrior, and you try and tell him and you try and work with him, and then he just keeps doing it because he's doing his own thing and is, sorry, dude, like whatever. Like after a while, it's like there's only one thing that's going to really
Fix it.
hit home here, and that's hitting him really hard. And Randy was a hell of a baseball player.
It's true,
as we've discussed in the minor leagues. And if it wasn't for a serious shoulder injury or wherever, he might have, who knows, he might have ended up being a pretty decent major league ball player. But that dream ended, and so the point being is that that swing may not have been a home run shot, but it was certainly a triple. He laid in, and I watched that thing a couple of times. There was no give on that scepter thing, and did he crack him. And the Warrior, he's like hanging over the rope, and I was just thinking, did he go out? I mean, like
he's out.
There was glass in that thing. It shattered. You could see even on the apron there. It looks like that windshield glass. So the match was pretty much over. I think after that, Warriors just get this over with. But yeah, that was one of the top 5 receipts, I think, of all time.
Yeah. When you see that again, you see the glass shatter everywhere. Yeah. Like this is one of those vivid moments of if you didn't like Warrior versus Slaughter's match, you certainly remember this huge shot to the face. And the audience ate it up. Yeah,
and hear it. That like bam. I mean, it was.
That's your face.
It was something, and Sensational Sherry was a big part of that distraction, and Randy, that just showed with those two, man. Randy could be a damn good heel as well, and so that whole thing was crazy, and at the same time thinking, I know they know what's going on with all the heat that's surrounding this thing, and that brought them into that circle. I mean, they helped them win it. So I'm sure Randy had a few thoughts on that too, and figured, okay, if I'm going to go this, at least I'm going to get something out of it, and I'm going to get some vengeance on the Warrior, which, man, he did.
Imagine that. Yeah. Vince explaining, like, listen, Sergeant Slaughter's been getting death threats. You're probably going to get some too because you're going to help him win. Randy's like, but I get to hit him with the scepter, right? That's still part of the match. Like, count me in. Like, count me in. Yeah, dude, it's a scary shot to the face, but he never enters the Royal Rumble match. And to me, that is like, storytelling, because easily as a character, he could have done something terrible and then just came out and did his bit in the match. This time he's realizing, like, as a character, it makes sense if I left the building because I did something so bad to the Warrior and I don't want to get attacked by Warrior. Like, to me, I love when little things like that actually make sense versus just like, well, that happened and he has a match later, so he has to be in it. So get out there, Randy, because he's advertised for this match. Yeah,
and I think that a lot of people were thinking that the Warrior was going to pull this out somehow because they couldn't with everything happening, they're not going to give this to Sergeant Slaughter. It's just not going to happen. So when Randy takes the scepter ending here, people were, gasped that, how really they did it. So people were, that building, you could just feel it. It was that, dangerous. It was palpable that how angry people were. That was serious heat.
Good for Randy though, for accepting some of that heat. But in this Rumble, we also have number 19, Animal, then Crush, Jim Duggan, Earthquake, Mr. Perfect, Hulk Hogan comes in at 24, who wins, Haku, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, Bushwhacker Luke, who comes in and is tossed out in 4 seconds by Earthquake. One of the highlights of he held that record for I think like 20 years until Santino Marella
But it's so great that he's marching the whole way, and then boom, he's out, and it's like, how'd I go?
Well, I got paid. No matter how, I don't get paid by the minute.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't mind. And it's great, you mentioned the Bushwhackers, that people that were serious fans, and they knew them as the sheep herders.
Yeah.
And they were this badass tag team. They were mean and nasty and horrible. And people, and I've heard interviews since where they say, well, didn't it bother you that you come in and they kind of make you these cartoon characters and baby face, and I'm like, no, are you kidding? We loved it. It was great, loved it. Hey, mate, it was bloody lovely. Yeah, they loved it. Every minute of it, and it made them very wealthy because. Not just the fact that they were stayed on in the mix for a long time, but the merchandise they had a ton of merchandise, and people loved it. It was so popular with the kids, and the whole with the arm pumping, and you'd come out, so probably the parents weren't digging the face licking when their kids are licking their friends, but at the same time it was they loved it. So if anybody ever thought that, my God, they turned this badass tag team into this cartoon, well, the guys who were doing it didn't seem to mind one bit. They loved it.
Cash those checks. 28 was Nasty Boy Brian Knobbs. And this is a weird moment for him because he recently came in with Jerry Sags from WCW because they had these badass matches with the Steiner brothers. If you've ever seen those, check them out. But Jerry Sags isn't in the Rumble. He's in the dark match. But Brian Knobbs makes it into the Rumble, one of the final three with Hogan and Earthquake. How do you think the wrestlers felt about that? Like, this brand new guy comes in, and now he's going to be with Hogan, with Quake at the end. There's plenty of wrestlers on this list who probably wanted to be at the end too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, the third left of the ring, well, you didn't win it, but there is something symbolic about it. There's something that sends a message, how that all went down. But as I've talked about before, when they would do this booking, they didn't want to be predictable. Where, like you could sit there, well, the scenario should have been whoever, somebody who was higher in the card, who was more popular, they liked the fact that you just throw somebody in there that you would just, how the hell did that happen? Because they wanted to keep you guessing, and then that's what made it interesting too. If everything was so damn predictable, that you're going to have, some marquee guy, it's always going to be the last five or people that you see all the time. And it's like, well, okay. So I think that there was an element of that, what the hell? Why not? I don't think there was a tremendous amount of thought process. And, also giving those guys a little, say, hey, we value you.
Yeah.
So Zags gets his spot with a match, and they have Brian get to be in that ring briefly, but the last three guys in there, and you're one of them. That's a big deal. So
sure. Yeah.
But I think that, people don't think too deeply about it. I just think that they like the fact that people are going to say, well, wow, I didn't see that coming.
True.
Well, good. We did our job then.
Good point. Just Jerry Sags fights Sam Houston in the first in like the dark match to get you ready, get in your seat, and then Brian's like, "Hey, I'm going to be in the ring with Hogan and Quake. See you later, Jerry. I'll see you at the bar." Like I think it's just so funny.
I think those two guys, they didn't care. I don't think the Sags was seething. That's not the way.
No. More of like just friends giving each other shit type of deal.
Oh, they did a lot of that. That's for sure. And other people. They couldn't walk into and not stir up trouble. These are guys. Those two loved them, and to this day, awesome. I would if they invited me out to go drinking. To this day, I wouldn't do it. But,
wow.
And because you just knew that they were going to piss somebody off, and you just hope you weren't the one in the path of that bar stool coming across the bar or a beer mug, because they just they loved it. And it was they lived it. They were heels to the. And there's countless stories of guys they tangled with, that just because they shot their mouths off. They just said whatever came to them, and inappropriate with people's girlfriends or people they were with or somebody's wife, or it didn't matter. Brian was good friends with Willie Nelson. Whenever they were near where if Willie was touring or something like that, they would be at the after party. So the people, everybody loved them, but man, they were trouble.
Yeah, when you have the nicknames "Nasty Boys," I believe you might be indication that
and
stay
fun.
away.
Oh my God, fun to be around. But when it got late and then just one thing got said that probably shouldn't have been, it's like you didn't want to be there.
No, there's some crazy stories out there.
Oh,
I don't have to do a Nasty Boys podcast, but there are some crazy stories involving lots of wrestlers. But advertised for this Rumble was Honky Tonk Man, supposed to be in this Rumble. He actually quit days after Christmas of 1990. Andre the Giant was advertised, but he was pulled due to health concerns. Brian Knobbs did take Honky Tonk Man's spot. So we've talked about Andre's health a million different times about where he was, but with Honky Tonk Man, is this just, hey, I did so much for the company, why am I being pushed down the card? And he just thinks he can go somewhere else. He eventually goes to
they have him doing jobs.
Fired him like instantly in 94.
Yeah, but then they have him doing jobs, and everybody, to an extent, if there's a purpose behind it, but if you're doing it and they're basically, and they keep doing it, and it's to put over incoming talent or something like that, after a while you're like, oh, come on, what's going on here? And I think he felt a little used up and underappreciated. That's probably for sure. And so I don't think. A lot of people were surprised. It's just the way the business works. So, that's what I think happened there. And he wanted to go someplace else that he was going to be more appreciated. Maybe they always kind of think, maybe then I'll come back. Maybe I'll reinvent myself. It'll be something different,
Reinvent
sometimes,
the Honky Tonk.
how do I miss you if you don't go away? It's kind of the mentality in wrestling.
He came back in, I think, 97, and he was still the Honky Tonk Man, unfortunately. And they just was like, oh, you can do commentary. It was so weird to see him around that time. Like, what are you doing here? It just felt like we're in a time machine. But
and that's the thing. You get so ingrained in that character, you can't really do anything else. I mean, even, with the Undertaker trying the biker kind of thing, and it was like, I was just taking a little break, but who bought it? Everybody knew that, okay, get back to being Undertaker because that's who you are.
Yeah. Trust me, it was one of the most confusing times for wrestling fans.
Yeah, right.
Taker come down,
but you get it, right? You get it. I mean,
you're trying something
if you're an
else,
actor and you want to play another role, and nobody still thinks you're, somebody else.
Well, you have Steve Austin doing middle fingers and DX saying "suck it," and you're trying to convince me that you have magical powers that you can teleport places, and we were no longer there. We were in a new world of Attitude Era. But Hogan wins the Royal Rumble. Goes on to fight Sergeant Slaughter at WrestleMania 7. And boy, we've talked about it before where celebrities are not going to be involved because they're upset with the situation. And other people are like, well, it was because of security reasons. But with Sergeant Slaughter winning the championship here, he wins it from Warrior covered in USA. His gear looked awesome that night. He was all about USA that night. Yeah. How do you think, before we go into other matches, how do you think Warrior mentally felt where he at? Because did he feel like the company didn't believe in him anymore? Where do you think his confidence in his mind was at this point?
Well, I think he had, because it wasn't, like I said, they're not really setting him up to go beyond there. I think that's when, he went from there and was with Randy, I think, right? After that, which is it's not like a demotion, but in a sense it was that you were not on top completely. You're not wearing the belt, and they, they felt, I think, at that point that they'd given him every push they possibly could at the time, and it was kind of successful, but at the same time was nowhere near what they were hoping that they would carry on from the peaks of Hulkamania. And that realization that, this is as far as this goes. And, you can't help but, if you've been around there, and certainly Jim was sensitive to all of that, as he's had revealed later on what his thinking was. That he really felt like I've done so much, and they just are shitting on me. They're just not giving me my due, and feeling he might have seen the numbers or even realized it, but what are you going to do? That you blame them. They didn't promote me. They didn't do this enough. They didn't give me this enough. So you can always justify it why it's not just you. Yeah. So I think there was a lot of that going on. And so that's exactly where he was. But working with Randy, not such a bad shake anyway. And instead of looking at it a way as I'm going to show them, and I'm going to make this tremendous with Randy, I think that bitterness and resentment just grew instead of taking a message of, okay, I got to step it up here, and I've got to become more of a company man, and I've got to learn to put people over, and then I've got to learn to be better in the ring and take care of them, and then they'll take care of me, and when they do that, they make me look better. It just, you never got that message. It didn't compute. It was always that the mentality of they're against me, and I'm always pushing uphill, and it could have been so different.
Makes sense. Also, though, 2 weeks after Royal Rumble, Dusty Rhodes leaves the company after his match he has here with his son, Dustin Rhodes. It's Ted DiBiase and Virgil versus them, and it's a tag team match. And this is really the end of Dusty. Like I said, 2 weeks, he's gone. This is also the end of Virgil in the $1 Million Man storyline, where they break up and eventually everything becomes Virgil has been abused all this time, and he's going to beat up his boss. So were you shocked that Dusty Rhodes would rather leave to go be a booker somewhere than to be here in the WWF and just be one of the top baby faces, but not be in charge of much?
No, I didn't. No, I don't think that was a surprise to a lot of people at all. Because you said Dusty would have been among the top superstars, but they were never going to give him that, the ultimate push at the top. Right. It just wasn't going to happen. And, the whole thing with, Sapphire and the polka dots and he made that work. But I think also Dusty had been at it a lot long enough to realize where his place was, where he was going to, the opportunity was going to be, and the chance to go down and not only be on top again, especially when you're booking, gotta write your way there, which he did. And I think he liked the opportunity that to get Dustin in there and get him on the stage and let people see what he could do. I think he took full advantage of that, and that was great opportunity. But as far as, oh my God, why would he leave? Well, that's not the way Dusty worked. He didn't want to be just one of the mid-card guys who was a good hand and would step in and do whatever you needed me to do. That's not how he'd spent his career. He'd come from nowhere and built himself up into a true star in professional wrestling. And I don't think that's the way he wanted to finish it up. So, a chance to go down, and you never say never. And so maybe he felt, I'll go in, maybe something, maybe I'll be back. I don't know. So it wasn't shocking to anybody. I was a little surprised that it happened that quick. Like you said, like 2 weeks after that, and he's gone. But no, it wasn't. I think that had run his course. It had run his course for that period of time and he'd made it there. He had proven that he could be popular, and despite whatever crappy gimmick you give me or have me do, you can't keep me down. Just the audience, and I know how to work that audience, and I know how to make them like me, and his gift. But I think he felt, okay, it's run its course. It's not going anywhere else. It's not going to take me to, any higher heights here.
True.
Been there, done it. And okay, I'm going to go do something else. And it was, with Dusty, as everybody realized, It came out later. You know, it was never about money for him. I mean, he just got it and then spent it. That's just, and you've got to imagine he made millions of dollars, but went to the Ric Flair School of Finance. And didn't figure out maybe I should put some of this somewhere.
Yeah, maybe you should stop buying bigger houses than Ric Flair, or bigger cars, or bigger Rolexes, or bigger coats. What a way
to live, huh?
I know
I all wish we could live high flying.
I know.
I mean, how many people would trade that just to spend maybe a month of Ric Flair's life? At one point, I mean, if you could survive, there's only one. But man, did he have fun?
Yeah, to live
He's
like
still
that.
Having fun. You still see him on social media. He's still having a great time.
People pay $600 for cameos from Ric Flair right now. So, good for him. Good for him. Just spewing out promos in a bar, talking to people. But yeah, it's the end of Dusty. I thought he had a fun run, but it's just like how we talked about with people like Ric Flair or Tully or Arn, or Tony Schiavone. Like, there's just people here who come for a visit and then they're gone, but they're part of the core of the golden era. But this is also the end of Virgil and the $1 Million Man. I loved them as a pair, and I listened to your Ted DiBiase interview recently, and I was listening how Ted was like, yeah, he didn't understand everything, but he was where he was supposed to be, and do what he's supposed to be doing. But I don't really, on television, I didn't see that there was an issue between both men, but apparently backstage they didn't get along that much. Like, did you ever see them hanging out? Because this is the end of them being together as a functioning group on television.
Well, and as Ted talks about in that interview, that it was never this thing where they bickered or had issues, or it wasn't that. It wasn't that they didn't get along or what. It's just that they were two human beings that could not have been more different, and they just didn't. There wasn't this click thing. They didn't click, but they were both very professional. I think they both realized what they had, and they needed each other.
Yeah. And
so they found a way for it to work. And, I think that Virgil realized that what an opportunity he had been given. It was a pretty damn easy gig for the most part. He wasn't taking bumps every day, right? All he had to do was go to the gym and look good. And so I think that it worked for both of them. But I mean, if people want to look for they had screaming matches, or he was always down, talking down to him or something like that. No, but Ted was never that way. But it wasn't. You never saw them hanging out.
Okay.
And that's what's kind of amusing about it, is because this was the days of kayfabe, and they would have to go to these towns, and they had to play the gimmick the second they touched down. Getting in a limousine, and Virgil would be carrying the briefcase, the Halliburton, and that whole thing. They had to play it up whenever they were out in public or whatever. They had to sell it, so they did have to spend an awful lot of time together. But it wasn't. I don't think it was hard work or torture to be around each other. I just think that they found a way around each other and not really drive each other out of their minds. And here's where we got to be here for this. We got to do this and this, and they did it. But it is funny to hear Ted talk about it. That he wasn't the sharpest.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about?
But my point is that it wasn't this contentious relationship. It was a very professional relationship, and thank goodness that Virgil realized it, and did what he had to do. But at some point, I think everybody knew that it was going to run. It was going to run out. Everybody knew at some point, right, that Virgil's not going to be able to take this anymore, and he's going to rebel, and he's going to, and boy, I hope he gives it to the $1 Million Man, because man, does he deserve it. And that's what we saw. It played out. And even afterwards, Virgil had a little bit of a run there going. And he built up this recognition with that gimmick, that he was able to take it down south too. So you know, it was great for him. But as far as this, you know, it wasn't Bill Eadie and Barry Darsow. You know, the relationship of you know, this respect and genuine friendship and all that. But it was a professional relationship that worked and made both of them a lot of money.
Now, here's a question that you maybe don't know or you do know. $1 Million Man had to live the gimmick. He was given money by Vince to go live the $1 Million Man's life in public.
Mm-hmm.
Did Virgil also get to do this?
Well, he stayed at the same places and ride in the same limousine. And so, yeah, he
Pin cash and all that, you think?
Yeah. I mean, wow. But they live with the gimmick. I'm sure that a lot of the boys are like, man, dude, you've got what a, you know, gig you've got. You're not getting beat up every night. You stand at ringside. You get involved once in a while. You know, I mean, what a great setup. But yeah, he benefited by all of that.
Wow.
It wasn't, you know, but it wasn't the point where, you know, Virgil's got all this cash. He gets to go into bars and do that. It wasn't that, you know. But Ted, when he did, he had to be flashing the hundreds and that kind of thing and tips and because
damn.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I was thinking like if
I'll just say that Ted benefited by it a lot more than Virgil did.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Because my thing was like Vince being like, all right, we're going to break you guys up tonight. And Virgil be like, well, how about we don't? Like,
yeah.
I like the hotels and the free food and the drinks. It's like, yeah, but we're going to break you up. You're going to be a baby face. Like, no.
And I think, and I think that Virgil was a lot more disappointed about that happening than Ted was. I think, you know, Ted knew who he was, and that he was going to be okay as the $1 Million Man without Virgil.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Virgil was very aware without the $1 Million Man, the gig was up. It was over. And he, you know, could do what he could, but yeah. So I'm sure he was much more upset and disappointed over it when they told them, you know, guys, this is what we're doing. And you're going to get a really great run here. It's going to be fun. But when it happens and you get your retribution there, he knew that, however, whether it was a matter of months or even a year, or whatever, but it was ending.
Yeah. No, I understand that. It's just so funny. Like
Ted was going to be just fine.
Yeah. He got Sherry, so good for him, you know, later on in the year. But yeah, it's the end of them. But the Mountie fights Coco Beware immediately after the whole debacle of Warrior losing the championship to Sergeant Slaughter. So I can only imagine be like, all right, Jock, it's your debut of the Mountie on pay-per-view. Enjoy yourself. And he has to go out there and deal with that. This is Coco's 7th pay-per-view loss in a row. Yeah. And this is the Mountie's debut. Talk about a crappy situation to be in. No one's going to be happy to see you.
Yeah. Well, they always talk about, you know, like comedians say, you know, somebody goes out there and frickin' kills it. Be like following Jim Gaffigan, and then you got to go. He's just, you know, brought the house down, and then, you know, Shane Gillis or somebody, you know, and then okay, you're up. Like you got to go out there and try and follow that. And especially as we've talked about that, you know, people they wanted to kill anyone. You could just feel the. You know, you've ever been around in a crowd there where you feel it. You feel that tension, that hate, that, you know, and that something could really break loose. It could be really bad. And you could feel that. And then you come out there and then you've got this match and people are like, are you kidding me? I mean, these guys have no reason to be in the ring together. There's no storyline. There's nothing. And what? Is this intermission? What is this? I
rough spot.
Didn't get it. Didn't like what? How did you guys figure this lineup? But this would be a good way to follow after this and everything that's going on. Yeah, I felt for both of them. And there was no way. I don't care who it would have been, really, in a sense. I mean, maybe on a, you know. Like I'm in the point of saying that if you're just going to put two people out there to have a match,
that's all it would.
After that,
Jerry Saggs versus Sam Houston could have been here. You know what I mean? Like,
right? And what are you doing? Yeah, that was. Oh my God, Yeah, I
Well,
felt, I know that they've talked about it since, about going, let's just get this over with. I mean, I hope we can get back to the locker room after this.
right,
It will be the sacrifice. Yeah,
but also like this match apparently didn't go over so well that the VHS and Coliseum video was like, let's just not put it on there. Like, let's just go from the world title
Yeah.
to wrestlers talking about how they're going to win the Royal Rumble to the actual Royal Rumble. Like,
Yeah.
again, why? This keeps happening. We've done this so many times now where certain matches just get left off those, but yet when the DVD releases come out, they're put back on.
Yeah, but you know what? That may have already been in the cake. That match was basically just so they could get everything prepared.
Oh, like
to go
settled.
for the big, and then have that space. Because imagine going right from that and then saying, Howard coming out and saying, "Oh, the Royal Rumble! If you go over the top rope," and everything like, huh? And then here comes Brett.
Yes.
But could have done something else. I don't know.
I don't know.
Gobbledygooker.
Oh my God, dude. We are hanging out too much together because that was exactly what I was about to say. Being like, what would be great now? Gobbledygooker would have been a great spot to be in right now.
Yeah.
Here he is. He was, remember guys, he was here in November. No, you don't like him?
No, I don't know. I don't know what you could have done there, but I think they just needed a bridge, and they needed two sacrificial lambs to go out there and just get.
It was a bit strange, but we also got the Big Boss Man versus Barbarian. The entire storyline here is that Bobby Heenan will not stop making fun of the Big Boss Man's mother. Even on the countdown show, you guys played a couple of clips of Bobby Heenan making fun of Big Boss Man's mom, and one of them was Bobby asking Gorilla Monsoon, "What do you think the Big Boss Man's mother is going to be for Halloween?" And Gorilla's like, "What could it be?" And he's like, "Oh, she'd just be wearing a paper bag over her head like she always does."
Yeah.
I started laughing hysterically.
Oh, and everything he says was that she didn't need a costume. Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bobby had his best, but and the apology or the begging promo, Tunny, please don't put me in the ring with him. Don't make me go out. And then we go back to it of him going, they remember I think in the promo thing, and I say, that you saw what he just did there, but this is what he did when it was over, and it just shows you how disingenuous he is. And I remember when he did it, because he just kind of just drops the face and just goes, But I said it would have been great, like if he would have said something like, that ought to keep him, that ought to get him crying, or that ought to get him, that'll get him. But he did. It was what it was. But they were sensitive to that. That they even made a trip to her house to make sure that Mrs. Trainer, I don't know if that was her last name, but Ray's mom, was okay with everything, which I thought was kind of cool. That they did. They wanted to just make sure that, and her son was in the business. I think she kind of understood that, this is what he does. But the fact that they acknowledged it and wanted to make sure, are you good with this? Was I thought that was a nice thing to do, and it was great for Ray that they had that angle going for him, and it was because he was a really good heel, and he was kind of an example of where when you see somebody that is the bad guy, and then at some point he sees the light, then you cheer for him.
Yeah.
But they say you got to hate him first before you can love him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the way the Big Boss Man was. I don't think if you brought him in and he was this truth and justice guy from the very beginning, and I'm just doing it because it's the way you do it, you do things right. The fact that he was this badass heel.
Oh yeah.
And then at some point he kind of sees the light. He gets turned. He has all these circumstances. Finally, he's like, you know what? That ain't right. And so that's why I think that character got over so well. And the whole thing, because they did went on with it, and I kept thinking, how's this going to work? I mean, Boss Man Bobby, how tough is it going to for him to beat up Bobby? And it kind of dragged a little bit on because he just kept doing it with the mom insults and stuff. Yeah. But it worked, and we always know that Bobby is always got an angle, and he's going to get somebody to stand in front of him for him. And of course, he gets the Barbarian. Now, I always thought that the Barb was he was kind of one dimensional. He couldn't do a great promos really, so that's why he really needed to have Bobby or whoever else. And that they didn't let him. He didn't really do a whole lot in the ring. Most of it was the big leg and just the massiveness of him. But this match, they actually started slow, but then I thought that they really picked it up and they showed some pretty good moves. And we already knew that Boss Man could move. I mean, he was a big man, but he had leaned out. Really had worked hard at being better at being able to get around in the ring more, and he was flying. And Barbarian stepped up as well. So, overall, that match was pretty damn good. I mean, I was surprised that it was as good as it was because I didn't expect it to be that good. I wasn't questioning that Boss Man couldn't make it good, but the Barbarian, I think that day really did step up and was one of his better matches ever in the WWF.
I agree. Like, again, Big Boston, once you turned, I love how you bring it up once he sees the light of his ways in a way. Because if he was like, hey, man, do what's right, follow the rules, and people like, shut up. But then, he destroyed the Mega Powers. He helped the Mega Powers explode. And now the big point of him turning babyface was the $1 Million Man wanted Big Boss Man to steal Jake's Damien Snake and do harm to it. And Big Boss Man's like, listen, I'm not hurting animals here. Like, I'll beat up Hulk Hogan all day long with my billy club, but I am not going to hurt a snake. And it's great to see that he has limits. He has limits. And again, you're right about the mother hating insults because it goes into WrestleMania. That's how Mr. Perfect defends his IC title against Big Boss Man at WrestleMania because it's Heenan family versus Boss Man with all these mother insults. But I love that you said they went out and talked to the Big Boss Man's real mother to ask if she was okay with this. But yet they're like, oh, Iraq, Gulf War, let's just do it. But yet they're like, we don't want to upset Boss Man's mom, but who cares about the troops? Hogan's got to win.
Yeah, that's right. And he came through. Imagine that.
And the last match we have here is the Rockers versus the Orient Express. This is one of the best matches of '91. Like everything that
might
happened,
be one of the best tag team matches ever.
You know what?
I mean, really, the Rockers were at the pinnacle of their union then. They were so in sync. And we've had discussions before about Marty Jannetty, who, crashed and burned eventually. But at one point, man, those two guys, and I thought, we talk about Sean as being one of the greatest ever, tag team or singles. And I used to think at that time, Jannetty was unbelievable too. And at this point, you're getting the best of them. They really, and then you go up against the Orient Express then, and I think Paul Diamond was one half of it then.
Yes.
And Tanaka, if I'm correct, but
Kato, I think it's Kato and Pat.
Kato
is the actually, you know what? I'll just have it right here. Is the combo in the Orient Express? It is. Oh yes, Kato and Tanaka. Yep.
Tanaka. So I thought, and man, it just they were so in sync that day, and I think that match was 20 minutes long. I'm just guessing here, but I remember it being pretty lengthy there for a pay-per-view event, and from start to finish. It was just a master class and entertaining and high flying and great moves and Marty and Sean, the way they could jump in and out of that ring through the ropes and their timing was their timing was just perfect. So we know how things go. There's so many different factors of how you keep something working, and it wasn't destined to be. But that day, I'm sure that if they didn't realize it then, they did later, of just how good they were together when they were at their peak.
Yep.
And we
I
know
agree.
what was going on with tag team competition then. There was all kinds of great tag teams, but they may have been the best in the world at that time.
Yep. No, I think you're right about that. This is definitely a top 90s tag team match. You know, obviously different eras have different favorites, whatever, but this match right here, when people bring up like top 10 lists of Royal Rumble matches that aren't actually the Royal Rumble match itself, this I feel like belongs on there because it's just like Piper versus Bret Hart at WrestleMania 8, where people forget about it for years, and then once they discover it again, it's like watching a movie you forgot about. It's you realize, oh my god, like this is so good. And you know, this match is, I will say, please go watch it. Like if you don't have anything else to do, go watch that. You can skip the Rumble. You can, but don't skip this match. This is the match.
If you like tag teams too, I mean, you'll love watching this one.
Oh yeah.
And overall as an event, and I think that, you know, people talking about the situation, everything that was going on, and you know, some of you mentioned the Coco match and Jock and all these things. People would say, well, that couldn't have been a very good pay-per-view, but I think it was one of the best. And it you know, everything in it, good and bad, as far as we're talking politically and what was happening there. But the things that stand out, look at all the things that immediately come to mind. You think of that scepter to the head is, you know, still resounding through professional wrestling history.
Here ringing, actually.
As one, yeah. I mean, my God. And you know, even Hulk in the Rumble, he came through for the troops. You got to see, you know, those guys didn't let down in the Royal Rumble. Although everybody that was really involved in that did. I thought that it was. But in many ways, though, that was nowhere near the best action of the night. Yeah. So, you know, overall, it was a great pay-per-view, and it reflected in the buy rates that it did so well. And I think the WWF, WWE learned a lot in that event. Vince took in a lot from that, and also realized, you know, that heat. Whatever you generate and the everything that comes with it, from the attention that you get from outside of the entertainment world there, that you're blurring the lines where people are really questioning, you know, the reality and where the make-believe begins, was something else that, you know, how far you could take it. I think that they learned maybe it was a bit far, but in the end, though, it all paid off. So, and lessons learned too.
Yeah. Well, you're making a good point about that, because you have Undertaker who's pretending to be a dead person, and then you have Sergeant Slaughter who's an Iraqi sympathizer. Like, what a spectrum of characters, but yet they still exist in the same universe. And you said this beat WrestleMania 7 in the ratings. It also was on a Saturday instead of usual a Monday or Tuesday. Yeah. And so I really think, I don't know why, but wrestling on Saturdays felt right. And then it moved to Sundays for so long, but they did this because the NFL was not having an off week before the Super Bowl, probably for, again, security reasons, because the Super Bowl, millions of dollars were spent on security for that event that year because of all the situations in the war. But before we wrap this up, though, you said it's, you know, where would you rank this in golden era Royal Rumbles? Because we've done 90, we talked about 89, 92, you know, your last one is 93. So in reality, you know, you have Big John Studd win, Hogan, Ric Flair, Yokozuna. Like, where do you land on your favorite?
It's right up there. I think because of everything that was going on with it, and it was a classic pay-per-view. It wouldn't be my all-time, you know, but it's certainly, you know, top 3, top 2, maybe top 2, you know, maybe that's second favorite. So
it's top 5. Do a classic Bruce. Top 5.
But I'll say top 3. I'll go that far, because just that so much came out of it, and you know, people really still talk about this to this day, and that's always kind of what really hammers it home for me. And like, how good was it? You know, a lot of times, you know, you have to let it in history here, but you know, people talk to me about this all the time, and they remember that shot to the head. And, you know, they want to know, was that really, did he really lay that in? Like, Oh boy, did he?
Yeah, he didn't like him very much. Yeah, you're right about this Rumble.
Warrior
It has
had a
feeling.
goose egg on his head. Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
And
Glass. Can you get the glass on
juice.
my
Yeah.
paint, please?
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
before
right up there, one of the best. There were, and because there was just so much going on, you know. So entertainment wise, definitely one of the best.
yeah, and again, it had a feeling like you could feel it was very patriotic. You could feel the energy versus it's just not a wrestling show. This is a patriotic wrestling show, and so you were feeling that love through the camera. I felt like so. All in all, Sean Mooney, another Golden Era podcast with you here, talking about the best time in professional wrestling, the Golden Era. So thank you again for being here. I'm Seafall. He's Sean Mooney. Now remember, folks, if someone crosses you, hit them in the face with a scepter. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
It's the golden age of WWE. Larger than life of fantasy. Step in the ring, feel history. Welcome to the golden WWE.
From stabbings to rewriting history to tears in my eyes, it's the Royal Rumble 1992 right here on the Golden Hour. Sean Mooney, how are you doing today? Woo!
Oh, I wonder why you would say that. Woo! It's a lot of wooing going on in this Royal Rumble, and for good reason. It happened to be, I think, the best Royal Rumble ever. And as we'll get into it, but I think we already gave away the hero of the day, Ric Flair, in this, and what he ended up doing this day in Albany.
It is one of the greatest Royal Rumbles of all time. And that was my first question to you, and you kind of answered it, where the argument has been going on since this event. Is the 1992 the Royal Rumble the greatest Royal Rumble of all time? Now, why do you think it's the greatest one, though, personally for you?
Well, there's so much going on in this one. And of course, you've got Ric Flair, who comes in number 3, which there was, the whole psychology behind this is great, too, because I'm sure, people's initial thought, well, if you're going to do something like this, make him number 1. And no, it's not that easy. And I know that, Bobby, who pitched this, apparently, said, make Rick number 1, but Vince liked to add a few layers to the onion here and says, now we'll make him 3. It can't be, completely, start to finish. That would be like too storybook in a sense. But at the fact that, Rick ends up being in there for eternity and, getting it done is pretty amazing. So coming in at 3 was great. And then you've got Bobby the Brain Heenan. And if you go on all of these sites or, Reddit or whatever it is, and people ask about the Royal Rumble 1992, one thing that keeps coming up is just how tremendous Bobby was.
And Gorilla.
On the microphone. Yes. But, Bobby had a vested interest in this for it to turn out the way it did. And it's so weasel throughout, because he goes up and down with his emotions of, of course he's rooting for Flair the whole way. And, and Gorilla keeps reminding him, you're supposed to be the objective commentary person here, and he just shut up, just shut up, Gorilla, but keeps going on and rooting. And then he goes up where he's just, oh, it's terrible, it's all over, it's forget it. And then Flair does something, and I knew he was gonna. I told him to do that.
Yes.
And anytime anything happens, he's going, get in the corner, rest, don't get in there. What are you doing? So, those are the 2 biggest elements of this, and it was just. But there was also so much more. With look at the people that were involved in this, the superstars. I mean, I don't know what the count is, but I'm sure the number of Hall of Famers that.
So
were
I did the count. So it's 19 wrestlers.
Okay, I thought it was like 20
30.
something, but yeah,
it's
wow.
So it's incredible the numbers you have here, because let's just go through the list too. British Bulldog, $1 Million Man, Ric Flair, Jerry Sags, Haku, Shawn Michaels, Tito Santana, The Barbarian, Texas Tornado, Repo Man, Greg Valentine, Volkov,
Big Boss Man, Hercules, Roddy Piper, Jake the Snake, Jim Duggan, IRS, Jimmy Snuka, The Undertaker, Randy Savage, Berserker, Virgil, Colonel Mustafa, Iron Sheik, the model Rick Martel, Hulk Hogan, Skinner, Sergeant Slaughter, Sid Justice, and the Warlord. That's a Hall of Fame list up and down, but according to the Glance, 19 are actually in the Hall of Fame in this match.
Yeah. And as we talked about before, that, Vince had worked very hard to build a roster like that. And I think we're seeing the peak when you've got so many recognizable names. And I really felt that overall, it showed you what the WWF at the time, WWE, of course, had become. That you had, never before. I think about, of all of the other organizations out there, that you would have 20 basically,
Yeah.
And of course even the others that were involved that were, in a sense, if you were any kind of a wrestling fan, they were household names. They didn't, and the fact that their gimmicks that they had, were that recognizable. And so I think at the time when you look back at this and you see a collection. And I've always said, how much I love these events in the sense that it gives all these guys that work their ass off and, putting in those days of making these house shows, that it gave them the opportunity to really get a decent payday to be involved in these matches. But also that the fans around the world got the chance to see these guys. And so 92, man, this to me was kind of the peak of it all, of a collection of superstars and really what Vince McMahon had created.
I agree.
Yeah.
And what's interesting
Phenomenal.
about this, I think there's a couple of reasons why I believe a lot of people think this is the number one Royal Rumble of all time. One, there's a storyline thread from the beginning to the end. No pay-per-view, past or present, has given you this thread of the beginning of Bobby is on commentary from the beginning, rooting for Ric Flair, talking about the Royal Rumble, talking about Ric Flair, hyping it up to the end when Ric Flair does win, spoiler alert, and even backstage, he leaves the commentary booth. He goes backstage in the back for the promo, the most famous promo of this evening. I think that's what makes it great, because there's a storyline. It's not match that had a storyline. All right, next match, this has a storyline. No, there's a storyline throughout the evening, and of course, the commentary, the soundtrack to this event. It doesn't matter if we're watching the Beverly Brothers versus the Bushwhackers or LOD versus the Natural Disasters. Bobby and Gorilla on commentary are the best part. Now, you got a chance to work with both of these Hall of Famers. Actually, you know what? I think about it. Talk about the wrestlers. Bobby and Gorilla are also in the Hall of Fame. And so there's a lot of people on this list in this evening that are on the Hall of Fame. So I want to tip my hat to them. But what was it like working with Bobby and Gorilla around this time? Because they are the best. Yeah.
And they are. They're at their peak as well, working together. They were a oiled machine, the way they played off one another, And in this Royal Rumble, do you think that Bobby had a conflict of interest? Okay,
Right.
Maybe. But seriously, they were really just such a great team. And we've discussed many, many times when we talk about commentary, they were the two for me. And because of the dynamic of the way it worked. And it was kind of a simple formula of, Gorilla, sharp on his description of the play-by-play, and he's got to interject, and it's going to be something outrageous, and Gorilla lets him get away with it for a while, and then finally smacks him down. And then, the bluster is out of Bobby, and he kind of recovers. And then as they get back into that groove and that rhythm again, and then Bobby does it again. But at this point, and you listen to this start to finish, the entertainment value of just listening to that commentary was phenomenal, besides what was happening in the ring. And as you mentioned, this was, it just unfolded as you listened of how the emotions that Bobby's going through, and he's up and down, and he's just blatantly rooting for Flair the whole way because his selfish interests. He says that, I've got a, you talk about a windfall. If this happens, I'm,
He's got
easy
rich.
street.
Yeah. He asked for drinks on commentary too. Bob's like, I need something with a kick. I need something with a kick. And never in my life would you think on commentary that someone's screaming out, I need a booze. I need
Yeah,
booze because
yeah.
I'm stressing. I'm stressing.
Oh, and and the lines in there, you could pull out, 30 of some of Bobby's best lines in there. Even at the beginning when Tunney comes out and he goes, he's the best president since Noriega. Like, where did that come from?
He hates it. He hates Tunney.
Oh yeah. And it just went on and on. And then as he's, I made some notes about it, but just one after another. And folks, you have to realize, Bobby was never a guy. He didn't keep a notebook. There's some people that do that, where they'll think of something. I got to remember to work this in. That wasn't how Bobby worked. It was all top of mind. And that's how his brain worked. That, was all situational because of course you didn't know what was going to happen, but that just came naturally to him. And I think that if he would have tried to do it another way, it wouldn't have worked because that's how he was. He was just all reactionary to everything. And just his mind was so quick. And this was a classic example throughout, you got to listen to him for that full hour of this. Of course, he did the other stuff, but I mean that just this put together and from start to finish, he was just so freaking funny, entertaining throughout. And there wasn't any dull moments when, if there was any lull in the action, the banter between Gorilla and Bobby, would pick up. They knew they could feel it too. There was more to it than what was guys do in the ring, but you also, when you've got people calling it, they've got to carry it too. And the whole combination worked. It absolutely worked for me.
I think that's true too, because Bobby and Gorilla obviously had chemistry, but now Bobby has this underlining, I'm rooting for Ric Flair the whole time.
Yeah.
That's the storyline he's bringing to the table. Gorilla's there to shut him down for the whole hour of just shut up, be quiet. Yeah. You're supposed to be here doing your job, but yet Bobby keeps jumping in on Ric Flair. I think that's what makes it the best part because most of the time it's commentary doing commentary. Bad guy, rich or bad guy, good guy, rich or good guy. Bobby Heenan's not there to cheer on Jake the Snake, who's a bad guy, or Colonel Mustafa. He is there for one reason and one reason only, and that's to make sure that Ric Flair wins the Rumble and, of course, have a drink with a kick. One of my favorite lines, though, from this evening is when Roddy Piper comes down and starts beating down Flair. Eventually, Jake pulls Piper off of Ric Flair, and Bobby's like, oh, thank you, Piper. Thank you. I'll say it. I'll say it. It's not a skirt. It's a kilt. It's a kilt. And then about 2 seconds later, Piper punches Ric Flair. He's like, you son of a gun. You know what? Take it back. It is a skirt. It is a skirt. And he's just screaming. No one, Piper can't hear Bobby.
Yeah. I mean, it's just classic Bobby. And he works like a comedian. He really did. I always said that, if he wasn't involved in wrestling, he would have been a stand-up comedian. He would have been like Rickles, the way he could tear people to shreds. But he also knew how to do that. Like just the comedians, they'll have a great line or something. And then further a bit down, they bring it back. And Bobby had that kind of timing, whether he realized it or not. But that's how he worked. He was a legit comedian, and he would have been somewhere that man had to be on a stage. Whether he would have ended up being a great character actor in the movies or a stand-up comic, he could have done that because that's how good he was. Yeah. Fortunately for all of us who are professional wrestling fans, we got him. And he's a treasure. I mean, Bobby was a treasure. There's no question about it, and a unique talent that WWE was blessed to have. And it's tragic how it all ended up, but I think in the end, and he deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. But we've discussed before about the breakup of Gorilla and Bobby, and it still hurts to this day. But they go down in history for me, and I think for many, many, many others as the greatest commentary team ever in professional wrestling.
Correct. And again, I think I hope everyone, like you say, when you're looking it up anywhere about Royal Rumble 92, the commentary gets a lot of credit for why this event is so good. Of course, Ric Flair going over 60 minutes. And the biggest part about this Royal Rumble is the World Championship is on the line. This is the first time we've ever seen something like this where it has been, it's vacated because of the bullshit that happened with Jack Titan's terrible presidency during the Survivor Series 1991 and this Tuesday in Texas. Just Ric Flair always getting involved, and that led to the championship being vacated, which led to the winner of this Royal Rumble becomes the World Wrestling Federation champion. And that just added a cherry on top because now you're thinking, wait a minute, we could have Hacksaw Jim Duggan, we could have Jake the Snake, we could have Piper. We could have so many people become world champion. I think that's what also adds the element of, ooh, this is a little different, like, because we have the world title on the line. Now, let's flash back because we did do a podcast about Survivor Series 91 and this Tuesday in Texas. Now, do you know if the plans were always for this Royal Rumble to be for the World Championship in Survivor Series 91 and this Tuesday in Texas? The shit that happened with the world title were all setting us up for Royal Rumble, which was setting us up for Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 8?
Well, I think that if we try and think that way, I think we're giving them too much credit. Because, the thing is, we talk about this tremendous roster, and when you have all this stuff going on, things go wrong. There's always things happening. These are human beings. They're not perfect. They have to live lives out of arenas, and crap happens. And so I don't think so. Okay. But they were always innovative and pivoting, and this worked out great. Even Ric Flair claims that he had no idea that he was going to be getting the strap until he arrived at the arena that day. I don't know, and he talked about the night before being out with DiBiase the whole night. I think if you're going to win the WWF Heavyweight Championship, are you going to party till 5 a.m? Well, if you're Ric Flair,
I was just going to say, I was like, what are you talking about?
Probably. Yeah. But his performance that day, and I'm sure our audience is smart enough, and I use that word in respect to this business, to know that to go an hour is unbelievable. And Rick didn't take an easy ride. He could have done a lot of the things that Bobby would have liked him to do, stand in the corner, get out of the way, but he was working. And here he is. He's over 40 at this point, I think 42 or 43. And he's working that whole time and taking some nasty bumps and going around the ring and lifting guys. And so you have to give him a lot of credit for just that performance that day, because it's not easy to have that kind of ability to work that hard for that long. And as I said, now back then you were an old man. At least that's the way you looked at it. Mm-hmm. But still, you're not 25 anymore either at that age. So just a tremendous performance all the way around for Ric Flair. And what a feather in his cap, awful cliche, but really for him to win this championship and have been, champion with other organizations, we know which one we're talking about, was just this was the peak. I think, absolutely was the peak. And to do it that way, where you beat all of these guys to get the strap. So I'm sure it had to have been for Rick. And I know he has said it many times that it was really the reaching that summit to get to that point, his Everest, being able to look down at what he had accomplished.
And in his promo after winning, he does say, "This is the greatest moment of my life." It's funny though.
Yeah.
So we gave too much credit to the world but it really, Survivor Series 91, this Tuesday in Texas, have weird implications in both those events. Then you get to this Rumble. It's perfect. It's amazing. Flair wins. Yeah. But then you get to WrestleMania 8, weird ending. Survivor, SummerSlam 92 has some weird shenanigans with Perfect. Like, there's a lot of weird 92 rollover from 91. But Flair, this is a great moment for him. But also, how do you... He comes in number 3. He goes 60 minutes. He beats up bad guys. He beats up good guys. Then he wins it. That to me is not a, wow, what a bad guy. It's like, wow, did you see that guy? Like, he went out there for 60 minutes and kicked everyone's ass, not just randos. He beat up everybody. How do you think Hulk Hogan, do you know internally how Hogan was feeling? Because around this time in 91, he was on the Arsenio Hall show where he said, I never took steroids. That might have taken some Hogan dust off of him. We head into 92. Flair wins the championship, 60 minutes, beats up everybody. How do you think, or if you know, how Hulk Hogan would have been feeling about this? Because it doesn't make Hogan look great what happens to him in this Rumble.
No, and especially because we know the stories that when he went out, people, he was booed, people, and they, as it goes, they changed the story.
I want to get into that in a deep dive.
We're going to get to that.
Yeah,
but I think that, he couldn't have it both ways in a sense. He wanted to do all these other things. There was a lot going on, and he still wanted to be the guy at the same time. But you can't go and do all that, and then also, at some point, it begins to wane. It no matter what it is, and the reign of Hulkamania was phenomenal. I mean, look how long it lasted, and that he would be able to still come back, and people were glad to see him, and he would kind of save the place in a sense. But at some point, it starts to turn, and you said things like that appearance on the Arsenio Hall show didn't help him when that it was, he ends up having to admit in court basically that he did. And still, as for medical purposes and stuff, like, who's buying this? So that didn't help. So I said, what it really comes down to, he wanted he wanted always to be that hero, but it's at some point it would started to fade, and I don't think that was easy for him to swallow, to do that. And Sid Justice, Sid talks about how backstage after that he was screaming and yelling, and he was really upset. Which
Hogan,
which would I don't necessarily believe that, because that's not what Hulk Hogan. I never saw him where he'd have these emotional outbursts. But I do believe that when, like, that reaction that he got that we haven't we'll talk about, was a big blow. Kind of like, what? Like, that was the first real time that it was just, you couldn't ignore it. You couldn't just think, was that for something else or what? It was just, whoa. And I remember everybody was like, what was that? What's going on? And I think that was kind of a big wake up call for him to see something like that happen.
Because Hulk Hogan leaves after WrestleMania 8, which is only a few months after this, Royal Rumble 92, because of there's a lot of heavy things happening. All the local news, all the press is using Hulk Hogan's face as the steroid trial. Look, steroids in the WWF. They're not picturing Vince McMahon, who no one knows who that guy is except who does commentary. Pictures of Hulk Hogan are everywhere. And I'm imagining, if I'm Hogan, like, well, how do you protect your image? How do you get to go keep doing these movies and Thunder in Paradise, and you got to get out of the business? So do you know, this outburst that Sid brings up, do you know after this it's kind of like, well, Hogan has to have a conversation where, all right, I want to leave because this is not working out for me anymore. Let's go away, come back in a little while, and we'll go back to what we were doing.
Yeah, and I'm sure he didn't enjoy the fact that he became the poster boy for this. And because, as you said at the time, Vince wasn't out there like that. I mean, everybody knew Vince McMahon ran the company and the whole thing, but he wasn't, you didn't see him on screen. You didn't see him on these shows like that, where he became part of it. So yeah, I'm sure that, was not happy about that when it came down to, but that came with the territory. He was the guy on top. He was implicated. And I don't know if it was necessarily that him thinking that, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of the limelight in a sense, because he had other stuff going on as well and other commitments that he had made. But it probably helped the situation though to get out of that, out in front of that. So I'm sure though he was not pleased with what was going on, and he probably was wondering, okay, now how bad will this get? You're hoping that it just kind of goes away, that people would pay attention, then it dies down. Well, as we know, that didn't happen.
No. And maybe Ric Flair becoming champion is he's never been known for a man who's been jacked or huge or 24-inch pythons like Hogan or even size of Warrior. Ric Flair might be a guy like Bret Hart, I think, is kind of not the scapegoat, but a man's like, look, he can be our world champion because we can put him on posters, so people aren't going to go, hey, he's on steroids. They'll think, oh, he's a superstar. He's a professional wrestler. Am I reading too much into that?
Well, I was going to say that, even though they're saying, the steroids were illegal and all this, I don't think people looked at it like they were drug addicts or something. Yeah, I mean, I think that if everybody looked at it and said, well, how do you think they get that way? How do bodybuilders get that way? And now just because the government has stepped in and now they've made them illegal, also, what now? They're criminals? So I don't think that in a sense, sure, you don't want to be implicated as this drug user or something. I think that like with Terry, it was people, as far as losing their how much they liked him, or was the fact that he is denying it. You know what I mean? And just a phony, I think, is what started to surround him in a sense. That the Hulkster that we knew is each. Take your vitamins and say your prayers and all this is a phony, that he's lying. And I remember watching that Arsenio Hall thing, and okay, I was kind of on the inside, but I remember thinking at the time, if I'm watching this, I'm thinking, dude, really? How stupid do you think we are? Yes. To sit there and like, no, come on. And so to me, it wasn't more of, he's a criminal, or he's going to face these charges, or it was, what a phony, be real. You're always the real American. Well, be the real American. I think that he would have done much better if he said, yeah, I did. I used them, but at the time they weren't illegal. And I've learned a lot about them. And now I realize they're probably not good for my body. Mm-hmm. And, I'm not going to use them. We'll find other ways. There's other supplements or something, and people, right? People would have said, oh, wow. Yeah. He's being honest with us. He's telling us. And I made some mistakes. I probably should have checked into this more. Whatever you would have said, at least it would have been real, authentic. But to sit there and just make it seem, that, no, this is the way it is. And you think people at home are going, yeah, okay, I believe you. Like, no, I don't ever remember anybody. And I also know, guys that I worked with are saying, we're saying, I won't name specific names, but higher up people who were like, man, that wasn't good. That's not the way he should have handled it. And I know, that Vince and other people talking to Terry going into saying, this is what you should do. And yet he went out there and denied it. Like you could have, like that he should have just been straight with it and said, I didn't know at the time. Yes, I'd used them, but I didn't know at the time that they were what they were. They're bad for you, and that they're legal substances, or whatever. People would have accepted that. So bottom line of it, that's what I think hurt his image, was more of being a phony to people. Like people think, and then that's kind of where that started.
No, I agree with you, because like when you started saying that, like, oh, your childhood hero is this liar and a phony. Well, why believe in him anymore? Because in my brain, it's like seeing like Barney the dinosaur taking his head off and smoking a cigarette and being like, "Hey kids, why are you surprised? Are you surprised I'm not a good dinosaur?" Like that's how I imagine Hulk Hogan thinking.
Away from me. Yeah, you
Yeah,
smell
get him.
like cheese. Yeah.
Hey, Johnny, I told you don't have him touch me. I told you don't have him touch me. That's how I imagine Hulk Hogan probably was going to that Arsenio Hall thing, being like, well, I'm this good guy, so if I say I did bad things, people will think I'm a bad guy. So if I don't say I did bad things, I'll be a good guy. Total opposite happened.
Yeah.
Where the people who grew up with you are now getting older and they're wiser. They're not stupid anymore, and maybe perhaps don't believe in the things you're saying. And it might have ruined Hulk Hogan here, and that would show you why he is booed very loudly here at the Royal Rumble for also being an asshole.
Well, I mean, and it's funny because a person who makes a living out of understanding how to influence a crowd and get an impact from fans didn't understand that. And what are the greatest stories in wrestling? You have a hero and he's up here and he's great and everything's going wonderful. And then there's some kind of a downfall. And but I still love him and I want to be there for him when he's struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes back. How many times, Hulk with the arm.
Oh, yeah.
And he didn't understand that if I got to, that's what I need to be vulnerable here. I need to tell them that, I made a mistake. The Hulkamaniacs would have engulfed him with the giant hug of we're there for you, Hulkster. We'll all get through this together. Instead of lying to me and I'm I thought we were friends. I thought you would tell me but I know you're not being honest with me.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to think that he didn't understand that. And one of the greatest ever who knew how to work a crowd didn't understand that the fans that he had weren't going to buy it.
So how do you think the Sid Justice story about Hogan being upset after this event this night, are you seeing the fallout of this Royal Rumble backstage with Hulk Hogan and his feelings about the company, about Ric Flair, about Sid Justice? Because clearly the wheels are falling off. Like Hulk Hogan is supposed to main event WrestleMania 8 against Ric Flair, then it doesn't happen, and then they have that weird press conference where Hogan's announced, but then Sid's upset. They're setting up Sid and Hogan clearly at Rumble 2. Like, when do you think they said, okay, no Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan, Hogan's going to also leave, and Hogan's pretty pissed? Like, where do you think Hogan's emotions were? Like, do you know this for sure? What's going on backstage with him?
Well, absolutely not. You never knew for sure what was going on, but you could observe, and I talked to a lot of people, and that he certainly wasn't happy, as we saw the way that played out. But I think that, as I said, that was one of the first real times I think that the reaction wasn't what he expected, and it was a slap in the face. It's just like, wow, and that hadn't happened in a long time. So you kind of get lulled into that. This is my world, and I can do no wrong ever, and then suddenly you're wrong. Now you have to blatantly admit. You have to go, man, I didn't see that coming, and a lot was happening. I think that they were hoping, as we also talked before about that Ric Flair Hulk Hogan always seemed to be the ultimate matchup. And its time had passed, and then you had all this other stuff going on, and then of course Brett gets involved in this. Thinking that he's going to be the future, and we know how that ended up. So it becomes a really tumultuous time here.
The company, yeah.
Yes.
Let's talk about that Hogan though thing. So Sid eliminates Hulk Hogan in the Royal Rumble. The crowd cheers for Hulk Hogan being tossed out by Sid Justice.
Mm-hmm.
And up at this point, Sid Justice he's coming in hot. Like, people are really enjoying his work. He's huge. He's muscular. He's a good-looking dude. He's a powerhouse. Everything about him is working. So when that happens, though, Hulk Hogan does something which really confuses me as a Hulkamaniac. Is Hogan's like, well, listen, that sucks, man. You threw me out. That's wrong. No, those are the rules of the Royal Rumbles, sir. First off, you'd be tossed out. Then he wants to shake Sid Justice's hand. Well, Sid's like, all right, I'll be a good guy. Shake your hand. Hogan grabs him. And then Ric Flair sneaks up behind, tosses out Sid. That's how Ric Flair wins the match and becomes world champion. How is Hulk Hogan the good guy in this scenario at all? As Sid is following the rules of the Royal Rumble And Hogan's like, all right, brother, I'm so sorry. Give me a handshake. Oh, gotcha, son of a bitch, and pulls him out.
Yeah. Well, and that just shows you that he didn't really understand, because that's not the way this scenario is supposed to go.
Mm.
And as you said, Hulk goes out, they cheer, he grabs Sid Justice, which allows Ric Flair, and they boo the Hulkster for, and yeah, and it is. Wait a minute, that wasn't. I mean, obviously, they ended up redoing it in a sense with the commentary and sweetening it back, reversing it the other way. They had to create that, which wasn't real, in a sense of how things are, supposed to go with it. And so, yeah, it's like everybody had it wrong. I mean, that's the way it was going to play out. It wasn't, like Hulk let his emotions get the best of him and he pulled that move or something. Like they had to get Sid out, right? And set up that the bit between Sid and the Hulkster, but it just wasn't received the way they thought it was going to be.
But how did they think it was going to be received? Hogan's done this in the past with Big Boss Man, like other people, where he gets eliminated, then he comes in and he's upset, and then he throws someone out, and everyone cheers. This is the first time, you're right, it didn't turn out that way. But
because Sid was supposed to be the
bad guy, in this scenario. But
yeah. And I, Sid talks about it, saying that he was upset the way it all kind of ended up going down, and he said he went to talk to Vince after, said, I'm out of here. And Sid was always like that. Sid was, in a second, he never had that passion for it. To him, it was a paycheck. As long as everything's going well and he's enjoying himself and there's not a softball game,
of course,
somewhere, he'll stick around. But he talks about how after that, because, they're freaking out over and trying to make Hulkster happy, and then he's kind of thinking, well, I'm going to be the odd man out again. They're going to screw me again here. And went to Vince and said, look, handshake, dude, I'm out. I'll go. And he said Vince wouldn't do it, wouldn't go for it, and tried to talk him down on it. And we saw, that they placated him somehow. But at that event, he was like, screw this, man. I know how this is going to play out. Hulk's going to get everything he wants. He always does. And I'm going to end up getting screwed here. So
he did.
Yeah, but it wasn't that, as we saw, it didn't play out the way they thought it was going to, which is really amazing to think about it.
And they have to save the situation too, where when anytime there's clips of this shown on Superstars or Primetime, a wrestling challenge, or the pay-per-view rebroadcasts, usually it's a couple days later after that, you could order it again. Mm-hmm. They had Bobby and Gorilla go back into the audio booth and cover up with new commentary the situation that's breaking out with Hogan and Sid Justice. They even edit out the boos and the cheers. Cheers for Sid's are gone. Boos for Hogan missing. They swap them out, and suddenly it's booing when Hogan's tossed out and cheering when Sid's out. To me, we're turning into like Hulk Hogan propaganda, where we need to protect our assets. But in reality, when Hogan's all over the news, lying on Centennial Hall, stereo trials coming up, it seems like you're protecting the wrong people in this scenario, because Hogan, who did that help? Who did fixing this help? Nobody.
No, but they had to, continue to build him up. They had to keep him in that position. It wasn't like they said, oh, hey, maybe we'll turn him heel
and have Sid become
that was, as for the entire time that Hulk Hogan was with the WWE, that thought of him ever being a bad guy was like, you're pretty funny. That's a great, that's like, no way it could have ever happened. Well, Terry proved everybody wrong with that when he went down south. But the thought then was, you're not going to take advantage of, say, this organic things that are happening with fans kind of turning on the Hulkster, and Vince going, hey, maybe we got something else here. We could turn him, and we got a whole other ride ahead of us. And that was never a thought in his mind. And I just remember everybody finding it really amusing. That they had to create that whole thing, have Bobby and Gino come in and redo the commentary. And then, as you said, they had to literally change the crowd noise, which you could do. You take out the soundtrack and we could sweeten it and pop more sound into it if people didn't react when they were supposed to be popping. But the fact that they really just had to recreate that ending was amazing. And we had guys that were great, and of course Bobby and Gino were fantastic at what they did, so it worked. But anybody who saw it live was going, wait a minute, I don't remember it ending that way. I remember when when Hulk went out, everybody cheered. It wasn't missed by anybody.
No. And
so then we are creating it, and it's just like, what's going on here? Why would you do that? We already saw it. It's too late.
I'm imagining if you watch the original broadcast and then all right, cool, it's Saturday morning, I'm gonna watch Superstars, and you're watching it, and out of nowhere they're showing you the clips of it, and you're hearing the cheers and the boos in the wrong places, and you're thinking, wait, I just watched this. Let me put in my VCR, my VHS tape, and check. Wait a minute. I guess if you watched the rebroadcast, you would have no idea, or watched it on Peacock, or bought the DVDs, the VHS tapes. You wouldn't have known. But if you watch the original broadcast, something is amiss here, and the Hulk Hogan aura is it's disappearing a little bit.
And I tell you, I remember at the time, I shaking my head. I can't believe that. You think people are going to buy it? And I thought that it was really that people were going to be pissed by it because whatever the audience was, but you have all the dirt sheet was out and all these other things, and people talk about it. And so I don't know what they thought by recreating history here was going to do. We do, of course, everything we did is creative, but once it was out there, leave it. There could have been 1,000 other ways to handle it, or talk about the situation, and they always found ways. As I said, they knew how to pivot. So why blatantly doctor it? And when everybody's going to hear it and see it again, in creating a different way it actually happened, didn't make any sense to me. This is ridiculous.
Again, it's also hard to understand. Even if you fix the cheering and the booing, the fact that Hogan's like, all right, brother, you tossed me out, dude. Oh, man, you got me. How about a handshake? And you're like, oh, all right. And then, I got you, son of a bitch. And then just yanks him out. So Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan worked together to toss out Sid Justice.
Turned out that way, didn't it?
Who are good guys? And then Ric Flair's a champion. He has to leave the ring so we can have Hogan and Sid have a face-to-face in the ring, like butting heads, so Ric Flair can run back and do his with a tear my eye promo.
Yeah.
So the last thing you see in the audience is Sid and Hulk Hogan, and as we know, probably Hulk Hogan must pose here, and most likely, if you were there live, you got to see him rip off his shirt again. Like,
and I think
shirt, brother.
Yeah, but I think that pissed people off even more after what we had seen take place. And as you said, we did need Rick to get backstage because they wanted that promo at the end, and which was fantastic. But I think for people at the arena or watching live there, felt that here we go again. Hulk's got to be the left. He's got to take up and soak up all of instead of letting Ric Flair enjoy this moment, has stayed in the ring and he's got the belt and be able to and go off the air like that, And so to me, that didn't work either. I was saying, well, okay, I understand we're creating this, but why couldn't that have been, backstage? Maybe have cameras there, and then they have this little confrontation or whatever. But give Rick his moment. Give him the time. Give him the day. Let him win the day really, and then finish with that. Let him have it. Let him soak it in. And as I said, we needed him back there for that promo. It was fantastic. It stands in history as one of his best. You've got Kurt there and Bobby and and the famous put that cigarette out.
Oh yeah, Mean Gene. I know Mean Gene steals the show. After everything that's happened here, here's Mean Gene making sure all of our lungs are taken care of.
Yeah, and talking to. And I asked him that in the podcast when he was on with me, and he goes, "I just lost my train," and which never happened with Gene. He's always, and he just needed that aside because he didn't know where he was going for whatever, and then he got it back. But you never saw that happen with Gene. But the fact that, and then he, even as they start talking, and he was like you still talk, reprimands like whoever it was. Like, there's no cigarette. Are you kidding? You couldn't have a cigarette within a mile of Vince McMahon. My God, and Pat Patterson was a chain smoker basically, and he would have to always go outside or whatever. And I'm sure it drove Vince out of his mind because when you smoke, it's always it's on you.
Yep.
But yeah, so that moment there. But as I was saying, I think the perception of it again was here we go. Hulk's got to soak it up at the end. It's always got to be about him, and so I didn't think that helped either.
No. And here's a question for you: is some arenas in today's world, all of them have them. They usually have Trons above wherever you are, hockey rink, basketball court, whatever. A lot of these backstage interviews, like Ric Flair saying with "Tear in My Eye," becoming world champion, those are not being played with the sound of the audience and the backdrop. It's just no sound, just the camera, the boom mic, whatever. Did anyone in the arena, this might be a dumb question, anyone in the arena ever see some of these airing during broadcasts, or this was always for TV audiences only?
Yeah. Back then, that changed, which, it's very common today. Every time they do something, and they did that with Raw a lot, where they, during the Attitude, or like The Rock, would be backstage and you'd hear everything that's going on, and that certainly is carried on from that time. And whether or not we really had the technology to do it back then to where you could broadcast it live out to the arena at the same time, I don't know, but it just wasn't part of the programming then. And that's what as I said, people didn't have the opportunity. They just see that, that Rick scoots from the ring and goes back and does that promo for the live pay-per-view audience. So they never got to see it. Now, maybe if that would have been the case, they would have put it back, had it up and people would have seen. But like I say, they didn't have that opportunity, and they just thought that he got, all right, you got the bell right now, get out. Now we got to have Hulk and Sid, do their little bit here at the end. It has to be in the ring. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Like people paid us.
I think, differently, done it a different way of where, how it would have played out. But I just felt like let Rick have it. Let him have the day here. Let's finish with him in the ring. And it was a culmination. As he admits that when he went to the WWE, that there may have been a lot of people who didn't know who he was. And so it really was the pinnacle of his career. It was the peak. And, anybody that was a fan of professional wrestling and knew of Ric Flair knew what this moment meant. And there were a lot of them. And a lot of people that tuning in on pay-per-view appreciated not just that it was a great event, but what this meant for someone like Ric Flair. And it was a credit to the whole business of you stay on top and you're relevant in professional wrestling for decades, which is not an easy thing to do. And, you deserve this. You deserve this recognition. And he got it, but not how he really should have gotten it in the end there. He should have, to me, he should have been able to been the one in the ring. And here's your moment.
Agreed. This is his 9th world championship, according to history records. He is the second wrestler ever in history up to this point to hold the NWA and the WWF championship. The other person, which is insane, is also the Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers, which is the first ever WWF world champion, when that's actually how the entire company gets started. I did a video about it. It's very interesting on how the WWF was created with Buddy Rogers and what happens to him after and having a heart attack. And it's controversial. I made a little video about it as well. But also, everything we talked about, Survivor Series 91, this Tuesday in Texas, we talked about Hogan and WrestleMania Now Return. A lot of those subjects were kind of brought up in our conversation here so far. I'll put those all in the description because we 100% covered those in long form already before. So I don't want to harp on this Tuesday in Texas and Survivor Series 91 for another 2 hours here, because we have so much more to talk about here at the Royal Rumble 92. And there's a lot. I'm so excited though, because in this Royal Rumble, Jack Tunney, my favorite president of all time, he kicks off this Royal Rumble and he's like, listen, everybody, here are the rules, the world title, and the crowd is booing him. Boo! You suck, Jack Tunney!
Don't they know he's the greatest president since Noriega?
According to Bobby Heenan. Those are facts. Those are facts. Why do you think the audience doesn't like Jack Tunney? Even Hulk Hogan, who does his backstage promo, because each wrestler is like, today, the Royal Rumble, I'm going to win it for this reason. They all go through it. Hogan, he's looking off camera, and the first thing he says, he's like, no, that no good Jack Tunney, brother. I'm like, what? We all hate Jack Tunney. Why do you think the crowd booed Jack Tunney? Like, it wasn't like he was a bad guy or a good guy. He was just an old man being like, here's the rules.
Yeah, but he's the one that would deliver the bad news, basically, and everybody hates authority, in a sense, and he's representing all of that, and in a sense, his character was a buffoon, really, that he was, that's what he was supposed to be, and I pulled it off tremendously well. But everybody hates authority like that, and most of the time he's dropping the hammer on somebody, and making up these rules that they have to adhere to. So it was easy to dislike the president of the WWF.
I can't believe the disrespect
he was the perfect character for it.
He banned reptiles from ringside, sir. This man is a godsend. Macho Man was bit by a king cobra. Is that what you condone here in this presidency?
Absolutely. Bring him. Bring the dragon. Bring the
possums.
Yeah, they're not possums. They're
the sewer rats.
Sewer rats. Come on.
I'm so sorry.
And birds. I guess that was Frankie. No, that was an awful decision. That added to the competition there. There was something else you had to keep an eye on. You never knew what was going to happen. Or you had dogs humping at ringside or something. You never
People pay for that stuff, all right?
That's right.
People want to see that stuff. Mooney was giving us...
It was easy to dislike President Jack Tunney.
That's true. This is all his fault.
It really, most of it was, yes, of course.
Well, he was supposed to help the Taker Hogan shit happen at Survivor Series 91. He's like, I'm going to sit ringside and make sure no shenanigans happen. Ric Flair still showed up and more shenanigans happened. And that's how we got the world title here in the Royal Rumble. So if we're going to condone everything he did terrible, well, he did give us the world title inside of a Royal Rumble. So thank you, President Jack Tunney, for your service. And God bless Jack Tunney. All right. I just want to say that.
God rest his soul. Yes.
God rest his soul. Though in this matchup, rules of the Royal Rumble seem to be made up because during this, the Macho Man comes down in the match. He's beating up Jake the Snake. They have a huge rivalry. I don't know if you noticed. We talked about it. King Cobra eating the Macho Man live on Saturday morning television. Well, Macho Man jumps over the top.
You still have nightmares about that, don't you?
Don't talk about my bedwetting situation, all right? My bedwetting situation.
Whenever that comes up.
Yeah, please.
You're going to have a rough one tonight, Steve.
I know. I'm going to have to delete this as soon as we're done so I don't remember it later on. I'll just drink a lot of pumpkin spice. But Macho Man eliminates himself. Well, Gorilla and Bobby on commentary like, well, he's out of here.
Yeah.
But yet Taker...
by the rules.
Taker rolls underneath the ring, throws Macho Man back in, and Bobby and Gorilla are just like, well, I guess he's back in. And the rules of the Rumble obviously change because it's based in, it's a storyline. 1990, Andre the Giant also eliminated himself when Jake came down with the snake. That counted. Macho Man doing it here doesn't count. Should I care? Should I not care? How am I supposed to feel about it?
No, I think that if you would have drilled down into the rules that day, you had to have been touched by someone else that whatever motion set into motion, you going over the top rope. How does that sound? Does that work?
I'll accept it.
The fact that he voluntarily went over, which Randy was used to doing and probably didn't think through, oh, oops, maybe I should have gone under the top rope and then I could have gone out. But I think that day, yes, when we drilled it, you had to have an opponent set in motion, you going over the top rope. That's what I'm standing by.
Okay.
For this one.
I'll accept it.
And somebody telling Undertaker, get his ass back in there.
Speaking of Undertaker, there's another cool rule in this Rumble is Undertaker and Hulk Hogan get to choose their numbers, but not 1 through 30. They pick 20 through 30 because technically they are the past former world champions involved with all the shenanigans with the world title. So they drill that into a storyline where Taker and Hogan will get like kind of a benefit of being former world champions involved with all this crap. So I also like that. Like there's a lot of storytelling in this Royal Rumble match, but there's also some other things that happen here where Bret Hart, around this time, he was the Intercontinental Champion, and originally it's supposed to be him versus the Mountie here at Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
Well, according to stories, Bret Hart has 104-degree temperature, so he loses the Intercontinental Championship to the Mountie at a house show in Springfield, Massachusetts. I was not there. How sad. But here at the Rumble, it's going to be Piper versus the Mountie. Roddy Piper wins his first ever WWF Championship after being here for so long. A lot of talking points here, but one is storyline is Bret's out 104-degree temperature.
Yeah.
Rumor is Bret Hart in early 91 was negotiating with WCW to come over to the company. Well, Bret didn't realize his contract rolled over automatically, which means he can't leave. So Bret Hart loses the IT title, Mountie, Piper gets it, so on and so forth.
Yeah, because I mean, maybe that sounded good, but I tell you, I think it'd take a lot more than 104-degree temperature to keep Bret Hart out of the ring.
Yes.
I mean, that guy, I don't know how many times he went out there when he had no business going out there. Should have been in a hospital.
Dude, remember we talked about his brother died the day before Survivor Series 1990. He wrestled. 2 weeks before 89, he got ruptured ribs and a kidney. Wrestled. And a sternum, yeah.
Sternum at one, yeah. Yeah.
And now here he is. He can't 104 temperature. He's out.
Yeah, and then you have him, and you know how this scenario works. When you don't know what's going on with a guy, have him, like you said, drop the belt at a house show, and you make sure you get it's taped, so you got that so that you can, because you don't know what's going to happen with this guy, but you're covered now. He lost the belt, so he can't take it down south.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that was more to what was happening at the time. Yeah, and Brett's wondering, okay, what the hell? What's going on? What's going on here? And
to me, it's weird because Ric Flair came to WWF with the World Championship from WCW. And he called himself the real world champion. And Vince McMahon loved that shit. They had to, eventually blot it out so you couldn't tell what it was. Bret in 91 negotiating with WCW as the Intercontinental Champion. Do you think Bret Hart would have done that? He would have shown up with the world title of the Intercontinental title in WCW and put it on air just like Ric Flair did to him?
No. When it all came down to it, Bret Hart, we know the family he came from, and old school. It had nothing to do necessarily with the business as far as money or having the championship and I'll take it down there. He wouldn't have done that. But what he wanted to do is he wanted to do it right. Do me right. The way to do this. I'll drop the belt, but he didn't want to do it. There were scenarios that he said, I'm not going to do it this way. And they want, I'm not going to lose it in Canada. He had certain, and that's what it came down to for him. Like, just do the right thing. And I think that even he was insulted in a sense that you would think I would do something like that. But the threat of it, at least being out there, certainly didn't hurt his situation because Vince was worried about it. So, but I don't think, and I certainly wasn't in Bret Hart's head, but just knowing who he is and the way he conducted himself in business and coming from the family that he does with Stu and how you did things, I don't think he ever would have done that. But the threat to help you get some leverage, yeah, okay, I'll go with that.
He wanted a singles push, and I'm understanding that
he wanted to be there forever. He did, and he got that big deal, and then Vince just like, I can't do that. Well, what does this what does this paper mean? Anything. It means nothing, you know?
Well, because you're talking
So,
about 97 too, the Montreal screw job,
yeah,
and then at 92. It's like connecting both pieces together, which is crazy. Like they
Right.
both had the same exact implications and scenarios, except one is in 92 when business is down. One happens in 97 where if Vince loses this battle against WCW, it's over. The WWE is probably going to close. So in reality, both scenarios happen. One, Brett just loses the title at a house show to the Mountie. One leads to Montreal screw job controversy for the next 30 years.
Yeah. But and think about that here we are. Look where we are in it's 92, whatever. And he's already dealing with this. It's already, so it never wasn't like it got closer to say 97 or whatever, that things changed. Like look how it would seem like always that way with Brett, that he never felt like he was ultimately appreciated. Here he is, think I've got it all. I've got everything that I believe represents a champion, and represents his company. And fans loved him. He was certainly absolutely one of the best ever in the ring. And yet there was always that Vince, you could just always have that feeling like, it's like, yeah, but something's missing. And I think that Brett always felt that. And look, see, and it went through. And how much more loyal could you have been to that company than Bret Hart?
I don't. Yep,
all that time.
It's true. Like I think Bret Hart even said later on, he's like, I've only missed the WWF any events maybe 4 times ever in his life. He said, and up until the Montreal screw job, it's just crazy that 92 and 97 just mirror each other, but the scenarios are so different, yet they are exactly the same. And Bret Hart loses the IC title to the Mountie. Piper wins his first championship. Bret Hart, though, beats Piper at WrestleMania 8, gets his belt back. And according to the stories Bret Hart talked to Vince, and Vince convinced him, please stay, I promise you a singles run. Well, that worked out because by October of 1992, Bret Hart is your world champion. There is no more Hulk Hogan. Warriors out by November 92, Flair's out in 93 early. Savage steps back and does commentary. You're left with Bret Hart, and you're left with Shawn Michaels to carry the ball, which they do 100% on their. They do. They carry it. It's just crazy.
But you also have to think in mind that did Bret feel it was through the acts of elimination?
I think so. I think so.
And so you don't really feel like you were the guy. No. You were the guy because the other ones in front of you aren't there and weren't dependable or whatever it is. Yeah. So I think he always felt that way, and that's too bad because if you're going to do it, you're going to put the strap on him, then be behind him 1,000%. Don't always be, as you just were doing, like Vince looking over his shoulder, going, "Is there somebody else here that's going to be able to really change this?" And so I don't think he ever really had that feeling of, they're behind me all the way. I'm the guy.
Yeah, I don't think they ever did because even when Bret main event in SummerSlam 92 against British Bulldog in London, England, Wembley Stadium, your favorite event, one of the best Golden Era pay-per-views, but even after that, on commentary, they suggest that Papa Shango put a curse on Bret Hart, which made him lose the Intercontinental title. So there you go. There's not a lot of, hey, buddy, you're our guy. It's more of, hey, you're here and we need you. Bret Hart, though, it's interesting what happened to him. But Piper, he wins the Intercontinental title for the first time ever. His first WWF championship. Why do you think this is the first time Piper won a belt?
Well, he didn't need him. That's and Piper was Piper. He was just this loose cannon, and and I don't think that he was always one of those guys near the top, but not where you're going to see, an extended period of time where he was going to be able to keep that. You knew it. I was very happy for him. I thought that was awesome because it's kind of one of those, a nod to say, we appreciate what you do. But as far as long-term plans, I'm once that he got that belt, I think everybody knew he was gonna hold on to it for very long.
He had a great match with Bret Hart at WrestleMania 8. It's one of the best matches from that card besides Savage versus Ric Flair. where I was disappointed there still were no naked pictures of Miss Elizabeth, as I was promised by Bobby Heenan, Ric Flair. That's a personal problem. But yeah, Bret Hart was one of the greatest of all time, and especially around this time. Piper, Intercontinental Champion. There is a funny moment, though, after this it's not Saturday night's main event anymore because NBC canceled their contract. It's on Fox, called The Main Event, and Piper fights Mountie again. Mountie throws water on Roddy Piper, so he's going to use his giant shock stick on him. He goes to shock him. Piper is Mountie turns around. Piper gets up, beats Mountie again, and we're like, wait, how did the shock proof? What happened? How he takes off his shirt? He's wearing just like a rubber vest that says shock proof on it.
They had to make sure everybody knew that.
Giant,
wondering.
giant words.
Yeah.
Shock proof.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why.
That's how that happened. Oh, okay.
It makes sense now. More things that happen here. In the Royal Rumble, we've seen tag team wrestlers enter the Royal Rumble match. They never usually win. Jerry Saggs is in this match. Brian Knobbs is not. Apparently, 2 weeks before the Royal Rumble, he was stabbed 4 times by a 20-year-old. Jerry Saggs was there, so was IRS, but 4 men are there attacking the wrestlers. They followed them, knocked them off the road with their car, got out. Brian is trying to check the damage on the car while these other men jump him and stab him 4 times in the chest.
No.
First off, how often was it for wrestlers to be challenged in the real world to see how tough they were? And how insane is it to hear that someone's being stabbed 4 times?
Well, unfortunately, that did happen a lot, where, these guys, they go out there in different towns and they want to blow off some steam after the matches. And you're always going to have some yahoo who's the local tough guy who says, these guys are a bunch of fakies and, I could kick his ass. And they're going to go over and start some shit with somebody. And, most of the time, these guys regretted that decision because not only were a lot of these guys legitimately freaking badasses, people like Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and you think with the 2x4, Jim was one of the toughest guys out there. Hercules, Haku, you've heard. So that was usually a really bad decision. And then also, you were probably there with 8 or 9 of your friends that you work with, and they knew you shut that down quick. But like in a situation like this, it was like a road rage incident, and these guys see who they are, and the car full of heels or whatever, and it ends up on the side of the road. And I've heard different things. I don't think that Brian was stabbed 4 times in the chest. I think it was like he, got a bunch on his arm and then one to his chest. But whatever it played out, he lost a bunch of blood. He lost a lot of blood. He had to have a transfusion and could have easily died. Could have bled out. And so even though he would recover, and I even heard things like he was out of the hospital that night, which wouldn't surprise me because those guys were insane. But he wasn't in any shape to wrestle. He wasn't in shape to go in the ring. And but this was this is the back in the wild West, and things like this would happen. And guys weren't going to change their lifestyle. They were still going to go out, and stuff like this was going to happen. And you saw guys getting arrested all the time, and because people would want to challenge these guys so they could brag to their buddies, even if they got their ass kicked. They could still say, I got into it with him. I got him to throw a punch, something.
Do you remember hearing about this? Are you at work and someone's like, "Hey, did you hear what happened?"
Yeah. And like I said, that's even then, like there wasn't really reports out. And I remember that he had like bandages when he did come back to work. But those 2 guys were just insane. There's a lot of stories with them. They would, as you can imagine, and they like to fight. That's just where they came from, and their world. But they got into all kinds of trouble with other wrestlers, and they that's just the way it worked for those guys. But tough son of a bitches. I mean, those guys would, you know, go at it all the time. And sometimes that happened in the ring. You know, these guys would be stiff and they're throwing punches. So, yeah, I remember hearing about it, but they said he was okay,
Okay.
remarkably. And IRS, Mike, it somehow didn't end up anything really bad happened to him because I think that, Jerry, like these idiots came out and somebody had some jumper cables and were swinging them around and smacked Jerry Sags in the head.
Yep.
And go to the hospital too and a concussion, but then he, worked.
Right. He's like third,
right.
I think.
No,
He's fourth.
it was just my head. I'm
Yeah.
fine,
My buddy just got stabbed. He's fine. He's in the hospital.
yeah.
Don't worry. He'll be.
But and it's true, and like
That can work.
that's their life, man. You imagine something like that happens in their life, they're going to be, 8 weeks. They're going to be nursing it or whatever. These next day they're back at work.
Yeah, probably a contract situation. Unfortunately, at the time.
I remember the story about the Barbarian. I think I told you, he got into a fight at the diner, trying to impress some waitress or something, and she was not keen to his advances and called the cops. And the story goes, 8 or 9 cops show up, and Barb takes them all on, and they have to. The story went that the guy came up with pepper spray, sprayed it in his face, and Barbarian grabs it out of his hand and sprays it in his mouth like mouthwash, mouth spray, and then tossed guys. I mean, like ruined his diner, and they beat the living crap out of him with nightsticks to subdue him, and they bailed him out, and he worked the next day. I remember seeing he had bruises from head to toe. And you imagine going in there and you're bumping
after being beaten down
they're
by
inhuman. And from his part of the world, those people are inhuman. They don't have any pain receptors. They don't. It doesn't register. But still, the fact that this stuff happened. It happened all the time.
But you're right.
It was just part of the business, But smart guys got to their rooms, made sure they stayed out of trouble because, first of all, people weren't necessarily walking around with guns, but they did. And but today, geez, I mean, probably have a lot more incidents with people pulling out handguns now. But back then, it was mostly somebody would have some
jumper
kind of
cables,
weapon, or a knife.
Yeah.
And that's all, your career's over, even if it isn't, doesn't kill you, but could have been life threatening, and then you can't work. So, but it was part of the business. And I know Jim Duggan telling me a ton of stories about them going out and taking on, 10 guys. And, Hercules was he said, like, he called them the windmill. He would just blow through these guys, swinging, taking them down one at a time. And that's just the way it was back then. And I know that in some of these organizations that, if you lost, you were fired. If he heard you lost at a bar fight, then you would get fired because it made them look bad. You're out, So that was the old school. But thank God that Brian was okay. It's tough now. I know he's going through a really difficult health issues right now. Comes with the mileage on that car is about up, and we can all just pray for him that he gets through it all.
Well, good for him for surviving a stabbing in 1982, a few weeks before the Royal Rumble. And, there's so many conflicting stories about this, too, is because one of them is the guy who gets arrested. He gets, obviously the guy who stabbed someone is arrested eventually. He's like, oh, I was punched in the face 10 times. But then according to the photos, there's no marks on your face at all. So who you were punched by Jerry Sags or IRS or Brian Knobs? I'm going to take a wild guess. If you were punched in the face by them 10 times, your face would have markings all over it, or your face would be crushed in. So that story didn't add up to me when I first read that. I was like, no, this is.
Yeah, and it sounds like it was, these guys were bad news. And I think that when they jumped Brian, he was like looking to see, because they bumped the car.
Yeah.
And so he's not even looking, and they attacked him. So I think, but I think the guy served 2 years or something. Should have been in there for 20. For doing that, could have killed him. That was attempted murder.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Uh,
They didn't seem to care, but
Good times, good times.
yeah, good times, good times. Oh, let's talk about something even better. The Rockers breaking up. Now, in this Royal Rumble, backstage, you're in the classic blue locker rooms. And I love those blue locker rooms. You're just sitting there, and Barbarian walks by, he bumps into you. Oh. And then Shawn Michaels in his new, sexy boy gimmick walks by you. And you're like, Shawn Michaels. And they play this whole package about what just happened in the barbershop with Shawn Michaels. Well, actually, it was Marty Jannetty being afraid of Shawn Michaels jumping through the barbershop window, as Bobby Heenan put it.
Yeah, right.
But that tag team breaks up. So they write off Marty Jannetty. He's not going to be in the Royal Rumble. We're going to have Volkov replacement in the Royal Rumble. Also, Haku plays Brian Knobbs, if you were curious. So this ends. They're supposed to have Marty Jannetty stay home, hey, you're hurt. But also, an arrest happens because Marty Jannetty gets in a fight at a bar as well, and the cops show up. Well, he's in possession of drugs. They arrest him. So now the storyline is no longer, hey, you've been thrown through a barbershop window. You're hurt. It's, oh, you've been arrested for drugs and you're fired. He doesn't come back until late of 92. Okay, Marty Jannetty.
Yeah.
What are you hearing that Marty Jannetty has suffered once again a terrible situation? Because also with these two, according to other rumors, is Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty had a real bar fight themselves after Roddy Piper suggested that Shawn Michaels was the future of professional wrestling. When Marty took this to heart, and Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty actually have a real fist fight. But then this leads to more stories of Marty suggesting that they leave and they go to WCW. They'll have this money. But Marty is talking for Shawn Michaels in all these negotiations. Shawn Michaels is not involved with any of this. Right. Marty's doing this all behind Shawn's back, which again, very obvious that Shawn doesn't like this. The Rockers break up on real television, probably in real life. Marty's out. Shawn is the future of professional wrestling in the WWF. What were your thoughts on all of this? Because for a long time, I thought Marty would be the guy. It turns out it was Shawn Michaels.
Yeah. I think I've mentioned that before, too. I remember when I first saw those two come in, and I thought Marty was the one who, had his head on straight. Boy, how wrong I was. And it just shows you that, like in a lot of ways, like Marty couldn't get out of his own way as far as doing the right thing. He just seemed to always do the opposite. And I think he started to see as they progressed, and they kept getting better and better, and they were among the top tier of the tag teams. And he thinks everything's awesome. It's all great. I mean, he's happy. This is good. Let's just keep this going. And in the meantime, Sean's starting to think of, I don't want to be a tag team forever. I think I could do really well as a solo, and I think Vince McMahon is seeing it. So I think in a lot of ways it became a little like desperation on Marty's part that he's, if I can, things are going south here. I can see where it's going. And Sean is, wants to split this up, and when he splits this up, this is over. So he starts thinking, well, if I can get us a deal and it's big money and it's more than we're making here, well, maybe Sean will go for it, and then we can keep this rolling. And I don't, no matter, like you said, first of all, I'm sure Sean didn't appreciate him trying to work a deal without him knowing anything.
Right.
That certainly didn't, help matters. And then he'd already made up his mind. Sean knew what he wanted his future to be, and he was willing to take that risk and become a solo performer, and so that didn't help. And when it came down to it, and they did have that confrontation, because, and justly so in a sense, because that was just brewing, and it was going to happen, and I know that like Sean wasn't happy with that, so it was just a matter of time, and you could see it. they were, when coming in and when they first got rolling and everything, you could do it as the best of friends, man. You did the stories about the parties the night before and the girls and all this, wild everything. And then you started to see it start. You could just see it started to wear, and it wasn't you know, I don't know if that was Sean maturing or him just seeing that this isn't good, and he's not gonna help me get to that next place. And I think a lot of the stuff, and Sean was guilty of it too, was reckless with what their behavior was.
Oh yeah.
That eventually you get away with it and get away with it and get away with it until you don't, and then when you don't, it's a bad thing. And like that situation with Marty, what the hell are you doing? First of all, at a bar, what the hell are you doing getting into a fight? And what the hell are you doing carrying something that's going to get you arrested? And when you're associated with that, you're going to go down with them. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to Marty Jannetty. I think he actually might hold the world record in the WWF for being the person who got fired and rehired the most. And that's not
because he was so good, though. Yeah, but see, he was so good
that every time they kept bringing him back.
Yeah, they wouldn't have. They don't take a chance on problems unless they like you and you bring something to the table. And Marty was a great performer. I mean, he really was. And I always wondered if he really would have been able to focus and work that way, that maybe he would have been a very successful solo performer too. But he just couldn't, as I said, couldn't get out of his own way. It just always when the fork came, he always chose the wrong one. Like, yeah, that's a good idea.
He was bad
I'll
luck.
go there, or I'll go out and do this instead of, no, I got to, if I want to be successful, this is the way I got to go. And it's like, I'd rather go have some fun.
Shawn Michaels, though, he also reinvents himself. He's no longer dressing up like the Rockers. He's dressed up as, the sexy boy character. They even start dropping off the Elvis scenarios where, like, Shawn Michaels has left the building, as they would do for Elvis back in the day. Marty Jannetty, every time he came back, he was just Marty Jannetty who's in the Rockers. He never reinvented himself. He was always dressed the same. The music was the same. The tassels. Again, nothing against an act that works, but Shawn Michaels
got to evolve.
Survivor Series 1991, Shawn Michaels is in a Survivor Series match. It's the Rockers are together, and 1 year later, Survivor Series 1992, Shawn Michaels is in the main event for the World Wrestling Federation Championship against Bret the Hitman Hart. I think Shawn Michaels made the right decision on betting on himself being a single star versus staying in a tag team that was doing well. It's like staying in a job. Hey, we're doing a great job here. Everything's going great, but I want more. And he definitely got more.
Yeah. Yeah. For the long-term success, you saw it, because you said they were great. They were at the top, but he wanted more and was willing to take that chance, because he believed in himself that much and knew that was the only thing, that was what was going to keep him there.
He did it. I love though that you're backstage in the blue locker room because like everyone's just walking by you and you're like, oh, I'm back here and there's so many people and all these stars and Shawn Michaels just appears out of nowhere. But Barbarian gave you a good old arm. He shoved you good and you're like, okay, let's not do this to me, please. I loved it.
Just don't go to a diner with him.
Please God, don't go to a bar with Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels either. Things will happen. You know what? Just stay in your hotel, Mooney, okay?
Right?
Just go from point A to point B, wear a hoodie, cover yourself, don't get in trouble. Those are like the main talking points of this whole event, but the other matches that happen, you have the New Foundation versus the Orient Express to kick off this. This is the second time the Orient Express has kicked off a Royal Rumble. They did it in 91 as well. But this is probably the match. Like if we're talking like matches, tag team one-on-ones, whatever, this is the match of the night. But I do want to say, what in the hell is up with Owen Hart and Jim Neidhart's clothes? Like the MC Hammer pants. I guess Owen loved this look, but I can't imagine anyone liking this look. No,
I didn't either. And you just summed it up. It was like MC Hammer pants cross a checkered cab. I don't really know what the hell was going on. And we talked about Owen before. He look at the costumes that he was wearing all the time. It just the blue blazer gimmick and all that. It just he never found his way as far as what was the right gimmick for him. Because and Owen was what was tremendous, but he's another one that just never found his way. It just found that what was his, what was going to work, and that's too bad because he really was so great.
Yeah.
You
In
know.
the golden era, he's definitely all over the place. I would say new generation when he becomes the King of Hearts and he hates Brett and he hates his
Yeah.
brother and he's double slammies and he wins the King of the Ring. I think that's when he found his footing. But then Montreal happens and then we unraveled once again. Though I love that match. Roddy Piper, of course, defeats the Mountie for the Intercontinental Championship. The Beverly Brothers defeated the Bushwhackers when the Genius after the match attacks Jameson. What's the point of Jameson? Like, what is he just like the Revenge of the Nerds type of character? Like,
Yeah.
what is the real
Yeah.
reason?
Well, I don't know, you know the story behind Jameson, but Jameson was an actor, a struggling actor, and was part of a acting troupe that would go to different communities around New York, and they would do these mystery theaters.
Mm-hmm.
And the story goes like Vince and Linda went to one of these, and Jameson was one of the characters. It was kind of the clue. He was one of the who did what, who's the
Who
mystery,
killed who
murder
with the-
mystery, yeah.
Yeah.
And Vince was just so amused by Jameson that he wanted to figure out how I could work him in, and that's how that all started with Jameson. And he was going to be, remember when Bobby Heenan had his short-lived show? He was
The Bobby Heenan show.
Yeah, his sidekick. I mean, it was just, yeah. And Jameson was great. Backstage and really a talented guy. But as far as when they wanted to do other stuff with him, to be the manager and stuff like that, and he didn't come from professional wrestling at all. I mean, he wanted to be an actor. It was a gig. It was a gig. So that whole thing, the Genius attacking Jameson. I mean, what was going to be one of those gimmick matches down the road? Like Howard getting in there and having a match. I payment value, and I think it was just stuff that just amused Vince.
Jesus, he's eating his tie. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't great. And even in this, Jameson's about to punch the Genius, and he does one of these like, and then he just kicks him in the ankle instead.
Yeah.
It was not.
I actually tracked down when I was doing primetime or doing early episodes of primetime with Sean Mooney. And I did I found Jameson and did an hour and a half with him. You should listen to it because he's a fascinating guy. And he tells the story of how he ended up there and his relationship with Bobby and everybody else. And he has a son who he was on a sitcom for a long time, who's become a very successful actor. So check out that episode. That's a little side note there, but check out Jameson and when you go to Prime Time with Sean Mooney.
Yeah, we'll put that in
a
the
bunch of
description
other
as
great
well.
content there as well, Steve.
Of course, a
You're on
bunch.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you interviewed so many different individuals about the past, the present, the future of the golden era of professional wrestling. But yeah, Jameson was one of those. I'm like, huh. Before we move on to the next match, though, there's one note about the new foundation. Owen Hart and Jim Neidhart come down in their parachute pants, and Bobby on commentary says to Gorilla, "Did they just wake up?" And Gorilla goes, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, they're in their pajamas."
Like I said, I would look at those outfits, and it's funny. Owen thought it was great, and then also when he was with Coco, and
High
they kind of
energy.
had the same, yeah.
But like, why? Like, we
That is
had the Hart Foundation, Jim Neidhart, Bret Hart. That worked. Okay, why not just be the new foundation, or not even that, just be the Hart Foundation, but wear the same gear, wear the same pink and black attack gear. Not, hey, we should reinvent ourselves and be very timely for what we're going through in life, and that's parachute pants are in, so we should have them too. Well,
Absolutely.
30 years later, when you're wearing black trunks, 30 years later, it looks okay because you're wearing black trunks. When you're wearing parachute pants and cab driver hats, well, not the same thing.
No.
And then the tag team titles were also on the line. It was the Natural Disasters taking on LOD. Double count out. Boring match. And I remember watching this as a child going, I'm going to fast forward this every time. I never stopped and said, I'm going to watch this because when I see LOD, I want to see them toss people around.
Yeah.
How can they toss around Typhoon and Earthquake? It was like they're
not getting him up on the shoulders. Is that what you're saying?
He couldn't pick him up on his shoulders. He couldn't throw him around. He couldn't scoop someone. He couldn't take advantage of him and beat him up. It was very strange. It's like watching two high flyer tag teams fight each other. But here we have two powerhouse tag teams fighting each other. I wasn't feeling it, but around this time we know that eventually the tag team titles, LOD will lose them at a house show, and that will be the end of their run after SummerSlam 1992. But at Royal Rumble 1992, it was not fair to Flair, as Bobby Heenan would yell all night long. Not fair to Flair. No. I gotta say, I'm so happy we talked about everything about this event because this is one of my favorite events. And having you put the stamp on it, saying, yes, this is the greatest Royal Rumble of all time, because it's hard to argue with, well, you could say, well, I grew up in the 90s, so it should be, late 2000s, or, I liked last year, or I liked the year before, because that's what I love. It's hard for newer wrestling fans to appreciate, I think, older wrestling because they don't relate to the stars. They don't care about your Jake the Snakes and your Herculeses. They care about your Damian Priest and your Rhea Ripley's, and that's fine. Where do you think new fans would stand if they sat down and watched this? Would they think this is the greatest event ever?
Well,
it's like watching old movies.
That's a tall order. That is a tall order to say that, especially from what has
come out
transpired since. But but for that time, and I think you watch it today, you're going to be entertained from start to finish. Especially the Rumble there. That whole they kept it moving, and I this the way this worked was the scenario is really great because the Rumbles before is where you'd start with 30 guys and then you eliminate them single, one at a time or whatever they did. But this thing, where you've got somebody coming in at minutes and there's this excitement that's going on, who's next, who's going to come in, and then you've got a little time, you got room to work in there. It was brilliant, so it was great.
I loved it. Ric Flair wins the WWF Championship in the Royal Rumble. They don't do this for another 15 years when Roman Reigns had to put up his world title inside of a Royal Rumble. But he actually defended the world title in the Rumble coming at number one. This is different scenario. But when that happened, it reminded everyone of this 1992 event. So I will say this is still the greatest Royal Rumble of all time. Some people argue 2001 because you had The Rock, you had Austin, you had Taker, you had Kane, you had Big Show, you had Angle, you had everyone and your mother. But this one holds near and dear to the Golden Era podcast, of course. So all in all, Mooney, final thoughts on this Rumble?
Well, as I said, it was, it's a great collection of some of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. And it stands the test of time. You see how many of these guys have ended up in the Hall of Fame. And it was classic WWE. And as I said, it stands the test of time. You can watch this again and you will be entertained start to finish, especially listening to the great Bobby Heenan.
I was just going to say that. The commentary, I think it's like when someone introduced me, say, to the Beatles. Well, I didn't grow up in the 60s, obviously. But when you listen to them or Elvis or other stars, you're like, wow, I can appreciate this. This is a good song. This might be my favorite song. Royal Rumble 92, I think, holds up as it's not like watching an old movie where, like, I can see the boom mic or I can see the zipper and the monster's costume. No, this holds up from start to finish. The commentary alone is the soundtrack of a lot of children's, a lot of grown-ups' lives, actually, core memories. So all in all, Sean Mooney, thank you so much for sitting here and talking about the Royal Rumble 1992. Woo! Right here on the Golden Era podcast. I'm Steve Fall. He's Sean Mooney. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.